right into it. We're going to hop right into it. Happy birthday, Roxanne, right off the bat. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for being here. We got a lot to cover. We got a lot to talk about. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day. You know what to do. Hitting those buttons to like, sharing, subscribing, and obviously that notification bell will help. But once again, thank you guys for being here. What do you say? We say hi to the chat. What's happening? A lot of craziness, lots of nonsense to talk about and to get through. Like we've been saying here, if Donald Trump's health and life expectancy was like, if you could compare it to a home run, I'd say he's like 3/4 of the way down the third base line at this point. Yesterday, we talked about a good deal about the fact that Donald Trump had to hide in a food truck to get away from the threats posed to him by the Iranians, meanwhile leaving the press corps and the rest of the people in his staff on the plane that would have gotten the direct impact, would have gotten the direct strike by whatever Iranian threat was out there. But before we get too deep into it, let's say hi to everybody. Once again, Roxanne, congratulations, happy birthday. Hope you have a great day, and thank you for starting it off in the right direction there, Tina, with the jewels. Very much appreciated. But how's everybody doing? What's up, Twiggy over there on Twitch? What's going on, everybody? I appreciate you. What's up, Namaste? What's up, Yakov? Good to see you. What's up, Abby? No Money G? Appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you to everybody watching over there on this space as well. Conversation's going to have to be had at some point between you and I here at Blunt Politics and the community, whether or not we're going to continue the early Wednesday, being simulcast to this space, but we won't get into it at this point. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Much appreciated. Hit that like button on the way in. It is Wednesday, August 12th, 2026. My name's Brian. This is the Blunt Politics Podcast. And if you're just joining us, if you're just stumbling across this live stream, stick around for a little bit, get to know the chat, get to know the community that we've built here. If you like what you're hearing, if you like what you're seeing, think about, subscribing to the channel. Like the stream at the very least, that would be fantastic. Multitude of ways in which you can get involved in, contributing to the community as well. There's a Venmo up in the corner here. That is the quickest and easiest way to get your contributions to the channel. You can go over to bostonbrian.com, check out the fabulous merch shop that we have, punching well above our weight class as far as designs on merch is concerned. Again, for a small channel, for a very small channel like us, I think we're doing, some pretty good things here. So if you could hit that like button, if you could head over there to bostonbrian.com, if you could sign up for a YouTube membership just underneath me, or over at patreon.com/bostonbrian. All of those great ways to help an independent channel, an independent creator like myself, just trying to make a living, trying to bring you guys the facts, the news, the opinions, like a family does, like friends do, and not like the pinky up, accounts that a lot of you guys are used to. But let's get into the nonsense. Let's get into the craziness. We're going to be talking about in Donald Trump's declining health, cannot stay awake during an Oval Office meeting. But if you put him in front of a bunch of kids, if you take him to some sporting event where you got, people in sports, athletic wear, then boy, oh boy, Donald Trump has no problem staying awake. Doesn't matter what time it is. Could be late, could be early morning. Doesn't matter. He'll be fucking wide awake for that. But if we're discussing war, if we're talking about, lies and misinformation about vaccines, can't keep him awake to save your fucking life. But definitely doesn't have a problem. We throw this on the screen. That way you guys know what I'm talking about. But Donald Trump here walking out with Pat McAfee. Some other billionaires and CEOs were in attendance as well for these pedophile games. I believe it was in Ohio here. But we'll take a look at Donald Trump sleeping in the Oval Office, but wide awake at this event, which you would expect. Donald Trump once again taking to Truth Social here to make himself look a fool, to make himself look like an absolute asshole. Basically now claiming direct control over the Strait of Hormuz, like he's been doing for quite some time, but now saying that we're going to keep it. Now saying that, because the ownership that the United States now sees, even though that's ridiculous, the strait's not open, the United States does not control the Strait of Hormuz, but now he's taking a Truth Social to say that, we're just going to keep it. So, his delusions and the fact that he's not living in reality continues to come to fruition here, continues to be more and more evidence. We have a couple clips here from a little interview that he gave, a little press gaggle that he gave, where he was once again questioned about the plane swap, about having to hide in the catering truck, and the answers that he gave were, again, it just continues to be even more and more insane. The fact that, everybody else was left in harm's way. And then I believe he also goes on to once again, claim control over the Strait of Hormuz. We also have some more updates coming from the Strait of Hormuz itself, talking about more kills, more people being killed, more attacks, that, again, Donald Trump will not tell you about, as he says we control this area, the ever-expanding actions of the Houthis, like we've continued to see. So a lot going on as far as that's concerned. Mike Lindell back in the news. There's a name you guys haven't heard in a while, huh? Uh, I'm sure you're not mad that you haven't heard it in a while, but Jesus Christ. We got a couple clips of Mike Lindell once again crying, election foul mouth, you know what I mean? Crying that, the election was rigged and stolen, and talking about inconsistencies in his own Republican primary. It's just, these people just never cease to amaze me. And then we get a couple updates from Ukraine as usual. We got, I think the Sun here gives us a pretty good update on Dobropelia. Now, Dobropelia, sit. No, when I click on you, it doesn't mean I play. It means sit. Stay right there. All right, you stay in the background until you need it. But yeah, we get some pretty good updates here from the Sun. Their battle plans exposed segment that they have around the Dobropelia area, which we've been looking at. We've been talking about the Russians' attempt, or at least them trying to execute what looks to be a flanking maneuver around the fortress belt cities. So you can kind of see when you're looking at the map from a distance, the northern attack and the southern attack as it pertains to the fortress belt cities. And looks like Ukraine continuing to have success, pushing back those attacks and making sure that they don't see success. And there was some pretty good updates here from the battle plans exposed segment from the Sun, giving us some updates in that area as well. And then I believe we have Preston Stewart, yes, giving us an update on how Russia is running out of volunteers. Now, they're not running out of people. That's different. They are running out of volunteers and people that they are, happily willing to send over there to expend over in Ukraine. And now they're starting to get down to the nitty gritty. They're starting to get down to, the high society people that are well known, people that have, the correct religion, the correct, geographical backgrounds, as it were, to, consider themselves, Russians and Muscovites and people that live in St. Petersburg. So they're having to kind of, figure out different ways now to get people involved in this war, where, the amount of people raising their hand and being willing to go over there and risk their lives and ultimately sacrifice their lives, that list is dwindling and dwindling. But they do, like I said, have a huge stockpile of people to pull from. It's just not ones that they want to pull from. So we'll see if we can get into that as well. But let's start off here with Donald Trump going to the pedophile games in, like I said, I believe it was Ohio, if I'm not mistaken. This is the moment where Pat McAfee, former NFL kicker, I believe he's got a podcast or a radio show or a show on ESPN at this point, at this time. But yeah, this is the moment where Pat McAfee went to greet Donald Trump at the airport, basically escorting him to the pedophile games. Let's see here if we can take a look at this real quick clip. So you can tell some sort of exchange there between the two where they're like, oh, they're cheering for you. No, they must be cheering for you, which is, obviously disgusting. And that led to this event that they were going to. This posted by MAGA acolyte here on Twitter, Eric Doherty, saying President Trump just walked out to a roaring crowd at the 2026 pedophile games in Ohio, followed by young athletes behind him. This is epic. These young patriots love their president. They will never forget that there were that 47 was there to watch him. And I think I've been stirring up a little stirring it up a little on Twitter with a couple of the replies that I've had to some of this. So let's see here. I go to go to one of them. This one's kind of getting the most attention here. And I just put, you brought a pedophile and the guy hiding the Epstein files along with his billionaire buddies to watch kids, Pat. History will not be kind. That somehow already has about 29,000 views, depending on what Twitter actually calls a view over there. But definitely stirring some reaction with the MAGA base and people that follow Pat McAfee in general. And let's see, there was another one that I put on there about the fact that these kids will never forget. And I think Sean Hannity had the post. Let's see. Yeah, here it is right here. So Sean Hannity posted, President Trump walks out to a roaring crowd. So you can tell how these MAGA propagandists work. Like, they all write the exact same shit. It's all the same, almost verbatim, word for word, post by post by post, what these people are saying. Like we've said for 10 or so years now, that it looks like they get a memo. Like the fucking White House quite literally puts out a memo to all of their propaganda saying these are the lines that you have to say. This is what I want you to put out on True Social. This is what I want you to put out on Twitter. Put this out on Instagram, and it has to read just like this. So you can see Sean Hannity, President Trump walks out to a roaring crowd. You just heard Eric Darty start his sentence, his post the exact same way. You know what I mean? And then to Sean Hannity's post, because he says, these kids will never forget that he showed up. And I said, yes, Sean. They'll never forget when the pedophile president took time from losing a war with Iran, hiding the Epstein files, ruining the economy, robbing and pillaging our country, stealing crypto, destroying our monuments, and sleeping in the Oval Office in his shit-filled diapers. And you can see there's a bunch of posts coming from this as well. Recognizing the fact that Donald Trump had no problems staying awake during this event when there's little kids involved, right? Here's Donald Trump. You can see here, no problem, not struggling here, wide awake when he's surrounded by young kids in their athletic wear. As you can see, but just disgusting actions here and it says that the heads of Disney, ABC, and ESPN apparently were also there. If I'm reading this correctly, had a blast celebrating high schoolers from across the country with the heads of Disney, ABC, ESPN, and the United States of America. I'm proud all parties getting behind this important initiative to keep future generations excited about remaining active. But again, not recognizing that Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, you just walked out with Jeffrey Epstein's best friend and a bunch of kids. You invited a pedophile, the pedophile president, who him and his Epstein class cohorts are protecting themselves all around this world by not releasing, the remainder of the files that, everybody suspects would kind of, bring the most dirt on people and make it so that people could finally face accountability and justice. But yeah, inviting them, being so fucking brain dead, unaware, and, ignorant to what's going on in reality, to invite them to this like child's event, this high schoolers event is it shows us that the cult still remains strong, and, that people remain this ignorant and stupid to surround themselves with people like this at an event like this as well. But yeah, just it goes to show you what else is going on. Like I said, as the economy is being ruined, as we continue to be kicked in the face every single day by Iran, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. Gas remains over $4 a gallon. The thought of owning your own house by yourself at a young age is, just a pipe dream at this point. Groceries are exponentially more expensive than they were. Trying to buy a car is exponentially more expensive. Anything that you're doing right now is exponentially more expensive. But this guy feels like he has the time to go surround himself with little kids, and shame on the people surrounding him and shame on the people that know better for even inviting him to something like this. It's just, obviously more people need to be filled in and kind of made aware of what this guy's capable of, what he's done in the past. And, there's just people out there, obviously, that are just not going to care, even if they do know. But there's things like this, too, that we're going to discuss. I talked about this in the cold opening, as it were. But this is another one of Donald Trump's insane posts that he's putting out there on True Social, not only claiming, again, ownership and control over the strait, when if you look at the realities on the ground, you can see that not many ships at all are going through the strait. Iran and Oman continue their negotiations on how they're going to divvy it up. Countries surrounding these negotiations now are putting more pressure on the United States to accept the terms of Iran and Oman to open up the strait, because they don't want to see the war continue, this feudal war that continues to see billions and billions and billions of dollars of munitions and interceptors being wasted, where those could be, very helpful in other areas, in other wars. But yeah, this is what he put. He put the USA has total control over the Strait of Hormuz, which is just embarrassing to write at this point. Almost as embarrassing as having the commander-in-chief quite literally fall asleep in an Oval Office meeting. He says, I think we will keep it, all in caps. Our naval blockade is being called by everyone a wall of steel, which it's being called by absolutely nobody. Okay, the only person possibly ever to call it a wall of steel is Donald Trump in this post. And I don't even know if we'll give him credit for that. It's probably somebody else around him. One of his, Natalie Hart probably came up with that. That's who it is. And there's nothing, he keeps getting the fucking name wrong, guys. I don't understand. All these posts he got about this same country, and he just can't get the name right. So he says, our naval blockade is being called by everyone a wall of steel, and there is nothing that
Islamic Republic of Japan.
Yeah, the Islamic Republic of Japan can do about it. They have no navy. They have no air force. Their remaining soldiers are unpaid. The IRGC is decimated and fleeing, and their leadership is uncertain at best. They have no money. Their country is shot. And it's crazy how he continues to try to get these fucking talking points across. Like, he's continuing to say that they have no military capabilities in general, which is asinine, as we just not long ago had to report on the most recent deaths of the U.S. servicemen and women because of this war. He goes on to say here that their leadership is uncertain. Well, it seems to me like we've heard from a lot of different people within a lot of different sectors of the Iranian government, whether that's leaders of the IRGC, whether that's the defense council, or whether that's the spokesperson, or like there's a lot of different people that we know who they are, we know where they come from, and who they speak for within the Iranian government. So it seems to me that they have everything set up still. Like, if they still have people with titles, and we understand those titles, and we continue to go back to the same people for what they're saying about what their country is doing, then I'm pretty sure they have everything set up. You know what I mean? You may not like who they have there. You may not agree with, what's going on, but they seem to have it set up. It says all they have is fake news and 300% inflation and getting worse. Iran is all talk and no action. The bully of the Middle East no longer. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. So just insanity all the way around by Donald Trump, claiming control over the Strait of Hormuz, which we absolutely do not have, saying that we're going to keep it. I mean, you can't keep something that you don't have to begin with, right? Why would we keep something that was an open international waterway before this war started? Again, the whole thing is just absolutely insane. Again, saying that they have no Navy, no Air Force, the remaining soldiers are unpaid, the RGC is decimated and fleeing, and their leadership is uncertain. It just makes him look like a twat. Right? It's more embarrassing for the United States. It's more embarrassing for the U.S. military to say that we're continuously at the same point. We cannot win a war. We're continuously getting defeated by a country that apparently has no Navy, no Air Force, and their leadership. Nobody knows who's the leadership. You know what I mean? It's just, that's embarrassing. The fact that you, in conjunction with Israel, cannot defeat this decimated force that has no military power, no leadership, is fucking embarrassing. You know what I mean? And there was a couple of clips here that kind of reaffirm this whole thing of the alternate universe that Donald Trump's living on at this moment in time. And this is another one of Aaron Rupar's posts from this press gaggle by Donald Trump. And Aaron says, almost every single word Trump said to reporters tonight in this 53-second clip was a lie. And again, he goes on to claim ownership over the Strait of Hormuz, say our country is doing fantastically, saying that prices are coming down. Have you guys seen anything to confirm that? Is anything getting less expensive in your daily life, or is everything consistently getting more expensive in your daily life? But check out this clip, and my apologies if the sound sucks on this too, but Twitter will be Twitter.
The country's doing well. The stock market's fantastic record. We have 79 records so far in a short period of time. More people are working right now in the United States than ever before, and prices are dropping fast. Iran is going fine, going just absolutely fine. We totally control the Strait of Hormuz. We have control over it. Nobody else, only us. Our Navy is unbelievable.
Nobody else. We have control over it. Nobody else is absolutely fucking ludicrous to say at this point in time, right? The entire week we've been talking about what the media is calling new demands by Iran, which is anything but new, the same things that they've been demanding this whole friggin' time. It's the same thing. But this whole entire week, people have been talking about the demands set forth by Iran, talking about continued control over the Strait of Hormuz, their partnership with Oman. They're going to charge 7%. They'll charge 3% for their designated route. We want the $300 or $400 billion in frozen assets back. We want all the sanctions lifted. We want to be able to sell our oil. Like everything that we've talked about here has nothing to do with the United States controlling anything. It's us capitulating and figuring out which one of these asks and demands that we're ultimately going to agree to. Because obviously some of them are non-starters right off the bat. Iran knows that. They're kind of playing the long game. They really don't care at this point in time, knowing what they're willing to subject their citizens to, whether that's inflation, whether that's, devastation of infrastructure, difficulties getting clean drinking water. Like, they're willing to subject their people to all of that for another 2 years just to get one up on Donald Trump, to get one up on the United States and to remain in control over the Strait of Hormuz. They've already said that. So we don't have that much time. Donald Trump isn't afforded that much time. Republicans aren't afforded that much time. Like, with midterms right around the corner now, as it were, like, they have to figure out a situation, and Iran knows that. And they know that if they just wait them out, and they can, figure out how to withstand the economic, damages that they've seen from this or would see from this, then they can just wait out the United States to a longer extent than Donald Trump would be afforded the time to do here on our side. It's crazy.
Things are going great for our country. Go ahead.
Mr. President, can you tell us about your ride on the airport catering truck in Turkey? Why did you need to do that?
Well, it's only up to Secret Service. I just follow what they'd like to do. So I go by Secret Service and the military. They wanted me to go on a different flight, a different plane.
Yeah. They wanted me to sneak in with the cheeseburgers and the tacos and the fucking trash in the catering truck. I mean, I just, he's so afraid for his existence right now, whether that be, just mortality because of his specific health ailments that he's going through, or the new Iranian threats or continued Iranian threats on his life. We showed the other day on the show the fact that he's now golfing with like anti-missile defenses set up around him, barbed wire set up around him, and this isn't for localized domestic threats. Okay, these aren't for like the crazed lunatic that's going to try to run onto his golf course with a private with his own private weapon and do something. Like, these are for active missile threats, active drone threats. Like, he's really right now showing just how in fear of his life he is and how seriously they're taking the foreign threats and the red flags that it's raising with the lack of concern, the lack of thorough investigations done with all of these alleged domestic assassination attempts against his life, right? The fact that he was allowed to just sit there and peek through the curtain at the White House correspondence shooting. Nobody's thought that was weird, right? The fact that he was allowed to get up and ask for his shoes, after he was allegedly shot in the air. In Butler, Pennsylvania there. And then he was allowed to raise his fist. And then the cameramen were allowed to get shuffled in position. And then the flag was allowed to be, all of this while Donald Trump was still in the clear line of sight that was clearly calculated by the shooter at that point in time. And he wasn't being removed. It's just the way that they're treating these two different threat levels, or these two different threats, both domestically and abroad, is raising a lot of red flags. It's raising a lot of questions as to the domestic assassination attempts and the way that they've handled them subsequently.
Equal safety, but they wanted me to do it, so I do it. I do what they say.
Equal safety. And again, he goes on in this press conference to talk about to talk about the fact that he thinks the secondary plane that he got on was in more danger, even though nobody knew he was on the plane, and the Iranians would have thought that he was on the original Air Force One along with the press corps. So he tries to make it seem like, oh no, they weren't in danger. I was in the real danger. Meanwhile, they were actively used as decoys. So Donald Trump could evade whatever credible Iranian threats were obviously, in place at that point in time. But here's a little bit from that press gaggle there. I think it might be a little bit easier to hear from this one. I don't know, see if there's anything we missed.
So the Patriot games were tremendous.
Pedophile games were tremendous. I was surrounded by a lot of kids in athletic wear the whole night. I managed to stay awake. I didn't fall asleep once. It's remarkable how that happens. When you give me something that I actually am very passionate about and something that really tickles my fancy, how I stay awake. I managed to stay awake. Not so much when we're talking about, controlling the country and losing wars and, anti-vax misinformation. None of that stuff can keep me awake. But, these pedophile games here in Ohio really did the trick.
Great young athletes, the future of our country, and we had a great time in Ohio, a fantastic time in Ohio.
I think it's the end here where he's actually questioned, so I won't subject you to too much of this, but I just want to see where they're questioning him at the end here about both the Strait of Hormuz and the fact that he kind of left them high and dry on the original Air Force One while he slunked away on a fucking in a dumpster. Basically, the president of the United States slunked away with the trash, the old food, the new food, the scraps, right, to another plane because he was in fear for his life.
Total control. We own it. And at some point, maybe they'll do something and then they get blown.
That's where he's saying that he has total control over the Strait of Hormuz. Asinine.
Away. But right now, we're in a very good position. We have a country that has been the bully of the Middle East for 50 years. Really 51 if you think about it. Right? We've been saying 47 for 4 years. And they're no longer the bully of the Middle East. Thank you very much, everybody.
Look, and that's Donald Trump at the end of his little press gaggle there, being asked about the Strait of Hormuz. And I think there was one point there. We don't have We're going to have to try to find it where he was saying something about the, his little plane swap.
Presidents don't get threats.
Yeah.
And
He says consequential presidents don't get threats. Every president has had some sort of threats and levels of threats to his life. You could be assured.
that would be the plane. I think that they would be.
Yeah, here he is. This is where he's talking about the fact that the plane that he was on, the plane that nobody knew he was on, was somehow in more danger than the plane that everybody thought the president was on, and they had originally the threats posed to it. Check this out.
And we did.
White House officials on it. How much
there you go.
Flew out of Turkey with press and with White House officials on it. How much of Jeff
went over to England? Yeah, went shown to the soldiers.
Still at risk, even though you weren't.
Went over to England because the soldiers wanted to see it.
Right, the one that flew.
Soldiers, and we did a switch over there, and it was really as per the military, and I just have to do what they say. They go for safety, and I have to do what they say.
Why was President on the midterm you to fly on Air Force One, but not too dangerous for the press?
So she says, why was it too dangerous for you to fly on Air Force One, but not the press? Or again, we're not informed of this little switcheroo. The Secret Service actually had to go on to Air Force One and shut the blinds and make sure nobody looked to the right or to the left. Of course, if you've seen the video of how all this went down, they had the catering truck on the front right of the aircraft as the press got onto the plane on the rear left side of the aircraft. So basically, the switcheroo was going on as the press was kind of, showing their identifications, getting their stuff together and getting on the back of the plane. Donald Trump was scurrying away into the trash-filled, catering truck. That definitely probably removes the old scraps and old trash as they're bringing in, the new gear, if anything was even done as far as that truck was concerned. It's probably just mainly used for this at this point. But yeah, that was the old switcheroo that was done. And then Donald Trump somehow got back on Air Force One, made it seem like he was there the whole time, basically told the press that if he was going down, they were going down with him, which is the opposite of what was going down in reality. Because if that plane that held the press corps went down, Donald Trump would have been all set. He was on another plane. So they were going to pay the ultimate price if anything happened. Donald Trump was going to be, A-OK and safe on that alternative aircraft.
One was at greater risk. I think it was
say that. Mr. President,
that would be the plane.
She's like, how can you even possibly say that? Which is, again, a great response as far as that's concerned, considering the ridiculousness of what he's saying there. How could the plane that nobody knew you were on be under more risk and at more risk than the plane that everybody thought you were on and that had the threat against it? He's not living on this planet anymore, ladies and gentlemen, not on this planet. And again, we continue to see things like this happening as he continues to claim control over the Strait of Hormuz and say everything's going, swimmingly with the war in Iran, nothing to worry about as we continue to see $4 a gallon gas for everybody. And the inexplainable, fluctuations in the oil market that we've seen. But this continues to happen here. Iran-backed Houthis kill 6 in attack on vessel and other developments in the Middle East. It says here that Yemeni authorities said 6 people were killed by the Iran-backed Houthi rebels attacking a vessel in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which again continues to be more and more and more in the news the longer that this goes on. While U.S. forces fired on a ship they said was trying to break a blockade of Iran's ports. Here's a look at the latest developments in the Iran war. In the wider Middle East, full coverage can be found here. It says 4 crew members and 2 allied fighters killed. Yemen says 6 people were killed Tuesday by Houthis firing missiles on a vessel in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Yemen's Coast Guard said the dead included 4 crew members, 2 members of the government allied national resistance forces. Houthis fired 3 ballistic missiles at the Yemeni commercial vessel, according to the Transportation Ministry of Yemen's internationally recognized government. This was just days after the Houthis had launched upon the Yemeni government and killed, I think, about 56 or 58 different representatives of that government. They are the first known deaths from the Houthis' attacks on shipping off Yemen in the latest bout of fighting in the Arab country. With the Strait of Hormuz effectively shut down by Iran, there's been a renewed focus on the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which we've warned about consistently here at Blunt Politics, which is at the Yemen southern tip, which is an alternative route for Saudi Arabia's ship to ship its oil which has again been under increasing attack. The deadly vessel strike came amid Houthi attacks on the government-held port city of Mocha and the Red Sea and other areas of the country. Dozens of government troops and civilians have been killed in attacks since last week, according to the Yemeni military. The strikes are part of an escalation by Houthis against government forces in Yemen and oil facilities in neighboring Saudi Arabia, which supports the Yemeni government and the kingdom shipping in the Red Sea. The Houthis' attacks could reignite Yemen's civil war following a 2022 truce and open a new front in the Middle East war. Mohammed Abdul Salam, the Houthis' chief negotiator and spokesperson, accused Saudi Arabia in a social media post of exploiting the ceasefire to tighten an air and sea blockade it has imposed in 2015. He said the Houthis are open for negotiations, but any settlement must include lifting the blockade. So just another area of destabilization and what looks to be escalation created by the circumstances that Donald Trump initiated with his attack in conjunction with Benjamin Netanyahu against Iran. So things like that you continue to see. There's more reporting here by the Hormuz letter as well. This is 17 hours ago. It says, Iran says U.S. is running out of missiles and interceptors. Iran's production of missiles and drones is endless and has ramped up. This coming from the General Nagdi, the senior advisor to the IRG's commander-in-chief, Vahidi tells Fars. So again, just another seemingly important person in a position well recognized by other governments inside the Iranian government. So Donald Trump said they have no leadership. Everything's in disarray. Well, we're now hearing from a senior advisor to the IRGC commander-in-chief. So you know what I mean? It's like they absolutely have these positions. We've heard from the National Security Council. We've heard from IRGC spokespeople. We've heard from a ton of different people within the Iranian government to make it seem like, or at least to give the illusion that they have some sort of process in place. So it says Nagdi adds Iran produces more ballistic missiles than we launch and develops the surplus to the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Iraqi resistance groups. He says especially Iran's drone production capacity designed to exhaust expensive U.S. interceptors is even greater than the number we have to launch. That's crazy. Nagdi concludes, even if the war lasts for several years, our ballistic missiles will still land on the enemy. Again, just showing the willingness, the readiness to continue this fight, not a country that is willing to back down, capitulate, is on its last rope, is kind of on its last leg here and is, at any moment now going to be crawling to the negotiating table, begging for ceasefires and this and that. That's not what I'm reading from this. So again, to say that the specific intent of the Iranians and their missile and drone development is to go against the very expensive United States munitions. So to utilize vastly cheaper and more inexpensive technology to combat vastly superior and more expensive technology to stick it to the enemy in a way where it's not just your interceptors aren't able to do the trick, or your long-range missiles aren't able to do the trick, but you're also at a disadvantage because you're expending much more per missile than the enemy is expending per drone or per missile to take these out, or to make your strikes less effective. So that's a way in which that they've calculated their entire military to fight this war. Like, they are using easy to produce, cheap shit to make sure that they can combat hard to produce, very expensive shit. You know what I mean? And that's what they've kind of perfected over the years in which they've had the time to do so. And there was more coming from this as well. That was 17. This is 5 hours ago. It says Iran completely rules out any extension of the 60-day ceasefire period set in the collapsed U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding as it nears its end, saying, quote, the U.S. is desperately seeking a return to the Memorandum of Understanding, something on which no progress has been made because Iran will not agree to it, a senior Iranian official tells Reuters. The Iranian official adds, quote, from Iran's perspective, there is no start date for the ceasefire, so there is nothing to extend. The United States violated the agreement and withdrew from it. There are no discussions with the United States regarding an extension. So as Scott Bessent and Donald Trump try to piggyback on the talks between Iran and Oman, they continue to make it more and more apparent that the United States is on the outs as far as any talks are concerned, and they're basically just left to agree to or not agree to any of these demands. Also says that Iran declares it will prolong the war with the U.S. until 2029. So how many times have we said just in the last week, all the reports of the Iranians more than happy and ready and willing to extend this fight well past Donald Trump's presidency, right? So this is another one. And again, take all this with a grain of salt. They have an absolute reason and necessity to peacock as well. I don't think, the fact that they've utilized and kind of targeted their military to utilize less expensive shit to take out very expensive shit is in any way peacocking. I think that's factual and can be, justified and seen with the realities of the war that are going on now. But a lot of these other things, I'm sure, to a large extent, as the non-starters they continue to put out there, as far as U.S. ships not being able to traverse the Strait of Hormuz, like things that the United States will obviously never agree to. But this is one of the reasons in which they continue to put that out, because they say here, they are more than willing to prolong this war until 2029, the end of Trump's presidency, because we have not reached our final objective. And this is clear. It says the senior advisor to the IRGC, Commander-in-Chief, General Nakhdeh, says, quote, "We will wait until we get to the next term of the presidency and cause attrition so that if anybody else wants to attack Iran, they will know that there is a cost." Right, which everybody knew prior to this, which is why presidents prior to this have all said no and told Benjamin Netanyahu to go fuck himself. You know what I mean? Go pound sand, dude. This is ridiculous. It's crazy. It's destabilizing. If it doesn't go the way that you think it's going to go and hope it to go, like the ramifications of this could be I can say it, generational. You know what I mean? But yeah, so this is what we've seen. It says, Iran said earlier this week that it will wait out the Trump administration until January 20th, 2029 to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed unless all of Iran's demands are met. So showing you consistently the position that the United States is in as far as, Donald Trump saying that we own and control the strait and we're going to continue to, maybe we'll keep it. He says, well, this is what's actually going on in reality. And this was Iran directly accuses the Trump administration of stock market manipulation and calls for the U.S. congressional investigation into Trump, his family, and his inner circle, including Kushner and Witkoff, over related insider trading. Senior advisor to the IRGC said, he says, as soon as the stock market closes, they start hostilities. When the stock market opens, they send positive messages to raise stock prices, all while they are buying and selling the stocks themselves. They don't even work for America. They work for their own interests. If I was in the place of the American Congress, I would call for an investigative committee to compare the assets of Mr. Trump, his family, and his inner circle, including Kushner and Witkoff, before the war to their assets after the war. He also called Pete Hegseth a criminal who killed 168 innocent children. Iranian officials have previously documented a pattern of oil market manipulation tied to Axios reporting in Trump administration insiders, including evidence of a $9 billion insider trading operation linked to Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. So it's not just us that are taking notice of the market manipulation. Looks like the world has also taken notice. It says Trump has been officially sued in federal court over Trump Media selling advanced millisecond access to his market moving Truth Social post to subscribers paying up to $100,000 per month. That coming from API per CNBC. It says the lawsuit filed in New York federal court by the Intercept Media and the Freedom of the Press Association calls the scheme extraordinary, corrupt, and unconstitutional. That is that $100,000 a month pay-to-play scheme that we talked about on one of the recent shows, where several Wall Street firms had already signed up to get their insider access, to get their insider information, so they could utilize that to make billions and billions and billions of dollars off the back end. So good to see that at least somebody is attempting to take this to court to make it as evident to everybody else how criminally corrupt this administration is, especially in this one case. But all right, let's go on to this, because here's somebody that we haven't talked about in a long, long time, and it's been good. I got to say, it's been a good run, ladies and gentlemen. It's been nice to not have to talk about this guy, to hear his voice, to hear his bullshit. But unfortunately, he's making a return. He's now back in the, in the social media feeds of people, because he's once again talking about election rigging, claiming that the election was stolen, election irregularities. And yes, of course, I am speaking about the one and only Mike Lindell, who is now claiming that there was some foul play in his Minnesota Republican primary that he had to go through. He's now saying that there was some funny business going on. So I just figured, for a little nostalgia, Here's Mike Lindell, and this is posted. Lucas Sanders on Twitter said, here's Mike Lindell ranting and raving that he won't concede in the Minnesota Republican primary for governor. So, some things just never change, and I don't know what you expected from Mike Lindell, a guy that has been, again, trying to degrade the trust in our election process for years and years now, has been made to look an absolute fool time and time again. Remember what was it? It was either like $1 million or $5 million that he was that he put forth, and people that, anybody that was good on the computer and could prove that there was no, I forget what it was now. There was no funny business in the election in 2020, or it was like he had information on machines and he kind of put a bet out there to people, and he bet them $5 million that they couldn't prove him wrong. And literally one of the first people to do it was like, well, I got it. Here's the proof here. There it is. Can I get my money? You want to sign that check now? And obviously Mike Lindell never did, I don't think, come over with that money. But yeah, here's a quick clip that's making the rounds of Mike Lindell, about 1 minute and 32 seconds long, talking about the funny business in his own Republican primary. So just doesn't believe anything anymore.
Here's the next report, everybody.
Holy shit. It's been so long. Here's the next report, everybody. Gather around, people. The next count is in. We're going to sit here and count them one by one. You get that side in county, and I'll get this side in county. But let's gather around, people. Oh, fuck. The first sound of his voice just makes you want to throw up.
We just gained 5,000 votes, and we gained 5,000 votes, everybody. And the last 13,000 votes that were counted, we got 5,000. We gained 5,000 votes. So
did we gain them or did we lose them? I don't know. Somebody explain this to me. We counted 13,000, but we got 5. Did we lose the 5? Do you double the 5? Do you have to divide that 5? He's just an absolute moron. The dumbest guy possibly in the history of fucking running for politics.
Think about this. That means I got 10,000, and the rest of them got 3,000. If this is a sign, we will have the lead within an hour. I mean, this is big news. This is a big jump, and they must have started counting the day of votes. So
You keep going up.
Okay.
And he still hasn't figured out this live TV thing. Like, I don't know how long he's been doing this Lindell TV, but fucking hell. If there's anybody that's like continuously watches this guy, like, I don't know how you haven't ripped your eyeballs out of your face by now, I'm not sure. Like, somebody's going to have to explain to me how anybody watches this shit. Like, he just still does not know how to have a live broadcast. Okay. Oh, shit. All right, we did that. I got a microphone. There's some time to kill here. What do we do now? He just has no clue what the fuck to do.
All right, everybody. Does anybody have any other questions?
Does anybody have anything I can talk about? I got my own television network here. I got my own microphone here with my own name on it here, but I got nothing to talk about there. Sorry.
If the AP calls the race with Lisa Dameth in the next half hour, will you concede?
If who does?
If the AP calls the race.
What is the AP? The voters. What the AP? Why would I listen to the AP? There's 265,000 votes left to count.
So the guy's just, again, an absolute madman. And there's a bunch of clips of him going in and actually casting his vote as well. This one, I think.
Here with Lindell TV, Mike Lindell.
Yeah. Here he is. I don't know how they're allowed to do this. How can Mike Lindell with Lindell TV get his cameras to follow him with his microphone that has his television name on it, with a clear fucking bias in this, clearly backing, a certain candidate, his own candidacy. Like, I don't understand how he's allowed to bring the cameras in there, the microphone in there, do an interview as he's going to vote. He makes a comment about no ID after he had just talked about how he had already been verified, as a citizen of Minnesota. So it's like, no, that they already did that they verified that was like, it never ceases to amaze me, the stupidity. But yeah, that was his clip making the rounds. But before we jump into some of Russia's issues to kind of get you hot. Fuck, the hour always flies by. I always feel like I forget that we only have an hour on Wednesdays here. But I do want to go through 2 stories at least. Yeah, there was another Wildberries that I believe was attacked, if I'm not mistaken. And then I want to go over the successes that Ukraine has been seeing in the Dobropelia area, because I think that's a very, very important area. You know, in by my estimations, by my calculations, and in my opinion, one of the more important areas of the entire war right now is whether or not Russia, breaks through, sees success in the Dobropelia area and is able to kind of start their flanking maneuver in and around and behind the fortress belt cities, which would obviously not be good. But let me throw this on the screen because this is from the Sun. Battle plans exposed. And they do a pretty good job here of explaining 2 stories. Another Wildberries facility that was hit, and I know we love to keep track on our Wildberries bingo board, so I couldn't breeze past this. I didn't want to say that we weren't going to cover this. And then the very next segment is and it gives some front lines and mapping information and shows you exactly where we're talking about, and talks about some of the Ukrainian successes that they're seeing in this area to make sure that Russia doesn't see and the ability to break through and get around and behind the fortress belt city. So what do you say we start here, and I'll see if I can get you out of here on Preston Stewart video talking about the lack of personnel that are willing to volunteer for Russia and the problems that are now being faced by Russia as far as that's concerned. So let's jump into this one. And this is again titled Inside the 4-Hour Battle That Pushed Russia Back in Donetsk. And then it says battle plans exposed. So let's get into it. Slava Ukraine, Heroyam Slava. Thank you guys so much for taking time out of your day, spending it here with me or the chat that we've built, the community that we've built. If you can hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, or just in any way, any one of the ways that you can contribute to the channel, send in $1 or $2. That's all we ask for. Nothing more than that. If you think we're deserving of more than that, not going to stand in your way, though. Definitely won't stand in your way, but $1 or $2 from a lot of people in the chat will go a long way at helping us get through the old algorithm problems. All right, let's get into this. This is talking about, I think, the most recent Wildberries attack. So get your Wildberry bingo boards ready, get your markers ready. Let me know if you got bingo.
In a much closer proximity. Next, we'll start to see air-to-air battles. Sensational footage reveals the catastrophic aftermath of a Ukrainian long-range drone strike on the massive Wildberries logistic hub in Alksyn, located in Russia's Tula region. Plumes of thick black smoke and towering infernos can be seen rapidly engulfing the nearby 200,000 square meter facility, one of the largest distribution centers in central Russia. The overnight strike triggered massive secondary fires.
And what's crazy about these strikes are the fact that we haven't seen the secondary impacts, right? Like the reports of the secondary impacts from these strikes. Like we've seen the impacts from the strikes themselves. We've seen the pictures and the videos coming from the fires and the smoke plumes. But the secondary impacts, people losing their job, people losing their livelihood, people that did like the drop shipping type of shit with Wildberries, not having the ability to make money. The companies that relied upon Wildberries to get their goods, to get whatever they needed, not having the goods to put on the shelves. So we've seen a little bit of some of the food markets, some of the supermarkets and the food stores in and around the area having trouble kind of, stocking their shelves. But we'll start to see more and more of these secondary impacts of these strikes as time goes on. So this is just level 1. Of basically the original strikes, and then downstream from this, Russia will start to see the economic impacts, the economic ramifications, and just more more kind of separated geographically in how those villages and regions will pay the price. I'm sure a lot of these regions, a lot of the people worked at these Wildberry facilities. Sure, in a lot of these, kind of rural regions, there aren't too many employment opportunities. So when you start seeing the impacts of that, along with the fuel crisis, along with the, the economic impacts of the economy in general, like that's when you really start to see the downstream effects. So there was another Wildberries, and then just for the sake of time, I'm going to push into this next segment where they talk about the Ukrainian counterattacks in the Dobropelia area. And he does a good job of showing you on the map exactly where we're talking about as well.
Got dead in its tracks. We're breaking down a massive high-intensity...
And you can already see, just looking at this map, right? You don't have to be a military strategist. You don't have to have been in the military in any way, shape, or form to see the problem, to see the potential problem, let's call it. I mean, if you look up here in Lyman, you can see a clear bulge This up here in the north of Lyman, we've talked about the Ukrainians' attempts to try to split this salient in two to cut off the obviously eastern and western portion of the Russian forces. And then in the southern area here, if you look down by Konstantinivka, you can see the clear bulge that has been shown here, kind of even extending past the fortress belt cities, Lyman, Sloviansk, Kramatorsk, Konstantinivka. So you can see the necessity for the Ukrainians to make sure that the Russians don't see any breakthrough in this area, which will absolutely have a huge impact on the way that these cities are able to be defended and what the soldiers in this area are going to have to do as far as how long they can stay in this area. So to see these counteroffensives, to see these counterattacks by the Ukrainians and the success that they're seeing in this specific area down here in the south, down south of Konstantinivka, is something that we need to continue to see. It's good to hear, but we need to continue to see them make it as difficult as humanly possible, and if possible, push the Russians back from any of the territory that they've managed to gain in this southern area. So let's go on here where he explains how they're doing this.
Russian offensive that ended in a catastrophic failure for the Kremlin. This has happened around a number of different settlements. Novokomnechki, Vozhvenka, and Chartovy in this sort of area here. So we've effectively got a triangle in this area.
And you can see the Russian push in this area. You can see how they're pretty focused on this area with their attacks and trying to, cause some breakthrough. You can see 3 different points of attack here where they're trying to, if not congregate, attack, to get through, to push through the Ukrainian defenses. So let's see how they defended against it.
The Russian command launched a coordinated multi-axis armored assault aiming at breaching Ukrainian positions near the village of Shakove. But instead of a breakthrough, the occupiers ran headfirst into a steel wall orchestrated by the 1st Corps Azov of the National Guard of Ukraine. Now let's look at the map to understand the scale of what Russia committed.
Well, that's crazy, because didn't Donald Trump say that that's what they were calling? Oh, here, I'll put this. Donald Trump said that they were calling their blockade a wall of steel. Nobody's calling it that. But in this very broadcast that we just heard, he's calling it a steel wall as far as the Ukrainian defenses are concerned. So they are calling the Ukrainian defenses a steel wall, not so much the United States forces in their fight against Iran.
This 4-hour battle. Forces from the 41st Guards Combined Arms Army alongside...
A 4-hour battle. So we're talking about a pretty prolonged attack here, and obviously the necessity for the Ukrainians to defend against this attack. This wasn't like a 25-minute, half-hour, even an hour incursion that was defended against. They ended up kind of retreating. This is a 4-hour, consistent, prolonged battle here where the Russians tried to push through and the Ukrainians had to consistently counterattack and defend against that.
Heavy armor of the 90th Guards Tank Division pushed directly out of the Novo-Eknomichny area, which is this sort of area. So it's trying to come up against the fortress belt of the cities of Konstantinivka, Kramatorsk, Sloviansk.
And this is exactly what we've been warning against right here. This is exactly what we don't want to see happen. And this is just, again, explaining what the Russians are attempting to do. This is not by any means what they've been able to do. This is what they're attempting. And this is what the Ukrainians have to defend against, and defend against to the best of their ability, because this is, again, having huge impacts on what happens in Lyman, Sloviansk, Kramatorsk, Konstantinivka, and any of these smaller settlements dotted in between the fortress belt cities that we think about here. So if the Russians are managing to flank around and get behind these cities, it basically totally evaporates and eradicates the defensive lines that have been built for years, that they've had the time to build, any of the defensive structures, and obviously they're going to have to go to the next steps in either trying to escape to the north or get further to the west before the Russians inevitably make it to whatever part. And this is, again, just hypothetical, talking about what could be seen if in fact a breakthrough is allowed in this area. What we're reporting on is not been allowed to happen. The Ukrainians have seen success, especially in this 4-hour engagement, taking out heavy Russian armored vehicles and continue to do so. So again, we're just talking about the potential and what we're defending against in this area.
And Lyman from the outside. The goal was to merge the columns and smash into the defense ring around Sharkovy, which is in the Konstantinivka area, using dozens of tanks, armored combat vehicles, and light transport trucks. To guarantee ground movement, the occupiers attempted total air suppression. They flooded the sky with decoy drones and Lancet kamikaze UAVs to deny Ukrainian operators drone access, whilst heavy Tornado SMRS...
And you'll remember, we talked about this exact convoy. Remember this convoy that we talked about last show? I believe Denis Davidov was giving us some film and some footage from these attacks in this huge Russian column. Well, this is the area that we were talking about. Remember how I pointed out it was in the Dobropelia section? Well, this is what they were attempting to do. Like, you can see exactly now how serious they're taking, their attacks in this area, how much they're willing to kind of put into the attacks and throw into these and waste inevitably, with the success that the Ukrainians have seen with the counterattacks. But they're going to continue to throw meat into the meat grinder and try to kind of poke and prod these different areas to see any weakness in the Ukrainian front and the Ukrainian defenses and try to exploit that to continue to try their push behind the fortress cities here, which obviously would be a huge, huge problem.
Systems rained long-range precision fires to suppress Ukrainian defensive lines. The Russian offensive collapsed when the Ukrainian command anticipated their every move. Ukrainian forces turned the approaches to the Sharkovy into an absolute death trap. Heavy minefields halted the lead armored vehicles, forcing Russian columns into narrow choke points. Ukrainian Air Force jets hit and destroyed critical bridges along the assault routes, cutting off Russian retreat and supply lines. When Russian combat engineers rushed forward to lay pontoon bridges over the damaged crossings, Ukrainian tactical aviation struck again, obliterating the pontoon equipment. Trapped between minefields and blown river crossings, the Russian columns were locked into place. That's when the First Corps of the Azov unleashed a synchronized fire assault.
So you can see the levels of the counterattack too. You can see how they strategically were maneuvering this armored column into or onto a road where they couldn't pass each other, where they were kind of sitting ducks lined up one after another. And then they sent in the Azov, to take them out with, drones, whatever they were using as far as that was concerned. Once they got them in that convoy, once they got them lined up like that, they kind of unleashed hell on them. So you can see the different tactics that were used and the different levels of this. Okay, let's set up the minefields in this area, in that area. That way, once they run into those, they're inevitably either going to take this option or that option. If they take this option, this is what we can do. If they take that option, this is what we can do. So they already had it planned out in their heads as far as the Ukrainians, what they needed to do, where they wanted to filter this attack into, if it ever was to come. And then when the Russians inevitably enacted this attack, it kind of went exactly to plan as far as the Ukrainian side was concerned, and definitely not to plan as far as the Russian side was concerned.
Artillery, MLRS, and strike UAVs. Ukrainian forces destroyed 7 tanks, 7 combat vehicles, 8 missile launchers, 47 light vehicles, and whilst over 123 Russian soldiers were killed in action.
In 4 hours. In 4 hours. Let's go over that list one more time. Let's just think about that list one more time here.
Strike UAVs. Ukrainian forces destroyed 7 tanks.
7 tanks, and that's on top of the MLRSs that he just talked about previously. So 7 tanks.
Combat vehicles.
Hold on. How many combat vehicles?
Strike UAVs. Ukrainian forces destroyed 7 tanks, 7 combat vehicles.
7 tanks, 7 combat vehicles.
8 missile launchers.
8 missile launchers.
47 light vehicles.
47 light vehicles.
Plus over 123 Russian soldiers were killed in action.
And 123 Russian soldiers were killed in action. In 4 hours of this, in this attack that the Ukrainians managed to face and to counterattack pretty successfully in this area. So, we talk about these areas of importance, and we continue to show you what's happening in these areas. And, happy to report, at least on this occasion, that the Ukrainians were very, very successful in making sure that the Russians didn't see any breakthrough in the, south of Konstantinivka, Dobropilya sector of the front there. So let's see if there was any more from this.
Now, this was an audacious attack from the Russians, showing that, as we've been describing for the last few weeks, their small infiltration tactics, they have now managed to put together what was probably, in reality, a regimental-sized, battalion/regimental-sized combined attack. Very bold for the area that they were trying to cover with such a small force. And it's just over a company group that has been completely destroyed in this. But it shows the Russians have still got the ability to try and bring together these all-arms operations.
So again, you can see the impact of this area. You can see the willingness of the Russians to continue to throw their troops into this area. You can see the importance seen in this area. So we'll continue to do the reporting necessary to keep everybody up to speed and up to date on what's taking place in this area of the front and in all areas of this war in general. But I'm going to have to toss it over to my next creator over there on this space. I do appreciate you guys for watching on either one of these platforms, either one of these accounts. Please hit that like button. And if you're here on Blunt Politics, if you're in the Blunt Politics community and you sent in a super chat, if you sent in a Venmo, stick around, because like we do at the end of every single podcast and every single live stream, we make sure to highlight, thank you guys, read your chats, all of that. So I'll throw it over to this space now. Much appreciated to you guys and the mods over there. Much appreciated. All right, have a good day. All right, let's get over here to the YouTube side of things. Well, actually, no, I lied. Let's get over to the Venmo side of things and see if there's anybody nice enough to send over a Venmo. because I know on the early show, it kind of, there's a lot of people on during the day. We don't typically get the
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
The US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. I'm on this space, and I am the logical leftist, in case you didn't already know that. welcome. Look, I got a great show for y'all. Okay. Got a lot of different things that we're going to talk about. A lot of Republican right-wing self-owns, of course, including the lumpy pillow guy. Oh, yeah. It's Pillow Talk Day. It's going to be fun. Trust me. All right. Looking at the comments here. It's time to eat a salad, a Waldorf salad. Should I be concerned? Because it sounds like cannibalism. I'm not in favor of that. I'm just saying. No cannibalism on the stream. Thank you. All right. I'm in a weird mood today because I've had very little sleep, so that's going to be fun. We're going to start out, of course, with MAGA versus Mullen. Look, I mean, that story, I'm not going to really try to tease that one. It's pretty straightforward, but still incredibly fun. We also have a racist former appointee to a college board. Look, you're going to love that story, okay? Again, I'm terrible. I'm really, really bad with the teases right now, but trust me, you're going to want to stick around for these. In fact, you know what? Why don't I stop teasing and just get into it, all right? With that said, let's get logical. We'll start out with Laura Loomer. Oh, geez. Okay. It's one of them days. All right. Laura Loomer, along with MAGA, have been going after Trump's Homeland Security Secretary, Markwayne Mullin. Now, I actually talked about this before, okay? So here was this post. I am so fed up with Markwayne Muslim. Oh, I didn't even see that. In an effort to preserve his legacy and fulfill campaign policies, promises to the American people, I'd recommend President Trump fire Markwayne Muslim as DHS secretary. He's going to love that casual Islamophobia there. He has done absolutely nothing to increase the rate of mass deportations under his command at DHS. The Islamic takeover of America is now on steroids. Are the Muslims in the room with you? I have to ask. I have to ask. But anyway, okay, so she says he is too weak on immigration. But on the other side, because there's two sides to this fight, right? You've got business groups that spent millions of dollars backing the mass deportation now guy that are complaining about mass deportation. It's MAGA versus money with Mullen in the middle. So President Donald Trump, of course, campaigned on mass deportation and more worksite enforcement, right? And so now he did that on one side, but then also campaigned on lowering costs, like, for example, housing, as well as having a booming labor market on the other. Now, here's the thing about that. This is like wishing in one hand and taking a shit in the other. Only one of those hands is going to get full. Recently, the Trump administration moved to end deportation protections for about 1.3 million people who had been legally working in the United States. They were legal. Now, compared that with a much more aggressive enforcement push nationwide by ICE. Now, the result, of course, is that construction crews, hospitality workers, and others stop showing up to work because people obviously were afraid that the next raid would end up being their work site. So now Mullen, not long ago, recently attended the National Governors Association meeting, and he had talked about labor shortages, okay, and even floated changes to employment visa programs in order to deal with that. Okay, and that was enough for Laura Loomer. I showed you that post here, fed up with Markwayne Muslim, okay, and of course, hours later, Mullen replied by hitting the panic button version, okay, insisting that there would be no amnesty for illegal aliens ever and that anyone here illegally would be detained and deported, period. Okay, now, the problem here, and I think you can already see this, is that the Trump administration keeps making more undocumented immigrants by pulling their work visas and taking away deportation protections. So that means, obviously, more workplace arrests. And as a consequence, a bigger labor shortage. Oops. Because it's killing the construction industry. According to Jim Tobin, president and CEO of the National Association of Home Builders, the residential construction industry is short, somewhere between 200 and 400,000 workers. Foreign-born workers, they actually made up more than a quarter of the construction workforce in 2024. In this, they're in trades like drywall, plastering, roofing, flooring. In those trades, it's actually closer to half. Now, what happens when there's a labor shortage? Work doesn't get done. Supply dwindles. Prices go up. Labor also gets more expensive, by the way, because workers now have more leverage for higher wages. Now, look, when you're talking about labor versus big corporations, great. I love labor. Yes, leverage, good. But for small businesses that are already eating the higher costs of supplies, thanks to trade wars and the actual war with Iran, facing these additional higher labor costs is not sustainable without doing, of course, and you guessed it, raising their prices or laying people off. I mean, this is economics 101. But that's what's happening right now, especially in the housing industry. Donald Trump ran on creating more housing supply while simultaneously destroying the workforce that actually builds the houses. So Congratulations. Those two things are working right up against each other right now, whether the base wants to hear it or not, because facts, are such stubborn things. Michael Belliman, who runs Associated Builders and Contractors, called this entire thing chaotic. And there's almost no better word to describe it other than, of course, it's a shit show for the employers who had people on the books for years, sometimes decades. Seeing them documented under temporary protections 1 week and then stripping them of it the next week is, it is chaotic. And again, all of this is happening while construction projects are attempting to run at full speed, but they can't find bodies, can't find people. Now, the official White House line, of course, is that we don't have a labor problem. No, not a labor problem at all. We just have a willpower problem. Nobody wants to work. For one, that's total, utter bullshit. Look, this is what spokesperson Laura Biz said. Quote, "There's no shortage of American minds and hands to grow our labor force." What? No, that's wrong. An analysis published in May by the University of Colorado Boulder. These are economists Chloe East and Elizabeth Cox. It found that there was no flood of native-born workers that are taking the jobs that deported immigrants left behind. Their analysis actually found a 4% decline in likely undocumented workers filling agricultural, construction, and manufacturing jobs during the period between October 2023 and October 2025. So 4% less undocumented labor, okay. According to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrest data and federal data, that's labor data within the same time period, there was a 5% decline among undocumented men working in those jobs. But at the same time, the study tallied 1.3% fewer U.S.-born men with no more than a high school education working in those same industries. So basically, we show, this is according to Cox in their 33-page study, we show no evidence of positive effects of the labor market outcomes of U.S.-born workers in immigrant-heavy industries. Look, the researchers even included a control group of low enforcement areas in order to try to screen out the labor impacts of the tariffs, the seasonal hiring trends, and broader economic trends. Now, the study's authors added that, if anything, U.S.-born workers actually get harmed as a result of all this, likely due to complementaries in production between the different jobs undocumented immigrants and U.S.-born workers typically take. Oops. The Brookings Institution, in their own analysis, highlighted that for every few undocumented workers forced out of a regional labor market, native-born workers also lose their jobs due to delayed projects and reduced business demand. Oh no, it looks like your racist policies have backfired on you. Shocker. Of course, DHS has already called this the industry's warning about all this stuff grossly false and lazy. I mean, that sounds like projection to me. And Tom Homan is out there. He's promising more worksite enforcement from Homeland Security investigations. So they're going full denial of reality here. Okay. And it's because their ideology is steeped in racism. Speaking of reality, look, if you pull labor out of an industry that's already short hundreds of thousands of workers, that doesn't mean you can magically mint trained roofers out of a press conference. No, you end up making things more expensive for everybody, including your own voters, the people who voted for this. And the irony here is that once the immigrants are all gone, if that ever happens, and if it does, well, the prices will skyrocket while small businesses fold in on themselves. When all that happens, if all that happens, MAGA's not going to have anybody else to blame. Right now, immigrants are the scapegoat. But the real problem here, the real problem is capitalism. The real problem is corporate consolidation, monopolies, big business getting away with unfair labor market practices. You know, the things that actually destroy small businesses. But of course, they'll still find somebody else to blame, which won't be themselves or any of the racist politicians. But here's the thing. Even with all that, eventually you're going to run out of other people to blame. And by that time, of course, it'll be far too late. Look, at the end of the day, the Republican Party has built a political movement that treats immigrant labor as a campaign villain and an economic input at the same time, which is strange. Like, you can run that act on TV for a pretty long time. I mean, Fox News has been doing it pretty much all my life, okay? But it turns out that what you can do on TV doesn't translate into running it on a job site. And that's actually why Loomer and MAGA going after Mullen matters. And not because Loomer is a noble truth teller or anything like that. But what she's doing is she's the purity enforcer for a movement that cannot survive contact with the policies that it espouses. Look, Mullen tried to manage the economy for about 5 minutes in front of the governors. The MAGA base, treated management like it was some sort of betrayal. While the industries keep lobbying, the White House keeps lying, and the raids keep making the labor shortage situation even worse. And the people who voted for cheaper houses and full grocery shelves, cheaper eggs, they're the ones getting handed a bill for this racist fantasy. Congratulations, MAGA. You played yourselves. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was going for. If they deported every immigrant tomorrow, they would switch to blaming. Actually, no, they would blame trans people first. You know that. Immediately be like, trans people. Somehow it's their fault. Or communists. Something. Deep state, communism. China. Iran. I mean, they've got a lot of people to go through, understand. But anyway, let's move on to this administration. I don't know if it's on accident, but they basically just shivved their own supporters. Brandon Dixon runs an abstinence-only sex ed nonprofit in the state of South Carolina. You know, it's the kind of program the religious right has been demanding that we have for decades. And this summer, the Trump administration killed her funding and told her that her group, was normalizing sexual activity for minors. So hold on here. An abstinence-only curriculum built with a faith-based advisory board running in a red state with the blessing of South Carolina's own GOP-dominated legislature is getting eaten by the same administration that it voted for? What is going on here? HHS, by the way, ripped the funding out from under these organizations. Look, this is different than previous cuts, which went after, of course, comprehensive sex ed. You know, the stuff conservatives have always hated because it actually works. This is different. Yes, they got rid of that. And now they're getting rid of the people that are on their own side. So I'm going to dive into why, of course, after I give you some of the details about what actually happened. So back in June, HHS had sent termination letters, killing tens of millions of dollars in teen pregnancy prevention program funding. And again, the purge didn't stop at progressive grantees. It swept up conservative Christian groups that have been operating for years, specifically to teach abstinence-only education. Now, Dixon's organization, Fact Forward, which is a hilarious and ironic name, they lost more than $1.6 million a year in funding. 3 years into a 5-year grant. She told reporters that she was very thrown for a loop, that 2 of their own abstinence-only curricula got named in the termination letter because those were the programs built exactly the way the right wing has always said that they wanted them to be built. And so as a result, she had to lay off half her staff, while fall programming for thousands of South Carolina students got put into limbo overnight. Now, I'm not exactly sad about that fact, but still, ironic. Now, she said this: nobody wins when something like this happens, and the young people pay the ultimate price. Now, she's not the only one. Ginger Mullaney runs Healthy Futures of Texas, Dallas nonprofit that has taught abstinence-only sex ed to more than 58,000 young people across the state. She got the same letter with the same accusation that her group was normalizing sexual activity amongst the youth. She said the citations that HHS had used were taken out of context. Her organization, they didn't even bother reapplying under new rules, and I'll get to those new rules as well. But she basically, it's because the timeline was too short, and they had already started laying people off. Kay Reed runs something called the Dibble Institute, which built a lesson plan called Love Notes that multiple defunded programs used. HHS flagged the module in it as promoting pornography to minors. Now, Reed's like, what? No. The actual passage there, and I'm going to be fair, right? Because I care about facts more than anything. The passage there is actually something that I agree with. It's a warning about the harm that pornography can do to a teenager's expectations of relationships. It's not an endorsement, okay? Look, here's the thing. I think pornography is fine for adults who understand that it's really just about fantasy. And not only that, but of course, I believe sex work is real work. And I do believe that we should be decriminalizing all sex work so that we can protect the sex workers, okay? And to, fight against trafficking and all that stuff, right? I don't believe teenagers need to be exposed to any of that, okay? Their minds are still developing, and it's not a good thing. But anyway, the White House, getting back to the policy, right? The White House response was to quote a line about violent content in the same module, as if, warning about that stuff was the actual crime. Okay. Now, inside the health department, employees, they're not happy about this. In fact, one of them told a reporter, quote, they just stabbed abstinence educators in the back. A little bit of friendly fire. They labeled all these abstinence-only programs as sexually explicit, and the abstinence-only developers were completely blindsided by it. And now there are all these lawyers calling HHS. That worker said, it's a nightmare. Oops. Sad day for you. I told you I'm having a weird day because I am definitely didn't get enough sleep. But anyway, that was somebody inside the building watching their own side get torched by friendly fire. And even they don't fully understand why it all happened. That same employee said either the reviewers didn't understand how the curricula had been modified to be abstinence only, or they didn't think abstinence only was good enough, or they just threw everything into AI. Oh, see, nobody at HHS can say which one of those things actually happened. Now, if you want to know what they're demanding instead, well, HHS laid out their new reapplication rules, which requires what they're calling body and literacy lessons and reproductive life goals counseling. It's really strange. Banning into discussion, by the way, of transgender or non-binary identity and mandating an abstinence-only focus while actively discouraging contraception education. Fact forward rushed to reapply under those new rules because, well, they said, we got no other choice. Okay. Healthy Futures of Texas didn't, and Planned Parenthood of the Heartland didn't either, calling those new rules counter to its core purpose. King County in Washington lost $1 million a year for a program that studied contraception education for teenage boys, already inside the child welfare and criminal justice systems. And HHS's complaint about that program was that it didn't spend enough time talking about the health risks of birth control. Now, here's the thing. Birth control actually does have risks. I'm talking about the oral contraception that millions of women take every day. Just ask them. They'll tell you. They'll tell you about some of those risks. You read the possible side effects on there, and it's like, oh, wow. Geez. But just as many of those women will also tell you that the benefits of taking oral contraception generally outweigh those risks because it helps with other things like regulating hormonal cycles, helps them deal with painful and heavy periods. They also help to ease symptoms of conditions like endometriosis, PCOS, et cetera, et cetera. That's all aside from, of course, preventing pregnancy. So, yes, I can say that HHS is being run by morons. Now, I do think that either they did turn to AI because we saw that with Doge, right? They had turned to AI for policy. Or, and this is much more insidious, by the way, I think that maybe a possibility here is that they want to do away with any and all sex ed, even the abstinence stuff. Because what they want, maybe, and again, this is me being conspiratorial here, maybe they want more teen pregnancies. I mean, it's not like teen pregnancy hasn't gone down. It has, by significant margins. Less teenagers having sex, less teenagers having babies. Now, the right wing, of course, you confront them and they say, well, no, of course not. Of course, we don't want teens having kids. But then look at the statements from some of these MAGA folks. Elon Musk says, we want more white babies to be born. Dr. Oz said that we as a society are underbabied. Matt Walsh, he had talked about how girls between the ages of 17 and 24 are technically the most fertile. And that the real problem here is not teen pregnancy. Oh, no. It's that not enough children are getting married. Yeah. The conservative movement, at least the modern one, has a real big pedo problem on their hands. And do you know what helps stop children from being preyed on sexually? Comprehensive sex education. Which is why I personally think that they're going after it. All of it. Not just comprehensive sex ed, but also the abstinence only. That said, there are groups out there that aren't, and for, you know, the pun here, they're not taking this lying down. Of course. Coalition of organizations that include Planned Parenthood of the Heartland, the Sexuality Information and Education Council, Hennepin County in Minnesota, and King County in Washington, they all sat down in a DC courtroom to sue this administration, arguing that HHS is forcing grantees to use, in their words, non-evidence-based curricula that exclusively promotes abstinence only before marriage, along with ideologically driven, medically inaccurate information, including misinformation regarding contraception. HHS defense in that filing was that the groups suing have only suffered transient economic harm and that Congress never technically required comprehensive sex ed. So cutting it isn't illegal, even if it wasn't required either. A federal judge already threw out a nearly identical attempt from the first Trump term. But they're running the sequel anyway. And this time, the shrapnel from it is landing on their own people. In Donald Trump's most recent budget request, the White House calls the entire program a pipeline of money to abortion clinics that promote radical leftist ideology. That includes Fact Forward, which has a faith advisory board. Healthy Future of Texas operates in the reddest cities in the reddest state in the country, or one of them. These groups are not leftist groups. I disagree with what they teach. Not because I'm morally outraged by, the abstinence only. No, it's because it don't work. That's it. There's no evidence of it. But anyway, this administration, they don't care if it works or not. They don't care about the facts. They don't care about who they're hurting, even if it's people on their own side. You know, I guess this is what happens when your ideology ends up eating the very infrastructure that was built to serve it. Yeah, exactly. Not only that, but the zero sex ed keeps kids more vulnerable to abuse, and we all know what side Republicans fall on that issue. Yes, exactly. And that's a program I went through where specifically framed sexual abuse as the fault of the victims. Of course. And that is the unfortunate reality. Okay, but anyway. We're going to move on to something a little bit more fun. Mike Pillow. All right. Mike Pillow just lost his Republican primary in Minnesota. And his first move after the votes came in was to cry election fraud, which means it's time for another episode of Pillow Talk.
God gave me this platform.
I want to talk to Mike Lindell.
I already know I'm going to win.
China did our vote. No, they're not lumpy pillows. Biden and Harris would say, hey, we're here to protect the country, and resign.
Mike Lindell's a conspiracy.
But you haven't.
Just forget about the evidence.
You're an asshole.
This was attacked.
Asshole.
I always love that. Okay. Mike Lindell ran for governor of Minnesota and then got his ass beat. Instead of conceding, of course, he started talking about voting irregularities and even demanding a recount that doesn't exist under Minnesota law, especially for a race this lopsided. With the vote counted, his opponent, Lisa DeMuth, was sitting on roughly 43.5%, while Lindell was in second, around 32.5%. I mean, that's concerning with how close that was, how much of a percentage he got. But still, Trump said Lindell deserved to win big, but instead he got crushed by 11 points. Look, this wasn't close. This wasn't exactly a squeaker here, but it was a loud rejection from the same Republican primary voters that he had spent years claiming he spoke for. Lindell's response, of course, was pure cope and seethe. Here he is, ranting on election night.
The AP calls the race with Lisa Dameth in the next half hour. Will you concede?
If who does?
If the AP calls the race.
What is the AP? The voters. What the AP? Why would I listen to the AP? There's 265,000 votes left to count. I'm down by 18,000 now. We just gained 5,000. I'm not going to give up this race until the votes are counted. That's nonsense.
Until all the votes are counted.
Until the votes are counted where I can't win. I mean, why would I call it now?
He also went on social media and told his people that, there were voting irregularities, then floated a recount, even though Minnesota only automatically recounts statewide primaries when the margin is under half a percentage point. This one is nowhere near that. Okay? He lost by 11 points. Oops. But of course, the man who built a media empire and on the idea that elections can't be trusted when he loses, now has lost an election and decided elections can't be trusted. Of course, as expected. Now, if you want to understand why Minnesota's Republican Party ran from him, well, you don't need a leftist to explain it, but here I am anyway. His own party chair, though, did the job for free first. So the Minnesota GOP chair had actually spent the primary openly trash-talking the lumpy pillow man. He said on the record that Lindell had carried some serious financial baggage, which he does, that he had delinquent property taxes, and that there were real questions about whether he even lived in Minnesota. Look, Lindell had been filing as a Texas resident. Those are pretty valid concerns. But aside from that, Lindell is also certifiably insane. Again, the guy, and I've talked about him very, very often on my channel. He's spent years turning himself in the face of the election denial movement, especially after 2020, insisting the machines are rigged, the votes were fake, and that any result that he didn't like was illegitimate. He held these hilarious cyber symposiums and pushed conspiracy theories and made election fraud basically his entire personality. And while that plays well with a certain demographic, you can't really count on that for a win. I mean, if you are one of those people who watches Mike Lindell, right, and believes everything that he says about the elections, that all the elections are rigged, then why the hell would you even want to vote? Well, it doesn't matter anyway. They're all rigged, so I'm not going to vote. And if that's the case, then Mike Pillow might have just become a victim of his own success. And I do use that word pretty loosely because this ain't a success. Okay. Look, at the end of the day, Lindell didn't just lose to the establishment candidate, the establishment Republican. He lost while carrying years of self-inflicted damage that even Republicans couldn't ignore. His company's a punchline. His legal fights, they piled up. While his finances, well, look, he talked about, I'm ruined. I have no money left. I am bankrupt. Maybe he's just hiding his money under the mattresses. I don't know. But he's the only one the only person that Mike Pillow can blame is the man who stares back at him in the mirror. So when Lumpy goes out and tells people that there's fraud or voting irregularities, what he's really asking people to believe is that the same voters who turned out for a Republican primary in Minnesota somehow ended up producing a dirty result against, I think, one of the most famous election fraud activists in the country. And that the fix was subtle enough to land him behind a much lesser known establishment Republican. To that I say, keep dreaming, Lumpy. Okay. He cries into each pillow before it's sold. Why are these pillows always wet coming out of the package? That's really weird. That's why they might also test positive for cocaine. I'm just saying. Just saying. Okay. Let's move to some more Republican cope. Brittany Boltonhouse had won Miss North Carolina USA back in June. But by August, she had lost the crown. Wait, how? What happened? Well, it turns out some old posts of hers had resurfaced. Showing her repeatedly, of course, using the N-word. And the organization that runs the pageant, well, they looked at that and the totality of the circumstances around it and decided to pull the crown. Naturally, her next move was to go all around the country on camera and say that the real reason that she lost her title wasn't because of racist posts. It's because they targeted me for being a conservative Christian with their cancel culture. Now, the problem for her is that the pageant had already went on the record to kill that excuse before she even finished making it. So Bolton House is, 27, and she runs some companies, flooring, I guess a flooring and turf company, I don't know. And per Ablaze Productions, the group that actually holds the state license for Miss North Carolina, USA, she was both the first married woman and the first woman of Honduran descent to hold the title. Now, let me just stop there and say that, yes, people of color can also be racist against each other. I know. There are some people out there that think that if you're a brown person or a black person, that you can't be racist against other people. I always thought that was pretty bizarre. You can be racist, you can be bigoted towards pretty much anybody. Now, the way that the United States, and trust me, I'm not going to spend too much time on this one, but basically what I look for when it comes to racism is there a power dynamic to it, right? So in the United States, for example, white people, we are the majority, okay? And we often have more wealth and more political power, okay? And so, generally, racism only goes one way in this country. White people towards everybody else, okay? And so that's generally how I tend to look at it. But there are people who can be bigoted and, yes, even racist towards other people of color. So that is a thing. And that's what's going on here. Brittany Bolton House, again, she is Honduran descent. And she's absolutely being racist towards another group of people. So, anyway, she was crowned June 28th and stripped of that crown on August 5th. Ablaze Productions said this decision had followed through a thorough review of recently surfaced information and added that this decision was not made lightly. Miss USA CEO Tom Broder backed this up in his own statement, saying this: "What was brought to us was not a single moment. It reflected conduct over an extended period of time. That is why this outcome was reached. And I stand behind it without qualification." That's a pretty strong statement. Okay. Broder said the organization does not tolerate racism, homophobia, transphobia, nor language that strips any person of their dignity, whoever they are. And then added that this is not a policy written for a press release. It's the floor of what it means to represent this brand. And then he said he had already seen Bolton House's forthcoming statement and described it as containing ownership, accountability, and apology. So hold on. Even the man who was stripping her title was willing to say publicly that her private response to these, to the posts, okay, and being stripped of the crown looked like real contrition. But then that statement didn't survive contact with the camera. 2 days later, when sitting down with the Carolina Journal, Bolton House said this: "I believe and think that I was stripped from my title because of my political stance and my belief system as a conservative Christian woman." She went on to call herself a God-fearing woman and said she wouldn't be judged for my past, framing the whole thing as a blessing in disguise. Sure. Ablaze Productions, of course, didn't let that stand. They put out a second statement clarifying that the decision was not based on Brittany Bolton House's political views, religious beliefs, or protected personal viewpoints, and said flat out that our organization includes people from various backgrounds, political views, personal beliefs, and values. We welcome and celebrate that. Basically, they're saying, yeah, nice try, but that's not what it was about. Look, here's the thing. I don't really care about the pageant or the crown. The reason I'm talking about it is this is what happens when getting caught becomes a marketing opportunity. I don't know if I actually coined this or not, but I call this the right-wing industrial grievance complex. Basically what happens is that they'll make a bunch of controversial posts. They'll come out later. And then when they're caught and people are outraged, they claim, oh, it's cancel culture. And then they profit. They go on the tour, the right-wing show circuit. I think now she's going to be more famous for being canceled than she would have by just keeping the crown. I mean, already she's had a Carolina Journal sit down. And then, of course, you've got people talking about her on Fox News, USA Today, ABC, NBC, more. There's an entire media ecosystem now that is focused on her. And every headline gets more reach if the frame is Christian woman loses pageant crown after old posts resurface. Or actually, Christian woman canceled for her faith instead of what actually happened. One of those headlines makes her look like a martyr. The other one just makes her look like somebody who said some pretty crappy things and then got caught. So that said, this media grievance tour, that's going to be a lot easier to do than what she plans on doing next. Because Bolton House's attorneys have already started calling the removal both wrongful and unjustified and have floated legal action. They're going to try to sue over this. Good luck with that. Okay, because Blaze Productions and Miss USA, they're private organizations. They're enforcing standards that they wrote into the agreements that title holders had signed. This is not a First Amendment case. This is a contract dispute over conduct clauses. And the organization already has Broder on the record explaining exactly what Bolton House agreed to represent when she took the crown. She ain't going to be winning this one. Okay. Oh, and speaking of winners, by the way, Mila Hadley, the first runner-up, she gets the crown now and heads to Miss USA instead. And near as I can tell, Hadley didn't need a persecution narrative to actually get there. She just said, thank you, and then went back to work. Look, at the end of the day, Bolton House, she is playing a very stupid game. And I think she's going to win a very stupid prize. Right-wing industrial grievance complex sounds like the title of the book I'd want to read. So there you go. All right, one last story for y'all. And that is, oh boy. A North Carolina community college trustee had written on Facebook that maybe the world needs a good purge. Well, that doesn't sound good. Well, thankfully, he went on to clarify what he meant. Maybe not thankfully, because what he said next was not good. He said that starvation was a natural consequence of not having enough productive people to feed everybody else. And within days of that post going viral, Kelly Louder was off the Stanley Community College Board of Trustees. His resignation was submitted to the board, and they accepted it. His name was scrubbed from the college website. And it's not because Redditors were mean to him, but because we have a man appointed to oversee a public campus who decided that unproductive people should starve, and then wrapped it in racial double standards, and then acted shocked when people didn't like the words that he had typed. Now, here's who this guy was before the comment section ate him alive. Kelly Louder had sat on the board of trustees at Stanley Community College in Albemarle, North Carolina, which is a board that helps run a public campus for working class students in a county that really needs the place. Now, under state law, half of the trustees get appointed by the North Carolina General Assembly. Louder's term would have ended in 2028. Now, he later told reporters that he was proud of 10 years of charitable service and that he'd chaired finance and facilities when the college built a new trades building. So understand that I'm giving you the context here because this ain't no, random person yelling into the void. He's not out there typing on Stormfront. Okay. No, this was a legislatively appointed public official with a gavel over facility money out there writing about who deserves to eat. Saying the N-word. He wrote that you can say that slur 15 times in a 3-minute rap song, but God forbid a white person lets one drop. He then hashtagged Shiloh Hendricks, the Minnesota woman convicted of disorderly conduct after directing a racial slur at an 8-year-old autistic child on a playground. Then he posted a photo pairing Hendricks with DeCarlos Brown Jr., who's a black man a federal judge had found incompetent to stand trial in a Charlotte light rail murder case, with text claiming that Hendricks was on trial for saying a word before DeCarlos Brown is for murder. Insane, he wrote. Look, that's already bad, but trust me, this is just a warm-up. Because after the racial resentment rant, Louder pivoted to economics, or what he thinks counts as economics, and he wrote that the number of people who can't or won't produce enough economic output to feed themselves has risen 5-fold in my lifetime, and then dropped a line that ended his board career. And it said, maybe the world needs a good purge. And when people read that the way any normal person would read it, he hopped into the comment section to try to clarify. Louder said, but by purge, he meant starvation as a natural consequence of not having enough productive individuals to feed all of the rest. So this is basically, nobody wants to work, so I guess they should starve. Oh, okay. And he said that while sitting on a board that is supposed to open their doors for the exact students a line like that treats as worthless eaters. Now, the Observer also has him in a follow-up comment saying that a lot of dumb people mistook what I said. Oh, okay. Oh, great. That's a really fascinating defense when your clarification is still calling for the mass starvation of the unproductive. And he went further with the racist stuff, too. He warned that if white people lose in the United States the way he implies they have in other countries, it would be really, really, really bad for everybody else. He is not making it difficult to figure out if he's racist or not. But let's look at all the evidence here. He said there's an N-word double standard. And then he, made a playground slur martyr cosplay, an incompetent to stand trial photo pair, white people must not lose, panic, and then a worldwide purge defined as starvation for people who are just not productive enough. Which, of course, that always gets pointed at non-white folks. Look, this is not a they took me out of context problem. That is the context. And so that post, of course, hit Reddit's r/North Carolina board. And it blew up from there. Dexter Townsend, Albemarle City Council member, a Stanley County NAACP member, and a Stanley Community College alumnus, he called these comments inappropriate and wrote the college president and actually wrote to college president John Enemate asking for his resignation, with the letter going to board chair Lisa Burris. Louder's move was an attempt at damage control, but it didn't work. He messaged NC Newsline and said that he was resigning because the media attention was a distraction to the college, and that his post had nothing to do with either education or the college, and that the basement dwellers from Reddit, they just found a way to be offended so they could attack me. Basement dwellers. Oh. So just for reading the very words that he decided he would put out into the world. Nobody forced him to say those things. On Thursday, the board held a called meeting and accepted his resignation. And by Friday, his name was gone from the trustee list on the college website. College spokeswoman Jennifer Aries put out a standard institutional statement saying that, individual trustees only speak through collective board action. Personal posts don't represent the college. The state system office said that local boards govern themselves and trusted Stanley's leadership to act for their students. Okay. All right. Now, Louder, before the door hit him on his ass, decided he was going to reach for one last defense in his racist accusation kit. He had bragged that while acting as finance chair, he had recommended awarding the trades facility contract to Walter B. Davis, a Charlotte firm that marketed itself as a 100% minority-owned contractor, and said, to suggest that I'm racist is preposterous. So if your cleanup argument is, hey, look, I once steered a public contract to a minority-owned firm, and therefore the purge and Star Post is absolutely fine, you're not clearing your name. Okay, you're basically saying, look, hey, there's some good blacks. Look, I helped the good ones. They're not like the rest of them, though. Oh, and that's supposed to make it better? No, it makes it worse. Look, at the end of the day, these community colleges, they're where people go when they're prepping for a four-year path, or when they want to learn a skilled trade, or when they're one certificate away from being able to get a job that pays the bills. They're a good thing. Now, Stanley sits in an area commenters themselves had called a place of real need. The students walking those halls are exactly the population a trustee had sorted into productive and should be purged. And look, he didn't have to get elected by this community to be able to sit into that seat. As I mentioned, lawmakers put him there. And the ones who did, they suddenly have nothing to say. Real quiet about that. This man held finance leverage over buildings named for opportunity, and then hopped on Facebook to daydream about who should starve when he believes their economic output was good enough. That's not edgy truth-telling. That is eugenics. There is no universe where maybe the world needs a good purge, followed by, starvation for the unproductive, is something that anybody should be saying, especially in a public forum. And then that same person expects not to get his ass lit up by the internet, which is why he resigned, citing distraction, instead of trying to defend the substance of the merit on the merits, because there are no merits. And that's why the board accepted it the same day. The purge guy ended up purging himself from a job. How ironic. Ironic that the man who asked who deserves to eat just found out who doesn't get to keep their seat. That's all I got today. Thank you for watching. Make sure to check out my channel. That's the Logical Leftist over on YouTube. Also, Waldorf Nation on Facebook. All that stuff. Thank you again. Please like and share the stream. Coming up next, Fville. We're already here.
Hi. Is this thing on? Testing. Testing. Are we live? Am I live? Are we live right now? Are we live? Are we live? Just anybody? All right. Today, doing a show today. I'm a little discombobulated today. I was stressed out for the last 5 minutes. You ever realize it's like, oh shit, it's 2:56. Time to get ready to do your show that you totally forgot about, and then you're running around the house for like 3.5 minutes, and then now you're here to do the show, and then now you're a little tired, you're a little exhausted, from all the running around, right? So anyway, hello and welcome to my show. Today we'll be talking about some very important stuff. Very important stuff. Well, I mean, usually on this show I talk about very important stuff. I like to pride myself on being the important stuff presenter of this space, the one and only. I'm taking my socks off right now because my feet are warm. So today I would like to start off our show by once again talking about this guy, Donald Trump. I know I end up talking about this guy like seemingly, it feels like every single day of my life I end up talking about this guy. But either way, Donald Trump is number one, still alive. So that's great. That's wonderful. Is as not evident by this photograph here. He does not look still alive in this photograph, but he is. Donald Trump over the last week has been taking a lot of L's, as the children like to say. Iran announced over the weekend that they're not going to really even talk about or discuss in any way, shape, or form opening the Hormuz Strait until Donald Trump is out of office. They released a statement basically saying, yeah, we'll talk to the next guy. Now, think about if you live in Japan right now, right? Just think about it. You just elected a fascist to be your prime minister because you have a low IQ and you're in Japan. And now the fascist, because they agree with Donald Trump, is crashing the Japanese economy, right? The Japanese economy is in free fall. You're fucked. You can barely afford energy or whatever the fuck is going on there. And then Iran says all of your worries will be over once Donald Trump leaves office. Now, hey, if I'm living in Japan, I don't know, man. They're really creative in Japan, right? So who knows what's going on. Now imagine you're living in somewhere like, South Korea, right? Which is basically just a vassal state for the United States. But not like a vassal state that like gets anything. The United States doesn't really take care of their vassal states unless it's Saudi Arabia, maybe or Qatar or whatever. But imagine you're in South Korea and there's and there's an energy crisis, and there's a depression going on. And then Iran just says, hey, we will open the strait. All of your economic worries will go away once Donald Trump leaves office. Now, imagine, right? You are literally anybody in Europe who has had a family member die because of this heat wave. And you can't afford to cool them down because energy prices are sky high. And then Iran just says to the world, the Hormuz Strait will be open once Donald Trump leaves office. Now we live in a crazy time. All kinds of shit's going on nowadays. So I'm out there thinking I unfortunately was born inside via birthright citizenship or whatever. I mean, I was born here in the United States. So I see the world differently, right? I see the world differently than somebody who has not voted against Donald Trump 3 times. I see the world differently because I am in this republic. I feel like I have a stake in the republic. I really don't, but I feel like I vote, But if someone lives in Japan and their market is in free fall because some fucking burger muncher on the other side of the world voted for a fucking pedophile, I'd be pretty pissed, Someone else over there, some burger muncher, votes for Donald Trump, who is also a burger muncher, and now my Japanese yen has hit 0. Like, they voted for their own burger muncher, so who knows? Burger muncher just means fascist at this point. I don't know. But either way, my point being is Iran is telling the world that the economic depression that is affecting every country on earth will magically go away once Donald Trump leaves office. I don't know, man. I'm just saying we got a lot, you show me the incentive structure and I will just tell you the behavior that is going to be a result. If Iran is telling everyone, hey, buddy, you'll be able to drive for fun again. Remember, you used to just drive a car for fun. You'll be able to do that again once Donald Trump is out of office. So Donald Trump has not been doing well with his negotiating. I mean, does anyone... Okay, let's talk about this for a moment. This whole Iran war, Donald Trump one day says that he's going to destroy an entire civilization will die tonight. That's one day. Then the next day it's, I like these guys. These guys are great. Then it's the next day of, I will kill them all. Then the next day it's like, well, we're close to a deal. Then the next day he's like, we are going to murder everyone on the planet. And then the next day, he's fucking hiding and fucking, did you see that shit where he had to do a decoy jet or whatever because he thought Iranians were gonna fucking kill him or some shit? I don't know what's going on, man. But my point being is Iran is telling the world once Donald Trump is gone, all of the economic problems you're facing will go away. Now, sure, there's going to be a lag effect. If they opened up the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to take 2 years to get back to normal. But the point is, Iran is telling the world Donald Trump is the only guy standing in the way of the Hormuz Strait being open. So, shout outs to Iran. I think they, they hired recently, I think it was a couple months ago, 3-4 months ago. This war has been going on for so long, by the way. Remember this 2-week war? This has been going on for so long, I'm kind of losing track of time. But I think it was 3 or 4 months ago from this point. So 2 months into the war, they hired a team of psychology experts. People that have expert, degrees in bipolar disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, malignant narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, all these disorders, and then as soon as they hired this team, it seems that Donald Trump has been losing. I mean, he's been losing since they bombed the girls' school February 28th. But it really, since they hired that team of psychologists, it's not looking good for Donald Trump. So again, everybody needs to know, if you want your gas prices to go down, all you need to do is have Donald Trump no longer be in office as the president of the United States. So, hey, I don't know, man. Iran's telling the world something. Will the world listen? Probably not. But either way, we're going to be stuck in a situation. You saw, I think recently, I don't know if you saw this, but I saw it. Was it Scott Besson? I think. Maybe it was someone else. I think it was Scott Besson. I get some of these guys confused. They all kind of look the same. They're all old white men. But either way, I was talking about how we don't even need the Strait of Hormuz to be open because we got pipelines. Yeah, we're going to start building pipelines in Iraq or whatever. Oh, and then someone was asking, how long is that going to take? Oh, 10 years. We don't need to open the Strait of Hormuz because we will build a pipeline in 10 years from now. So that's the time frame that these guys are looking at. They're looking at 10 years before gas prices go below $5 a fucking gallon or whatever it is. I don't fucking drive. What are you people driving your car to work every day? What the fuck? I mean, get a different job, work from home. I don't know. It seems like a skill issue. If you're driving a car to work, it seems kind of stupid. But either way, whatever. My point all being that Donald Trump, the moment he leaves office, things will be getting a lot better or worse. I mean, it depends on how that happens, I guess. But hey, it depends on, is it JD Vance marching in there, or is it a President AOC, for example? She's running, right? Is that happening? All right. Donald Trump once again. All right, let's talk about our next segment. This is a segment change. This is a segment. Well, that was a segment. Now we're going into another segment. So today on my show, I would like to talk about Donald Trump, who launched an invasion of Greenland over the weekend. Has anyone seen this? Donald Trump invaded Greenland over the weekend. A Donald Trump henchman that started a company, a Texas oil company, right, by the name of, check this out. What do you think this Texas-based oil company, what do you think their name is? Anyone out there, do you know? If you know, keep it a secret for a second. What could it be called? Like, you know, Big Hat Oil, you know, child rape oil. Like, it's a Trump-linked oil company from Texas. What could it be called? Epstein Oil. You know, kill all the babies oil, abortion bounty hunter oil. What? No, it's actually, think about it. Think real hard. What could the name be? Maybe it's energy. Maybe it's, you know, it could be, kill all the trans people energy. It could be, any one of those things. The power grid failure energy. It's actually called Greenland Energy. Yeah, that's the name of this Texas oil company. It's called Greenland Energy. So they marched on into Greenland. They got these it was like a secret mission or whatever. They brought this drilling equipment into Greenland. Now imagine, let's just imagine for a second, you have a private island, right? Let's just play a little game here. All right, you have a private, let's imagine our world, instead of continents, it's a giant archipelago, right? Everyone has their own private island, and we all have boats to go from island to island. Imagine your island is your house, right? You have a lawn, you got a house. All right, just imagine for a moment. Then some guy starts bringing a bunch of drilling equipment onto your island, and then you say, oh, obviously you're mistaken. I know all of our islands are seemingly identical. Actually, I did not give you permission to come here and drill. This is my island. I understand it's probably a mistake, you know, but this is actually not the drilling location. And then this guy is like, I don't care what you say. And then they start drilling. That's what's happening in Greenland. They're fucking drilling for oil. Well, not yet. They're setting up the drilling equipment. They've invaded Greenland. Is anyone talking about motherfucking Greenland? No one gives a fuck about Greenland, okay? Nobody gives a fuck. We're talking about AOC freezing her eggs or whatever the fuck. We're talking about fucking some other bull-ass fucking shit. Now, I got a lot to say about that. Don't you worry. But, you know, what is the world talking? We're talking about fucking sports games and fucking what's on TV next week, instead of the fact that Donald Trump just invaded Greenland. As if this war with Iran, the war with Venezuela, the war with fucking Somalia, Ecuador, fucking, Cuba, what else are they going? As if all of these other wars are not enough. Now the invasion of Greenland has begun. And you know what? I gotta say, I gotta give him points for creativity, because they could have just brought the military into Greenland, but they didn't. They did not do that. They brought an oil company into Greenland. And they're like, hey, Greenland, what are you going to do? Shoot our oil company? What are you going to shoot the guys working on the drills? Right? These are non-combatants, right? So Greenland is kind of thinking, like, what the fuck do we do here? But you know what? If there's one thing I like about Texas, it's they've got this doctrine where if someone steps foot on your property and you tell them to leave, you're allowed to shoot that motherfucker in the face dead. If they step on your lawn and you say, get off my lawn, and they refuse, you are allowed, I'm pretty sure that's still in the book. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but you're allowed to blow their fucking face off with a double-barrel shotgun. So I think we can, as long as we're talking about Texan energy, I think as long as we're talking about the energy of Texas, I think that Greenland needs to take a note from Texas. If a Texas company is going to call itself Greenland Energy, I think Greenland should start a company called Texas Energy, and they should be bringing their shotguns. That's all I'm saying. But either way, the Greenland invasion has begun. So, you know, that's cool. I love Greenland. I'm doing a show today. Today is the day of which I do a show. Today is Wednesday. Wednesday is a day that exists. And I do a show on Wednesday. And that show is called Welcome to Fuckville. You're currently watching it. There are other shows on this space. I know a lot of people, they only tune in for my show. They have an alert, you know, on this space. It's 2:59. Let's turn on this space. And then as soon as my show is over, everyone leaves. This is how I imagine the world. But you should subscribe to this space. You should watch our other shows. We're going to be having some new shows on this space pretty soon. We're going to be doing some more stuff here on this space Industries. So check that out. Tell your buddies, tell your pals. And just real quick, I'm going to actually take a moment to pray. I like praying. And by that, I mean, I got to pee. I'll be right back. But we have a commercial break. Check it out. Hi. We here at This Space Industrial Studios and Conglomerations would like to lend our support to the latest holiday, that is Autism Invisibility Day. A lot of people are celebrating Autism Visibility Day, but frankly, I think we've had enough. So let us all take a moment and celebrate Autism Invisibility Day. Hello, I've returned. I am freshly urinated. I have freshly exited the urination station, as you may have heard it be referred to in the past. I know Canadians, they say washroom. Americans say bathroom. You know, the Brits, they say the loo. I call it the urination station or the defecation station, but that's I like to do those in different rooms. I actually have two bathrooms. One's for peeing, one's for pooping. I don't make the rules. Call me whatever you want. Only pee in one, only poop in the other. It's called hygiene. All right, motherfucker. So get yourself a separate station for that. But either way, we're doing a show today. Let's talk about this. The Wisconsin primary not looking so good. In fact, it's actually not looking good at all. In fact, it's actually pretty bad. Francesca Hong was running on basically burning every data center to the ground. That was her campaign, basically. Let us destroy all these data centers, right? But turns out she lost. Actually, the Wisconsin voters love data centers. Okay. Now, some people are going to say it's because Francesca Hong had like a bad interview or whatever where someone asked her about Thanksgiving. Who gives a fuck? Some people are going to say it's about Bernie and AOC snubbing her or whatever because it's a governor's race and they don't get involved in governor's races except for the ones that they do get involved in. Whatever. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the reason Francesca Hong lost the election is because the voters in Wisconsin are fucking stupid. Hey, am I allowed to say that? Am I allowed? There's always people trying to blame somebody else, blame this random politician, blame the governor for endorsing, blame this guy for not endorsing. How about we blame the voters for being really fucking stupid? Like, the voters, the other guy, what was his name? Crowley. AOC should have endorsed Francesca Hong just because Francesca Hong's running against a man named Crowley. Just for that alone. Okay, just for that alone, AOC should have endorsed. And campaigned with that bitch. But either way, so this guy Crowley recently, like, as in like 3 or 4 days ago, I saw this clip. I don't know when it like an interview happened where he was asked about data centers because Francesca Hong's entire campaign is we need to burn them all to the ground, right? And this other guy Crowley was like, well, some people like data centers. We need to look at all sides of this issue. The Wisconsin population of Democrats voted for the pro data center guy. Like, what the fuck? What? Now, a lot of people are going to say, oh, Francesca Hong is not white. So, you know, Americans love white people, but the other guy's black. So, you know, that doesn't work. A lot of people are going to say it's because you know, she was against Thanksgiving or whatever. I mean, everyone who's ever worked in a restaurant ever is against Thanksgiving. I mean, so that's not really, who gives a fuck about that? I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Wisconsin Democratic voters are fucking stupid, okay? We need to have a conversation about how 90% of human beings, right, are dumber than dog shit and worthless fucking garbage. All right? Maybe you disagree. Maybe you think it's 80%. Maybe you think it's 70%. Maybe you're one of those fucking morons that thinks all life is sacred. Yeah, all human beings have value. One of those fucking like tree hugger motherfuckers, right? I personally think 90% of human beings are worthless fucking garbage. They're cattle. They're livestock, right? They're fucking computer programs. They're just going to do whatever the fuck people tell them to, right? So the idea you have an election, right? Moratorium on data centers versus, well, I actually like data centers. And people voted for the guy who likes data centers. I'm going to say, like, we're talking about a population that does not deserve. They don't deserve to be saved. Ultimately, they do not deserve to be saved. Now, Francesca Hong, maybe she could have campaigned better. Maybe she could have spent more on TV ads instead of fucking campaigning with Hassan Piker on streams or whatever the fuck. Maybe it would have worked. But why would TV ads do better than streaming with Hassan Piker? Because people will I know that I'm like 30 years old and I don't even have a cable subscription, but there are people that literally their entire life is they go to work at a shitty fucking job, they go home, they drink beer, and they watch TV until they fall asleep. That is still like a solid 20 to 30% of America. Maybe some other people, they watch Twitch drinking beer until they fall asleep. Maybe some other people, they watch YouTube, whatever. But there's still like a solid 20 to 30%, like boomers, whatever, that their entire life revolves around coming home from work and putting on the TV and sitting in a chair until they fucking pass out, okay? Maybe their bitch-ass wife will cook them a fucking Hungry Man or whatever the fuck if they're lucky. But that is how most people live. Why? Because they're worthless. They're worthless, okay? They're disgusting fucking gremlins. And these are people that just they're like bacterium reacting to a stimuli. You know, like reacting to photons, you know, like light. Let me go toward the light. How about you go toward the light, you know, the other kind of light, motherfucker, and get the hell out of our way. You know what I'm saying? Right. So again, most human beings are cattle. They're non-thinking, you know, homunculus motherfuckers. All right. So maybe TV ads would have done it. Maybe not. All we need to do is we need to have a broader reckoning, I think, on the left. I think this is a big thing that leftists refuse to acknowledge. We need to acknowledge that most voters are worthless fucking scumbags, all right? They're disgusting, unwashed, both and morally, ethically, and probably physically fucking scumbags, all right? Anybody that voted for anyone other than Francesca Hong, I don't give a fuck about your opinion on whatever the fuck. Oh, blah, 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 electability, whatever the fuck. You are a worthless fucking automaton. You have no inner monologue. there's apparently the study that says only like 30% of people even have an inner monologue. So I don't know, maybe that's not an insult, but either way, maybe that is an example of what I'm talking about. Who knows? But either way, I'm just saying, man, this shit is crazy, right? Now, I want to talk about, I want to talk about also what people are saying in that poly market, in these prediction markets. Kalshi, I thought Kalshi was like a breakfast cereal. Am I wrong? Like, people are talking about these, I know about poly market, but what the fuck? Why is a breakfast cereal company like getting into fucking prediction markets? What the fuck's going on here, man? Like, fucking, I'm trying to eat some oatmeal for breakfast, and now you're having me bet on politics? I don't know what the fuck's going on. But either way, so this like oatmeal fucking breakfast cereal company and poly market, they had these markets for who would win the primary. And it was like 95% Francesca Hong or whatever because of polling. And that's all people bet on is polling. All right. Now, I personally, I love prediction markets. I don't use them. I used to use them a little bit. And I stopped using them because they're all rigged and it's not as fun when it's rigged. All right. But I love the idea of prediction markets. I love gambling in general. I just want to say, maybe it's unpopular. I am pro gambling. I love gambling. I love being able to gamble. I love gambling on stupid stuff. I love gambling on like the other day I was gambling on like, some crazy ass shit. Like, I'm a degenerate gambler. Okay. I will gamble on like how many fucking cars are going to make a wrong turn and drive down the street that I live on and then turn around or whatever. Like, that's the shit that I gamble on. I gamble on, the minutes of rain that we're going to be having. Oh, it's going to rain today. Let's start gambling. Okay, so I love gambling, okay? I just want to say I love gambling. But a lot of these companies, these media companies, are using prediction markets to, like, replace polling, all right? And this has resulted in, like, a scenario where polls are underfunded, and so they're more poorly run. And also, let's be honest, state polling in state primary races is never going to be as accurate as something like a 50-state poll on a presidential election, right? There's just less resources, right? So when you have poll after poll after poll showing Francesca Hong at 40%, which, by the way, what did she get in the election? 40%. But all the other polls were saying that the other guy had like 25% or like 20% or 15%. And so I don't know, man. Like, the idea that you are going to make a gamble based on polls, like given the polling in this country, I don't know, man. That's some low IQ material right there, if I'm allowed to say so myself, right? So we have this situation where like CNN partnered up with this breakfast cereal company, and they like do prediction markets in replacement of polling. So when they do these TV broadcasts, they say Francesca Hong's got a 95% of winning or whatever the fuck, 95% chance of winning. What does that even mean, by the way? What does it mean to have a 95% chance of winning? What is it based on? It's based on these polls that no one knows. Like, not only are the polls suspect, and they are, but nobody knows how to read a poll. All right. I looked at the polls of Wisconsin, and I saw the same thing. Francesca Hong's 20 points above the nearest, challenger or whatever. But that's the same shit that I've seen, like Bernie Sanders in 2020 was polling way above anyone else, but he was also only polling at like 38%. And then Joe Biden and Pete whatever the fuck and Kamala whatever the fuck, they were all competing over like 5-10% and then, whatever. Right? So again, if Francesca Hong was consistently polling at like, the 40% range, which I did see most polls, she was polling at 40%. It was never in the bag. It was never in the bag. Okay. Unless somebody is consistently polling above 55% margin of error, if they are consistently polling above 55%, I would argue that maybe that is grounds for like an 80% chance of winning. Like, I'm just saying, I am a degenerate gambler, all right? But I gamble the old-fashioned way, all right? Not that prediction market bullshit. Let the market decide. No, motherfucker. I'm going to study that, and I'm going to give you some preset odds. All right. I'm going to give you, if you want to bet with me, if you want me to be your bookie, all right, I'm not giving you 95% on Francesca Hong because she got 40% in the poll. I'm giving you 80%. I'm giving you 75%, maybe, if she has like 50% in a poll, right? Like, so again, that's the other problem with these prediction markets is anyone who's a real gambler like myself and any out there that if you're watching this and you're a real gambler, no, not one of those fucking normie trend follower gamblers that like bets $10 on their sports app when they watch basketball or whatever the fuck. Not those low IQ numpty mumpties, all right? We're talking about the real gamblers. The gamblers that, have you ever gone all in? You ever go all in on something? I've gone all in before. I've bet my entire net worth on things before. It's gone poorly. It's gone really well, right? So any good gambler out there knows, any real gambler knows that these prediction markets are bogus and they should not be used as any, like they're not prediction markets. Even calling them prediction markets is a misnomer because they're not predicting anything, right? Like you could say maybe they're outcome markets or just like a betting, like a political betting market. Like, you know, they have sports betting, politics betting, but to call them prediction markets to me, it's like these people have never gambled. They don't know how to gamble. They don't know anything about what they're talking about. And they're probably taking money from Polymarket or that breakfast cereal company that produces oatmeal cereal or whatever the fuck. But I've had the Calci cereal before. It's pretty good. You know, like 10 years ago. I don't know if they're still, I guess they're in the Polymarket business now. I don't know what they do. But either way, you know, people do not know how to discuss prediction markets as they're called. And I see a lot of the discourse on them to be, frankly, really lacking. And a lot of the left just says, oh, all cryptocurrency is a scam. It's all a scam. And they shut their brains off because they're dumb as shit. They don't understand how gambling is cool, actually. I love gambling is awesome, okay? If you want to be a leftist and you're running against gambling, I'm going to say, I will not vote for you. I love gambling, all right? But people fundamentally don't know how gambling works. They don't know how these markets work. And these markets have been infusing a lot of money into places like CNN, the Young Turks. They got those sponsorships if people watch that shit anymore, you know, so a lot. And then I see like a lot of these like right-wing podcasts like Piers Morgan or whatever. You ever see clips of them talking about, you know, the fucking Polymarket commercials or whatever the fuck? This whole ecosystem has been fucking tainted with this money. And they're giving money to people who don't know how these fucking websites work. They've never studied them. They don't know how gambling works. They maybe have read about gambling addiction in a book one time. Maybe if that, maybe they've seen Breaking Bad or whatever. It's like, you know, they don't understand any of this fucking shit. They don't know what the fuck's going on. And that's how you get people thinking Francesca Hong had a 95% chance of winning. How many people, by the way, stayed home because they thought Francesca Hong had a 95% chance of winning? Maybe. How many decisions that the Hong campaign made were made with the idea that they had a 95% chance of winning in mind. You know, like that's why if you are running a campaign, you always have to be running a campaign as if you have a 1% chance of winning, and you have to have that in mind, right? So I just want to say, I think a lot of the discourse on this election was a little bit lackluster. I also want to say, I didn't say anything about this election before this happened, right? So I kept my mouth shut. You cannot verify anything I'm saying right now by looking at my previous conversations about it because I didn't talk about this election. I don't live in Wisconsin. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Sometimes I talk about these elections when they happen, after they happen, like, you know, fucking Abdul El Sayed. That was a close election. That was interesting to talk about. But again, I don't fucking care about that shit. I don't live there. But I'm going to talk about it after the fact so that I can get some clicks on the internet. So Francesca Hong has failed. Unless there's a recount, I'm going to say go for the recount. Let me talk about this. I think if an election is within 2%, a recount should be mandatory and automatic. I'm just going to put that out there. Abdul El Sayed versus Haley Stevens, that needs a recount. All right. Crowley versus Hong, that needs a recount. Any election that is less than 2% needs a recount. Automatic, not even a question. Like, what is this whole idea about how if you ask for a recount, you're seen as a sore loser or whatever the fuck? Right? That's how we got George W. Bush. Al Gore won the 2000 election, and then they flubbed on the recount bullshit, and then they stole the election from him. He won. These fucking press the press reporters went in after this official recount or whatever was decided it wasn't allowed to happen. Then they did an unofficial recount. They found out Al Gore won the election, right? So, like, I mean, like, I don't know, man. I think recounts, like this idea that, oh, you're a sore loser or whatever the fuck, they should be baked into the system. They should be automatic. If that shit is like decided by 0.1%, a 0.5%, you know, recount that bitch. I don't know. I mean, that seems obvious to me, but whatever. There you go. Oh. Oh, man. I love cold seltzer. I love a nice cold seltzer. I'm going to take another sip. Check this out. Nice cold seltzer. This brand, which I do not endorse, though I do purchase it sometimes, they changed their logo recently, and it really I'm struggling. I'm struggling with this. Like, what the fuck? They changed not just the logo, but the whole layout of the can. It looks different. It looks like another brand of seltzer that I buy frequently. So, what the fuck is going on? Why are all these brands changing their logos, changing their layouts? Oh, does anyone remember, by the way, just a quick aside, does anyone remember 12 packs? Anyone? Does anyone remember 12 packs? I remember 12 packs. Do you remember 12 packs? Remember you used to buy a pack of cans and they had 12 in one pack. So they put 12 cans and they surrounded it with cardboard, right? Does anyone remember that? What's with these 8-packs? They skipped 10. They skipped 11, 10, and 9. I can understand skipping 9 and 11, but what about 10? All right, 9, 11 brings back memories. We don't want to think about it. I get that. But where's the 10-pack? Why do we go straight to the 8-pack in this shrinkflation business? What happened to the fucking 10-pack? What's going on here, man? What the fuck? Okay? I'm pissed. All right. Let me get this shit out of here. All right. Time to get my statement out there. So we're talking. This is where the, start here. So on my show, I love talking about important subjects. Things with grave importance, consequential for the whole planet. Climate change, pandemics, war, pedophile rape cults, that are in control of the White House, for example. We talk about a lot of important stuff on this show, but once in a while, I feel a yearning to talk about stuff that outweighs that level, like, the health of our ecosystem. What could possibly be more important? Well, obviously, I am referring to AOC freezing her eggs. So AOC has been releasing a series of fetish content films on her, I think it's Instagram, if I'm correct. She's gotten into the world of fetish content. And now, as somebody who intends on voting for AOC in 2028, I want to say this turn of getting into fetish content on Instagram, that's probably going to help. All right, if Kamala Harris were to have done more fetish content in 2024, I believe possibly she would be president right now. So again, AOC starting out with the fetish content. She's showing out, injecting herself or whatever. Maybe it's the opposite of an injection. I don't know what's the opposite of an injection, an outjection. I don't know, man. They have a word for that. Anyway, she's freezing her eggs because she might want to get pregnant in the future. Okay, so first off the rip, all of the discourse on this that I have seen has been very, very disappointing. All right, and I'm going to give you a serious, this is a serious conversation here. What is AOC? She's like 36 years old, 37, something in that range, right? She's going to run for president. I hope so. I hope she runs for president. I'm going to be honest with you. Now or never, bitch. Run for president or just shit or get off the pot, all right? But And I also just want to say, I agree with the idea that she's doing this fetish content of injecting herself, you know, with random substances or whatever, like showing her belly flab or whatever. I think that that gets votes. I really do. I think if you want to have a woman run for president and she does fetish content like this, I think that that will get votes. I think you will absolutely, what swung the 2024 election? A lot of people love to talk about Gen Z, young men. Young men are going to vote in droves for someone like AOC who's producing this kind of fetish content. I'm just being honest with you. So it's a good thing from a marketing, from a promotional, from a presidential standpoint. I am pro her making this kind of fetish material. But this is fetish material. Can we be honest here? You know, I've seen a lot of people discuss this as if this is a normal thing. This is fucking weird. Fucking fetish, kink, fucking sexual, fucking grotesque. Like, maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm a strange person. But, like, why are you telling the internet about your fucking fertility? Like, that's weird, right? Like, that's fucking weird, right? Like, that's weird. There's something weird about that. Now, we can argue that maybe it's beneficial to get the Gen Z young men to vote for AOC by posting fetish content. So we can argue like whether or not it's strategic to post fetish content, but I will not argue whether or not this is fetish content because this is motherfucking goddamn fetish content. That's what this is. Look at this. I mean, this is a still image. Does this not look like fetish content to you? I have had to scroll through the fucking internet. I'm being forced. You know, I'm in like the Clockwork Orange machine, all right? You know, they're forcing me to scroll. And I'm seeing this fucking photo, and people are seriously arguing that this is not weird and that there is nothing wrong with this, and it is totally normal to post videos of yourself fucking like, I don't even really know what this device is. Like, is it like a plunger? Is it plunging the eggs out of her fucking ovaries or whatever the fuck? I don't know like what that device is. It's kind of fucking disgusting, and like put your belly flab away. That's how I feel. That's my personal opinion, okay? But people are out there saying that this is a totally normal thing. This idea that you can inject like a steel rod into your flesh and pull out your reproductive cells and then put them in a freezer so that you can like because like your eggs degrade over time. Or so, like, okay, just think about this. Like, this is weird shit. Okay, this is some sci-fi fucking freak show shit. So you put a steel beam, a rod, a beam of steel into your flesh, and you fucking rip out reproductive cells, and you put them in like a box, and you store them in the back of the fridge. Okay. Okay, so you store these reproductive organs, skin, cell, whatever it is, in the back of the fridge. So that when you're 47, you take your 37-year-old egg cell out of the back of the fridge, and then you put it into another metal rod of which you then jam into your body, and then you put the 37-year-old egg into your 47-year-old body so that you can become pregnant and then give birth as a 48-year-old. That shit is fucking weird. That is weird. I'm sorry, man. We need a complete and total shutdown on whatever the fuck this fucking shit is. Freezing your eggs should be banned. Donating sperm should be banned. In vitro fertilization should be banned. Surrogacy should be banned. We need a complete and total shutdown on all procreation until we can figure out what the hell is going on with our human race, all right? This idea, okay, that it's totally normal and in fact it's morally good or whatever to have kids when a fucking pedophile rapist is in fucking charge of the federal government. Hey, at least AOC, she's deciding maybe I'll have kids after we get rid of the pedophile rapist, so maybe there's some foresight there. But either way, okay, this idea that having kids is so normalized that we need to be doing this freak show science experiment gone wrong bullshit because it's like, if you haven't had a kid by the time you're 40 and you're worried that your eggs are going to have a birth defect or whatever, guess what? It's over. Don't have a kid. Having a kid is not that big of a deal. Like, why do these people treat this fucking shit like it's so sacred? Oh, I might want to have a kid that looks like me in 10 years from now, so I'm going to freeze my fucking reproductive organ in the back of a fridge somewhere. That's fucking weird, okay? That is fucking weird. Now, there's this fucking like billionaire guy that goes online, right? This I'm gonna live forever billionaire guy, right? People love making fun of him because he has like he fucking stores his son's blood in like a blood bank or whatever, and he like injects his son's blood inside of his body or whatever to live younger. Now that's weird. I'm not gonna debate with you. But I'm going to be honest with you, that is way less weird than whatever the fuck this shit is, okay? That is way less weird. That is actually borderline normal in comparison to whatever the fuck this shit is. And I am sick and tired of being around leftists and having to pretend like fucking IVF is a virtue or freezing eggs is a virtue or surrogates are a virtue. This fucking shit is creepy and fucking gross. Surrogacy is a fucking creepy fucking grotesque fuck. Like, what is she gonna do? Oh, she's 50 years old and she wants to have a kid? Or she's going to inject her frozen eggs into some other 20-year-old, probably someone from fucking, like, I don't know, a country that's fucking subservient to the United States, probably pay someone to carry around a child for them. Then once that person has birth, rip the child away from the mother and then say, hey, you live with me now. I mean, that's also really, 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 really fucking weird. Like, what are the options here? There is only room for badness. If someone is fucking plunging their fucking ovary in, or their fucking, their eggs, the ova, if they're plunging them out of their body, you know, there's only nefarious purposes there. Only nefarious purposes. There is no reason why anyone ever, for the history of all of our fucking lives combined and then forever into the future, there is never a reason why anyone should ever be having reproductive organs in the back of the fridge, okay? That is nefarious. That is malicious. And I'm going to be honest with you, children should not be around that kind of shit. I'm just being honest, okay? I do not believe that children should be born to surrogates. I do not believe that children should be born from fucking frozen eggs. I think that shit is creepy. It is a sexual fetish, and it is gross. Now, may it be useful to win an election posting your fetish content on your fucking egg journey or whatever the fuck? That might be good if you want to win a presidential election. So again, when it comes to posting fetish content to win a presidential election, I'm all in favor of that, okay? But I am sick and tired of leftists pretending that any of this fucking shit is normal. Gay people? Oh, well, I support gay people, so I should have to support gay people having surrogate-funded children? Adopt, bitch. Oh, but gay people can't adopt as easily. Guess what? Don't go through adoption agencies. Like, I mean, what happened to just finding a kid whose fucking parents died on the sidewalk somewhere and say, hey, little Skippy, you want to fucking, I mean, hey, maybe it's weird. I don't know. But like, if you are gay and you think having a child is such a fucking fundamental part of your life that you're willing to fucking do a surrogate, some human science bullshit, fuck that shit. Just because I support gay people does not mean I support surrogates. I support adoption only. I want a complete and total shutdown on all procreation of any kind. In my opinion, if we had a 5-year ban on all procreation, I feel like we would be living in a utopia by the end of it. All right. If you told people that a prerequisite for procreation was not living in a country where there's a pedophile rapist in the White House, you know what they would do? Because people love they love having kids. They don't actually care about the kids. They don't care about raising them. They don't care about making sure they're safe. They love having kids and then seeing the kid, and that's like a representation of their sexual fetish or whatever the fuck. My kid looks like me, and that turns me on or whatever. I don't know. Like, fucking straight people are weird, okay? Even some gay people. Again, the gay people that inject their little sperms or whatever the fuck in someone else. That's fucking weird, okay? That's creepy. If we had a 5-year ban on all procreation, I think we would not have a pedophile in the White House. I think we would not be having a fucking climate apocalypse. I think if we were to just say, hey, buddy, you're not allowed to have a kid at all until we get our shit together, I think people would actually maybe be motivated to get our shit together. Or at the very least, we wouldn't be having kids while the climate apocalypse is going on. We wouldn't be having 3-year-olds to worry about while a pedophile is sending goon squads to everyone's fucking house to fucking steal their immigrants or whatever the fuck. And while we're talking about goon squads with AOC on the screen, again, I do think that this is a good move for her presidential ambitions. That said, I think the whole thing is a little weird. All right, so that is what I think about Alexandria. Is it Alexandra or Alexandria? One of them is a city in Egypt. Which one is it? Is it Alexandra? Fuck, what is her name? I don't know. Whatever. There you go. All right. I'm always in that awkward moment where, we got a couple minutes left, but I don't really know what to talk about. I could talk to the chat, but, ugh, I don't want to talk to the chat. But I will tell you all about this space. This space is it is a working class. I don't really have a job, but I guess we're working class. Other people have jobs here, so that's good for them. Media organization, I think, is an organization. And we have shows. We have people that do shows. Probably. I think people do shows. I don't know. Is anyone still streaming on here? Every time I watch this space, we're down another streamer. But we're going to be getting some more streamers on this space soon. We're in talks with a lot of people behind the scenes, adjacent to the scenes. Some of them are in front of the scenes, and you just don't know it yet. All right. So we will be getting a couple of new shows here on this space, and we will be sprucing up the format pretty soon here. And so look forward to that. We are going up and not down. A lot of people, they've been telling me in private that they're worried that this space is going down. And I got to tell them we're only going up. I would never go down. I don't even know how to go down. I'll be honest. Okay. I'm going up. And I think all of us are going up. And so, got some more show. I don't know what I'm talking about here, but we got some more shows coming up on this space in the next month or so. So look forward to that. Tell your buddies, tell your pals. Again, there are people that all their life is just going home, getting home from work, turning the TV on, sitting and watching the TV until they pass out. If we could somehow get them to watch this space until they pass out, that would be wonderful. So if you have a fucking boomer in your family, just, and they've got CNN or Fox News on speed dial, replace that speed dial with a little bit of this space. Put that shit on there. But there you go. Anyway, that's pretty much my show. I mean, I've got nothing else. I got I should probably have something else, but I don't really have much. So what else is in the news? I mean, Strait of Hormuz is in the news, but I already talked about that. Elections. Am I right, people? All right, elections. What else is in the news? Hassan Piker. He's in the news. That's all I got. All right, I'm back. You thought it was over. Actually, we still have 4 minutes left. And I would like to take these 4 minutes to just open up a news website and just see what's on the news. So Donald Trump has recently announced that we will keep the Strait of Hormuz. And so not only do we have the Strait of Hormuz, but we are going to keep it indefinitely. So that's great. An ICE agent was in the news recently for pointing a gun at someone's face and not killing them. And that's why it's in the news, because the ICE agent did not shoot them in the face, and that's newsworthy. So we got some news there. And so It seems that we got some diarrhea parasites going on. The diarrhea parasite, Cyclospora, has gone away from just Michigan. It's all nationwide now. There's some documented cases in Canada as well. And we've got some more novel viruses coming down the pike, so that's great. Apparently people buy chopped lettuce. They buy pre-chopped lettuce. And apparently they eat it, and it gives them diarrhea. So, that's great. We got some news that Donald Trump is he's very close to another agreement with Iran. This is in the news. I did not make this up. Donald Trump is in talks with Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. So that's great. I'm happy to that's happening, and the markets are closing in about half an hour, so get your trades in. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I will see you later.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Second time in a row that I forgot to take off my shield before I got started. Anyway, hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Wednesday afternoon. I don't care where you are, it's Wednesday afternoon. I hope everyone is doing well. So I just want to get right out of the gate with this because last week I was in a bit of a hyper mood. I was going through some like autistic, overwhelming emotions and stuff of that sort. And what I found out is, I don't know. I don't know. The communications I was having with somebody has, well, they haven't gotten back to me. And the longer I hear nothing, the more I think it is nothing that I came across. Because I also found out some other information which would make what I thought was the case to be very, very unlikely. So I don't think I have any big breaking news for my essay. And then I found something else. I'm like, oh, it's not as big as what the other thing was, but I'm thinking, this could be like really interesting for people to know, and on and on and on. And I spent hours researching it, putting together a bit, recording things, typing the script for it, all that sort of stuff. Better part of a day working on it. And then the next day, I'm like, you know what? Just going to do another deeper check, because the checks that I was doing wasn't finding anything. And then I did a deeper check. I'm like, oh, okay. If I posted it the way that I thought, I'd be wrong. The second one, which I will tell you about, is I have made the claim in my video essays that TYT has not done any fundraisers that doesn't directly benefit them. I might have to change that claim because I want to be accurate. because from the looks of it, there was a fundraiser they did in 2022 where they were raising money via GoFundMe to get water testing kits for Jackson, Mississippi after a really devastating flood. So there's a video of it on the impact page on TYT. And so it led me to the video. I watched the video and Jank was like congratulating his audience and stuff. Oh, we did it. We raised the money. And then here's the link and it's tyt.com/relief. But then when you do that, it redirects you to a GoFundMe page that had nothing about the Young Turks on it. Nothing. There were some videos linked to it. Nothing about the Young Turks. And so I'm like, did Jane just take credit for achieving the goal of a fundraiser on GoFundMe that all they did was a redirect link to? That was my initial assumption, because again, I went to the GoFundMe, couldn't find anything. I went to the website of the charity, couldn't find anything about TYT. So I'm thinking it looks really much like Jank was just taking credit and, congratulating his audience for chipping in and all that sort of stuff. For a GoFundMe, all they did was a redirect link. And I put together a nice little video montage and stuff about it. And I'm thought, yay, I'm going to do it. And then I thought, you know what? Need to do a deeper check. So I found this charity on Instagram and Facebook, which had a link tree to it. And on the link tree, it talked about Jackson, Mississippi. And I clicked on it and it took me to a news article where it does actually reference the Young Turks as participating with this. And so then what I did was I went to the Facebook page of this water charity and I scrolled and I scrolled and I scrolled and I scrolled and scrolled and scrolled down to the time. And there are multiple posts referring to the Young Turks as a partner in this. And the tyt.com/relief link in there. So they were involved. That said, something is just not sitting right with me. There just seems to be something very, very off about this, but I don't have the know-how to dig deeper on it, to figure out other things, because it just, this water charity is still around. They had recent Facebook posts and it's not like I was reading all their posts or anything as I was scrolling through them. But something just feels off and I don't know what it is. And it could just be my own biases. And I don't want to take that risk. So because of this, and I found another fundraiser that they've done where it doesn't seem like they've directly benefited from, I have to go back and edit out some things of my script and some video montages that I put together and stuff, because by the time these video essays come out, I would have spent close to probably 2 years on them. I don't want the credibility of them to sink because of something obvious or something I should have found or something that is easily proven wrong. I don't need to invent problems or issues because there's a lot that are presented to us clear as day. I don't need to invent anything more. I don't need to kind of be like, okay, I've done the research up to this point. It validates my suspicions. I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to push further to make sure, because it is my credibility on the line with these essays. And so I have to make sure that I'm doing it right, because I don't have a producer. I don't have someone else helping me out with this. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So that means, like I said, I have to take out other parts of the essay that I spent a lot of time putting together and the script and everything. And it's not so much that I mind taking out parts because the essays, they're fucking long. But it's the frustration of I already put all that work into it, and now it means nothing. And also, it was kind of let down. I thought recently with the things that I came across that I cracked something open. I discovered something. It's like, woo, I'm smart. I figured out something. I did something and I figured it out, and I'm going to have breaking news, and I'm all excited because I did something special and good. And just to find out, yeah, no, it's nothing. It's nothing. From what I gather, I still haven't heard back from that person. I would like some closure on it at a bare minimum. Because again, with both of the issues that I came across recently, something feels profoundly off with them. Like there's just something not sitting right. But again, I don't know what it is. I'm not going to accuse the Young Turks of doing anything nefarious that I can't prove. So I have to take those things out, and even though it was a fun bit that I put together, there were some jokes in it. It would have been good. I gotta take it out. Anyway, I hope everyone else is doing well. I've had a bit of a roller coaster this week going through all of that. So Johnny is asking, I keep on forgetting I can put them up on screen. Maybe you can try reaching out to other former TYT contributors to help you validate your suspicions. I was working with someone. So not the person I was contacting, but there was somebody else that I was kind of working with to get some information, and they helped me narrow in on some things. But this isn't something a former contributor would know the details of. Like they just wouldn't. It's not within the purview of, like, unless I can get somebody involved in like their accounts receivables, there's no way that I would know for sure. Like they wouldn't know. So it was just a bit of a letdown because I thought I actually had something, and it's like, wow, I did some accidental journalism and I was so thrilled. But probably not. Again, I don't know for sure because that person hasn't gotten back to me, but probably not. And I don't know if I can add anything from it without, like, I could just present and say, here's the information I got and leave it open-ended. And I don't know if I feel right doing that because, as I said, there is a ton of stuff I'm covering that is provable. That is right there in the open, anyone can find. I don't need to add to it. So yeah, it was a bit of, I was on such a high thinking, I did it. I did some journalism, but no, probably not. So yeah. Anyway, also, if there's anyone watching right now that can draw cartoons, please, and would be willing to help me out, please let me know. There's a cartoon that I want to get drawn for my essay, but I'm not good at drawing cartoons to begin with, but I also don't have any of the programs needed to digitize it. Because all I have is a type of Photoshop. So I can manipulate photos and images and things of that sort. But I don't have like an Illustrator or anything of that sort. And if I found like a free version of it, yeah, sure, I can maybe figure it out. But the amount of time it would take me to figure out how to use it and do anything decent with it, there's just time and the spoons to learn. I don't have that right now. So if you're any good at drawing digital cartoons, and I just, I know exactly what I want them to look like. It's pretty funny though, because I see it in the style of a certain someone. So let's see. Johnny is saying, put the juicy, unproven stuff behind a paywall. Yeah. And Drana is saying Infinity is free, but I think I just answered responded to that by saying the ability to learn how to use it and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, no. So John has also been looking around Blue Sky to see if anyone can help, but not sure. Yeah, it is what it is, you know. Worst comes to worst, I'll do like little puppets, because that would work. That would still work. You know, I draw out the puppets like on little, and I put them on popsicle sticks, and then I can make them. It's very old school, very, very old school. But I think it would have a certain je ne sais quoi. But yeah. So that's the update on that. Of course, if things change and it turns out I did do some breakthrough journalism, let's just say you'll know about it. But there were two things that I thought, ha, I've got it. Is to be like, no. And my integrity is more important than, again, just inventing something, because I've seen a lot of that behavior on YouTube, on Twitter and stuff, where people will like grab a clip of Jank and Anna and respond to it with it being completely out of context, and what they're responding to is invalid. And it's not just towards Jank and Anna, it's towards other people as well, where there's like these out of context clips, and I'm sitting there like watching whatever video saying, oh, but you don't watch them. So it's frustrating. And it's frustrating because, again, you don't need to invent things. There's so much right there for you. Well, looks like Johnny and Reference Frame think that the little puppets would be great. And so does Will. And then I might be able to sell them afterwards. And I'm talking like, you know, paper cutouts on popsicle sticks. You know, I'm not talking about like hand puppets. I don't have any sewing skills, so I wouldn't be able to do that. Real Jonathan could also do claymation, but that's a very time. Yeah, I was almost thinking I could do stop motion animation through like Photoshop, where I have like 50 frames where I'm slightly moving things, because I don't have any animation programs, and I run into the same problem again, where it's like I don't know like the spoons needed to learn how to use those programs on the fly too. I don't have, because I can't afford any schooling or anything of that sort. So it'd be on me to look up for tutorials and see if those tutorials are any good, the free ones. And yeah, because some slight animation with them would be great, but I think I could probably just get away with, you know, little puppets. Anyway, I do actually have like newsy stuff to cover today. It's not just me saying, oh, woe is me, you know. I thought for a moment there I was something I wasn't. And it's just, yeah, I was on such a high thinking I got it, just to be disappointed. That's like, nope. And at the same time, I'm glad in a way, because even though somebody I was talking to said, oh, I can definitely see them doing that, this was something where it's like, I can't believe they would stoop that low. Like, I can't believe it. I know it's Jank and Anna, and they've done a lot of pretty shitty stuff, but I can't believe they would stoop that low and, you know, potentially take advantage of certain people and things of that sort. I can't believe that. And so, in a way, it's good that I'm not right. There's some things that you come across and it's like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be right on these things. Because, like I said, I already have tons. And there have been some things that I've dug into and found some interesting information about that will be on there and whatnot. Again, if I could get an animator, oh my God, I have a brilliant idea for some little cartoons. But, you know, because like the Jank and Anna puppet, I could probably pull off on paper and popsicle sticks. But there's another one where animation would be involved. That again, it's not my thing. It's not my thing. Anyway, should probably plug in the headphones. Also, my hair, just having a beautiful hair day. I love when the curls work out perfectly. And I always find it interesting how so many people ask me if this is a perm. And it's like, it's sweet that you think I have the money for that. I haven't gone to a hair salon in a long ass time. But also it's like, why is it so unreasonable to think that this is natural? That these could be natural curls. I love having curly hair. I'm one of the people who has curly hair and loves having curly hair. Because I know a lot of people who have curly hair say they don't like it, but I love it. It's so versatile and you can do so much with it, and it's very tactile. So, you know, when I get into my stimming behavior, I don't have to go far. It's not like I have a beard that I can like. So I have my curls. Anyway, yeah. Oh, right. Fuck news. I came up with a new curse word too for my vampires. And you would have had to been watching Sandee to know what I was talking about with that. Anyway, why don't we actually get to this and I can ramble on about other things when we're done. There we go. Okay, so you probably notice a certain trend of things that I tend to cover on this space, AI being one of them, and I think I'm be moving into flock cameras with it too. Probably because they're two in the same. You know, AI is used in conjunction with flock cameras. It's not just, you know, flock wouldn't be so dangerous. Well, as dangerous, it's no matter what it will be, if you had to rely on a human sitting there and analyzing all of the footage from everywhere. So what they're doing is they're also relying on things like AI to solve problems, to figure things out. And that is problematic for reasons. So let's get to it. So here we have somebody saying that police shut down I-94, boxed in a silver SUV, and held 2 people at gunpoint after flock cameras flagged. Those are 2 separate words, not a jumble of the same word. The car as connected to a homicide, except it wasn't. The alert was outdated. Authorities forgot to remove it. Trust the algorithm. And so here's, see, guns drawn. It was flagged. So the people in this vehicle, completely innocent and unaware, would have been scared absolutely shitless. They would have had no idea what was going on. They would have been confused. And one wrong movement in that confusion, like you might even be like a little bit like, I don't have to fucking listen to you. I did nothing wrong, and start being combative, which we all know around the police, especially in the United States, can be a death sentence. So you're catching people unaware, people who aren't suspecting because they have nothing wrong, nothing to do. And suddenly they're getting pulled over by the police. There's this like all of these police cars and stuff, and you must be freaking the fuck out when this happens. And this type of thing is going to happen more and more when you rely on algorithms, on AI to figure all this stuff out, because it's not just things like, oh, we forgot to remove the flag on it. It's also going to be things like this. So let's just say I don't know for sure if this story is true, as with most things on Twitter these days. But I do know there has been news articles related to this when it comes to, people being ID'd by AI, where especially people of color, Black people, there's a lot of misidentifications going on because the programs there's built-in racism in the programs. And there are consequences to these mistakes that a human probably could have caught. But because the algorithm flags this person is the suspect, the police don't do any more digging. They don't do what I would do. They just take it on face value that this is, oh, the algorithm said it, the AI got it, so we're just going to stick with it without bothering to double check. because that's the whole point of AI, so they can do even less work than they normally do. And so this person is saying that Angela Lips, she spent nearly 6 months in jail because AI matched her face to a blurry bank surveillance photo. Her name is Angela Lips, 50-year-old, had never been to North Dakota, had never been on a plane, had barely left a 100-mile radius of her home in Elizabethton, Tennessee, her entire life. But then they arrived at her trailer with guns as she was babysitting children. Again, very, very dangerous situation whenever you have cops and guns around. The cops and their guns around. It's a very dangerous situation. So Fargo police had used Clearview AI to identify a suspect in a bank fraud case. The software matched the blurry surveillance photo to Angela. So this is, again, where we're running into, and I've talked about it before, where people have higher expectations of what AI can do than what is realistic. Because we have things like CSI and Star Trek out there where it's like you take a blurry photo and you press a button and suddenly it's in focus and you can even see what's behind the person if you... No. There is no program out there that can accurately make a blurry photo in focus. It's guessing. At the most, it's just guessing, because like the pixels are all spread out, distorted, all that sort of stuff. So it's not something that is yet doable in our technology. So yeah, the software, yeah. A detective then looked at her social media and driver's license photo and wrote in his charging document that she appeared to match based on facial features, body type, and hairstyle. But you might want to do actual research. They got a warrant and sent the marshals. Angela sat in a Tennessee jail cell for 108 days as an alleged fugitive held without bail. See? You hear so many people talk about bail reform, like, oh, we don't need to do it. We need to have more people in jail and blah, blah, blah. Because what about all those criminals that are charged with like, or suspected of like a brutal assault and all that sort of stuff and on and on and on. And it's like they tend to forget most of the people sitting in jail without bail, like being held without bail, are people accused of nonviolent crimes, people who could very well be innocent, who simply couldn't afford bail and whatnot. Instead, you get people that will use the outlier cases of like, oh, he assaulted this person and, you know, there were witnesses and therefore, he can't get out on bail and all this sort of stuff and blah, blah, blah. True, the judge could use discretion, but, you know, maybe some severe necessary bail reform should be going on. So she was flown to North Dakota and jailed again. Her public defender did in 1 week what the police never did. He asked her family for bank records. They showed she had been buying groceries and depositing Social Security checks in Tennessee on the exact day the fraud was being committed in North Dakota, 1,000 miles away. Charges dismissed Christmas Eve. She was released onto the street in North Dakota in winter with no money or transportation. And we have issues like that here. If somebody gets released from prison, and in Canada, the prison population is disproportionately Indigenous peoples. And when they get released, sometimes their family or there's people who are supporting them aren't warned ahead of time. And so they're just basically kicked out onto the street. Doesn't matter the temperature and stuff like that, when their family might be hundreds of kilometers away to begin with. And we've seen multiple cases where ICE agents and stuff like that have just dropped people off on the street. So Fargo police acknowledge a few errors and stop short of direct apology. In case you didn't know, Angela Lips is the 14th person in the U.S. known to be wrongfully arrested because of facial recognition. Most wrongful arrests 6 are Black women. The technology fails most frequently on darker skin tones in women. The ACLU has documented this since 2018. Again, this is not a new issue. The Secret Service is testing a mobile face scanning app to identify threats in public spaces. The UK is rolling out 40 facial recognition vans nationwide. Also in Alberta, they were trying some of these too. After, they went and did some team building exercises with the IDF. They came back here with cameras. Orlando police are deploying drones that scan faces before officers arrive. Angela's lips ain't going to be the last. And so this statement here is one of the big issues, because most people, majority of people, are living paycheck to paycheck. And if you aren't around to pick up that paycheck, if you can't go to work, if you miss even a day of work sometimes, you're out on the street because your rent will be behind bills, all this sort of stuff. And so if they take you away for 6 months, and let's say you don't have family or friends, what happens to your apartment? Do you think you get to keep it? What happens to, if you had a job, if you're arrested for 6 months, what happens to your job? Your life can be destroyed because AI made a little mistake. And the police didn't bother to do their fucking job. Your life could literally be destroyed. You could end up out on the streets, all this sort of stuff. And so she says, while I was in jail, I lost everything. Everything is gone. Everything I lost. My rental home in a mobile park. I lost my Social Security income. I lost my health insurance. I lost my doctors. I lost my dog. I lost my car. Chrysler Seaberg convertible and everything inside of it. I lost brand new clothes and shoes that I just bought. I lost tools, cables, a battery charger, even battery charger, tire inflator, everything. Yeah, if you have pets, what happens to them? Somebody else takes them. Are they going to give it back? They go to the pound. The pound is overwhelmed. It's a kill shelter. Like, this is just unconscionable to do this to anyone, regardless of like guilt or innocence and all that sort of stuff, because destroying people's lives doesn't help them become better people. That should be obvious. Like, even if this person was guilty of a crime, how does absolutely destroying their life make this whole situation better? So here we have, again, we're moving into like a dystopia future here. Artificial intelligence used to design brand new viruses. What could possibly go wrong? Now, I understand from a scientific point of view why this could be useful, but that's the same with most of this AI that's going around. If done right, yeah, it could have been helpful to humanity as a whole. But as long as we live in a capitalist world, we just shouldn't even be playing with these. Like, if we weren't in a capitalist world, AI would slow down, for one thing. It wouldn't be forced onto us. It wouldn't be pushed so much, even all these bad versions and all that sort of stuff. The data centers wouldn't be necessary. It would slow down. So that, the people working on it had time to make sure that it's working properly and that it is useful and all this sort of stuff, that it's not just scraping from everyone else online, artists and writers and authors and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, designing new viruses can be beneficial to health and all this sort of stuff, but I don't trust the people in charge right now with this. I don't. It's kind of like, oh, we're going to make nuclear power and it's going to, the world is going to have unlimited power because of this nuclear fission and stuff like that. Oh, we're going to make that into a bomb and blow shit up. Like, that's pretty much where we are right now with like all this AI bullshit, is that the people in charge will use it as a weapon. They will weaponize it without a doubt. So a little bit from the article here. Artificial intelligence has been used to design brand new viruses that are fully functional and can replicate in the laboratory, says US researchers. It is the first time whole genomes have been successfully designed by AI. Something to keep in mind why they can do this is viruses aren't alive. So, it's not like AI is creating life. So the resulting 16 novel viruses were created to infect bacteria and pose no threat to people. So again, this is where it could potentially benefit people. You create a virus that could go into like a human body and attack cancer cells, or something that could attack mold on cheese, like all this sort of stuff. But again, I don't trust what the capitalists will do with it. And I don't trust that they're taking the time they need. Everything is rushed. And when you rush things like this, mistakes will happen. And when certain mistakes happen, it can be cataclysmic, like worldwide problems. If some of these viruses just decided to do what the AI program did online recently, where it broke containment to figure out a problem. Yeah, this is scary. So the breakthrough has been labeled a very significant turning point in science that could unlock new era for treatment disease. But experts have also warned AI-designed viruses raise urgent safety and security concerns. AI tools are rapidly advancing and have already been used to design new antibiotics. But that is relatively simple compared with designing new viable viruses from scratch. The next steps in the complexity is that's designable by generative AI. This is the first time generative AI has been used to design complex genome. It's something that can replicate and have other functions inside cells. This was new territory for us. Brian He, assistant professor at Stanford University, told BBC. The technology works similarly to large language models like ChatGPT, which predict a sequence of text. So, these viruses get into you and suddenly you're like a Nazi. Yeah, what could go wrong there? It reprograms you to be a Nazi. In this instance, the AI models known as these things predict the language of life rather than words. The AI models were trained on genetic codes from viruses, bacteria, plants, and people. They were then refined to produce a type of virus known as bacteriophage, which infect only specific species of bacteria. You see, that looks like it would turn people into Nazis. Yeah, that definitely looks like that. Anyway, I'm going to toss this link into Subspace so that you can finish reading that if you so like. There you go. Because I still have a fair bit to get through and I ramble a lot. AI worms could take down the internet, I imagine, says Chuck. There used to be fears of that. Oh, fuck, what were they called? When it was a cascade virus, computer virus, that would cascade to other computers. There was a word for that once upon a time, I believe. And they were worried that that type of cascading virus attack could destroy the world as we know it. Like, that's the thing. Whenever you hear things like this, the media will always have a certain bias as wanting the most clickable title, the most clickable threat, and keeping people on the edge and alert and stuff like that. So the media, generally speaking, will always do, this is the worst case scenario possibility and stuff of that sort, without taking into account like safety measures put in place, countermeasures, other people being smart enough and to do things. Also, that's only if they're successful as they think it is, and all this sort of stuff. Like, it will rarely ever be the worst case scenario. That said, there's a lot up to the worst case scenario that is also pretty damn bad. I do want to move on. So it's not just that AI is stealing our art, it's also stealing our souls. Like, just the souls of humanity are being replaced by AI, really, when it comes down to it. Because all of our creative stuff, our writing, our art, like editing videos, which is a creative endeavor, all of that is being taken over by AI. And art is a reflection of the soul. It is a way that you can express who you are, what you see, what you feel, your inner thoughts, the way that you see the world, or just like the inner parts of who you are, is all reflected through art. You know, if you read my book, Necroplasm, there's a lot of me reflected through that. A lot of my thoughts and stuff done in a fictional way, because we all know it's not like vampires are real. Anyway, but the thing is that when people rely on AI to the point where they no longer even try to express themselves and their souls, shit like this happens. So somebody was quote tweeting saying one of the twists in the real world AI is that in sci-fi, it was assumed that the danger would be that we'd rise the machines to the level of human soul. But to be honest, it seems we're most in danger of debasing the human soul to the level of machines. And they were quote tweeting this, trying not to angry cry, the organization my deceased friends served for years wrote him a memorial on Facebook, but they couldn't even be bothered to delete the AI prompt they used. The top of the post says, certainly, here's a shorter, heartfelt version. He deserved better. Yeah. When we stop learning how to express ourselves, like that's the thing. It doesn't come easy or naturally to a lot of people, especially us autistic folks, to learn how to express who we are in our souls. And like all things, when it comes to critical thinking, when it comes to emoting, these are things that have to be practiced and used regularly. You don't use it, you lose it type thing. And if you stop trying to be human, you stop being human. It's okay if you write a memorial and it's shit, if you mean it. If you did your best and it's something that, you know, you felt, it came from you. That's why when I post my videos for TYT, I'm going to be really, trying to tell people, even if you think these videos suck and you hate everything about it, send me money if you at least appreciate all the effort that I put into it. As in, I didn't use any AI. I don't even use a fucking Google AI summary. I hate them. Everything in the video essays is 100% me. So even if you despise what I'm doing, but you appreciate that somebody is still taking the effort, then subscribe to my channel. But again, we are losing the ability to emote, reflect our soul, and think critically, because we're running into shit like this. Professor rejects exam results amid AI cheating allegations at Western University. This one has a video. Yay.
We begin tonight with a Western University professor who says a majority of his students used artificial intelligence to cheat on a recent final exam. He also says when he brought those concerns to school administrators, they weren't as convinced an infraction had occurred. Brian Bicknell reports.
Oh, great. Now we're going to get into like AI denialism. Like when something is clearly AI, or it's like all the stuff is AI, you're going to have people saying, I don't know. It's they said, it said, we don't know. Maybe it wasn't AI, even though it obviously was.
Beyond these halls of higher learning and unpleasant truth that has one professor uncovering lies.
But a common sentiment that I've heard in speaking with students is, you're at a great disadvantage now if you don't try to take these shortcuts because you can't compete.
Jacob Shelley is a professor at Western University's Faculty of Law and School of Health Sciences. He alleges the majority of the 288 students in his healthcare law course cheated on their April 24th final exam using AI. The rules were closed book, independent, and no use of external sources. It was half written answers and half multiple choice.
I had 8% of my class achieve 100% on the multiple choice, 55% over 90%. I've never seen marks like that in 20 years of teaching. And then when I went to the written answers, it was very clear that there was a disconnect. Information I didn't teach and that I can't believe they knew, or the use of very specific structure that was replicated across multiple students, framing it and writing it almost identically.
He says he decided not to use proctoring software because he believes it does not prevent cheating.
The availability of these AI tools has also never been greater. They're incredibly easy to use. And an unproctored exam online is almost like an invitation to use these tools.
Oh, yeah, they were asking for it.
Tech expert Carmi Levy says technology has left institutions of higher learning playing catch-up, and that could lead to a mark on their own academic credibility.
Like, I can't imagine spending all that money to get to university or college, to take a course, to get into some industry, and then cheat my way through it. Because you're going to be found out. And then you would have spent a lot of money on nothing. Because if you don't learn the skills, like eventually, if you go to sit down and you don't know how to do these things on your first day of job that you said that you went to school for, you're going to lose the job. And some things are pretty basic, but could you imagine somebody cheating their way through flight school? Yeah, I just used AI to help me, figure out the controls and stuff of that sort. And they didn't actually learn anything. And a lot of the new, like the younger generations, they're going to be like, well, AI will always be there. So why do I have to learn this? Well, it's handy if there's a blackout to know how to do basic things. But also, again, it's just a matter of using your brain, learning critical thinking skills. These are vital to function in society. It's vital for a functioning society. But a lot of the younger folks who have spent like their high school years with AI and whatnot, they think it will always be there to help them. Similar like how when the internet first came out and people's like, well, the internet will always be there. So there's certain things that we don't have to do anymore. How many people here know a phone number other than their own? How many people even know their own phone number? Like it used to be that you would have to have like little address books or memorize phone numbers, and that skill is gone. And so if you're out in the middle of nowhere and suddenly your phone dies and you need to call for help, which friend or family member are you calling when somebody passes by and says, oh, you can use my phone?
Schools need to figure this out, and they need to do it quickly, because otherwise their very brands could be at risk of being compromised. If you cannot trust that the integrity of the degree that you grant is unimpeachable, then the value of that degree is diminished on the open market.
In the meantime, Shelley says he decided not to use exam results toward final grades, even though his administrators instructed him otherwise.
The message I received is that we don't trust your judgment. We don't care about your ethics. We care about getting marks out to students because that's what they pay for. And we're going to turn a blind eye to concerns about cheating.
Brian Bicknell, CTV News.
Now, Western officials declined our interview request. Instead, they provided a statement which reads in part, Western investigates suspected instances of cheating or academic dishonesty when there is some kind of tangible evidence with which to investigate. To date, Dr. Shelley has not shared any such evidence, and we continue to encourage him to do so.
I think exams job interviews, all that sort of stuff, are going to have to go the route of you go into a room and you have to demonstrate you know this shit. So I just wanted to say right down from here. So Shelley says, in the end, and against his wishes, Western decided to include the multiple choice portion of the exam in final grades. Again, schools are part of this capitalist function thingy. They want to pass students. I partook in a program to try to help people get a new education, to get a job and stuff that sort. I blanked out on one of the exams. The first time ever in my life I did that. I still passed because the school wants the money and they get a certain amount of money depending on how many people pass and all that sort of stuff. And so a lot of people are passing who shouldn't be passing, which is problematic all on its own. And now you have people that are just cheating with AI tests and they're being allowed to go through. Like, I know I have a lot of programmer friends. And so what will happen during their job interviews is they will be sat down in front of a computer and they'll say, okay, I want you to make a program to do this. You have to demonstrate you know this shit. But there's a lot of jobs out there where you can squeak through the doors. Like there's no, you're not necessarily, it's not demonstratable in a way. It's like a whole bunch of factors have to play in before you start picking up on the fact that this person doesn't know shit. Like they can fake it for the initial bit, but then after a while, it's like it would become obvious. But there's some jobs out there that could be like that. And the mistakes could be devastating. It is not just in Canada where this is an issue. U.S. prof suspects most of his students used AI to cheat. It's a growing concern here too. Higher education rep has taken a hit and employers do not want to hire cheaters anyway. And teachers, parents really, really need to start teaching their kids that you need to actually learn shit. It can be hard. It's stressful. I get it, especially with how they try to cram so much on to a person these days. Like they have to get a job and they have to do all this and that and the other thing. But in the long run, like back when I did do college, I did a couple years of college. I don't have a diploma though. And they were handing out assignments for the year. And it was each week somebody would present something on a topic. And so the teacher would be like in the order that they would be presented. They said the first one, somebody immediately raised their hand because they loved that. The second one, I raised my hand. I didn't even care what it was. So that meant that I had to do a presentation in 2 weeks. And I was fine with that because this was at the beginning of the semester. There wasn't a shit ton of work to do because we were still just starting in the learning process. I also, since I have computer skills, like with Word and Excel, I went into the computer lab one afternoon and did all of the modules and passed. So I would do things like that so that at the end of the year, when other projects are due and exams need to be studied for, I already had a whole bunch of stuff off my plate. I definitely should wish I could go back to school. But so just quickly from this article, because I still have a bit to get to. So Robert Serrano advanced undergraduate economics course, typically small enrollments skyrocketed because they did at-home stuff, and students scored an average of 96% on his midterm, higher than any previous cohort, with nearly half earning a perfect score. Many submitted answers remarkably similar to what his marking assignments found after running the exam through ChatGPT. A suspicious Serrano flipped the final back to an in-person format and vowed to void the midterm if those results proved inconsistent with the final. Enrollment dropped, with the remaining students scoring an average of 48% on the last exam. And so the thing is I'll toss this into the subspace so that you can finish reading this if you want. People, again, they're just relying on it. They're not learning any of this information. It's not like it's absorbing or sinking in when you use ChatGPT. It's you program it, you see it, you put it out there. It's not even in your brain. And so what's the worst thing that could happen with AI and all that? Oh, Toronto police are turning to AI to eliminate wait times for non-emergency calls. So there was an article out there about a city in the States using AI for 911 calls, and that turns out not to be what people were suspecting it of initially. It wasn't as severe. It was, let's say there was a massive accident that happened, and there would be a flood of phone calls in about that same topic. The AI could filter that out, report to the caller that this has already been reported type thing. But it wasn't like every phone call would be AI yet. It's a coming. It's a coming. It's a coming. And so here it's for non-emergency calls, but still the idea of you're trying to call in for a non-emergency, but you're calling it to the police station, so it's still relatively important. And you're dealing with a fucking AI. Also, some people might call into the non-emergency line when it is an emergency if they're trying to hide the fact that they're calling the police or 911. Some jobs need to remain in human hands. Because as some people were pointing out, quite rightly so, at the idea that AI would be taking over all 911 calls is that often people will call in and use code words because there's an attacker in the room with them and they don't want to alert the attacker to what they're doing, and they're calling 911 for help. And AI would not be equipped to deal with that. You need somebody on the phone that can actually communicate with you in a way that isn't, searchable on the internet necessarily, like in a way that involves empathy, compassion. There's another word in my head about this. That can communicate with you in like a nonverbal way. No, that's not it. There's another word, god damn it, for how humans communicate in a way that machines can't. Reading between the lines, that sort of thing. One of you all know the word. But I did want to get to a little bit of fun before I end in 5 minutes. Sorry, Nicholas, that ain't happening. People are fighting back, and I'm here for it. So this person saying, this says it all. Thank you to the artist for donating your life's work to our AI. Your generosity hasn't gone unnoticed. Your material, our money at replacement.ai, just uncompensated, LMAO. So somebody, putting up a billboard like that, just, again, mocking AI. Sign here saying, we'll create for food. But then we also have things like this. It's time for a change. I'm starting a petition to no longer refer to AI art as AI art, but instead as computer-rendered artificial pictures. Crap. Pass it on. I'm passing it on. I'm passing crap on to you guys. Also, this is awesome. Or is this the one I'm thinking? Oh, well, this is awesome, but it's not the one I'm thinking, but it's awesome. So here we have residents overflowed their Salem City Council meeting in Oregon to oppose a new $5.1 billion data center project. Residents showed up with a guillotine. The company reps saw the guillotine outside, and they left because they felt unsafe. The Salem City Council then voted to begin the process for a moratorium on new data centers development. Turns out, pushback works.
A data center CEO was just chased out of a city council meeting in Salem because there was a guillotine outside. So now we know what scares them.
This is real. Here's the actual guillotine.
I do not endorse violence of any sort. Just putting that out there. And there's words on there saying like no backroom deals, no NDAs, because a lot of people are finding out that their city council members are all paid off and they've signed NDAs so they can't talk about it.
And it looks like the public really likes this outcome because there's about 109,000 likes on this post. So people really like that the data center project is being stalled, and it is being stalled. So the data center project itself was a $5.1 billion project. And after this happened, the city council actually decided to vote on August 3rd to begin the process for a moratorium on new data center development. So the data center developer, he does not want to stop the project. They have not abandoned the project. But this stunt worked, and the city council actually responded, and it looks like they're going to stall projects at least for a while.
Yay. And this one I thought was awesome. I think we'll start with the video part here. So this guy here was accused of cutting down a flock, or as I say, a flock camera.
A wild story tonight where it appears nearly 20,000 people have vouched for the whereabouts of a man accused of destroying flock cameras in West Virginia. Thousands of people have publicly said they were with or saw 20-year-old Wesley Jackson during the time he was accused of the crime, with comments such as, "Couldn't be him. He was helping me replace the roof on a homeless shelter. And I saw him serving at a soup kitchen at the time of the incident." He has pleaded not guilty to the crimes against him. A wild...
So yeah, nearly 20,000 people are publicly vouching for a man accused of cutting down a flock camera in a small West Virginia town. People commented, "He was saving my neighbor's dog from a fire all day. Couldn't be him. This man is innocent. I saw him serving at a soup kitchen. Yeah, couldn't be him. Helping me replace the roof on a homeless shelter." Well, you see, there was this granny crossing the street, and she was taking a really long time, so he was spending his day with her, helping her cross the street. There's that. Somebody was just picking up litter in the park, and it was that guy, I saw him. He was feeding the pigeons. Yeah. And so also up here, Glitchmaster was pointing out, and I know I'm saying your name wrong, that you can type in -AI. Here you go. That is something that I've been reporting to people quite a bit. I know that's a thing. Unfortunately, it does not always work. So I've typed in the -AI, still get that AI summary, which is fucking annoying. But I still use it quite regularly. Yeah, Chuck, all 20K of them can't be lying. When you have that many people saying they saw him somewhere else, what can you do? What can you do? He was over at my place killing a spider all day. Anyway, let's just see. Chuck saying, yeah, there's muscle memory to writing code that you lose when you cut and paste. Yeah. I have advanced Excel skills. Probably still. It would take me a while to get up to snuff to where I was. Like, I could do fucking miracles in Excel not too long ago. But then when I stopped working where I was working, and I stopped using Excel because people don't tend to use it in their day-to-day life, I'm like, wow, I'd be starting off like as a very basic user until I got the memory back in my head of how to do these things. I've also heard of teachers using AI to grade, Will Sullivan says. Yep, that's going to be a problem too. It's like when YouTube uses AI to take down videos and then you can't fight it afterwards. So people are all for the crap. We're for the crap. We like the crap. Well, we don't like the crap. The crap is crap. Okay. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going over. Everyone thank Nicholas for being a wonderful producer of all this sort of stuff. Wish me luck on Friday. I have a vending market. Fingers crossed. It's outdoors. Nothing bad happens, like weather-wise, and I make enough to pay off the table. My next live stream will be Sunday, where I'll probably end up rambling about my book again. because I have a new curse word. The vampires have a language. It's called vampirish. And every now and then I'm just getting words in my head about them. And I need help figuring out what Gavin's full name is and stuff. So I might be talking about my book. Yeah, have to twist my arm hard on that one. And yeah, follow all my socials, as you all well know. So perfectly curly right now. But yeah, probably regular news live stream on Sunday. So thank you, mods, for sitting through all of this, making sure subspace is clear of what's something in subspace that would be annoying. I'm trying to think of Star Trek. What's in subspace that you wouldn't want in subspace? There should be something. And this is how we spend another 10 minutes going over. Everyone, thank Nicholas, and I will see you all later. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Flew to Italy, they love Donald, Donald Trump. In the Middle East, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Met some Africans, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Even in China, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Man, these Indians, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Down in Mexico, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Flew to Italy, they love Donald, Donald Trump. In the Middle East, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Met some Africans, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Even in China, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Man, these Indians, they love Donald, Donald Trump.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
That was our new intro, Zed. Do you not like it?
What the fuck was that? Holy shit. That is the...
Right? You know?
You say this now, Zed. You say this now.
Like,
come back in
oh
a week.
God.
You'll be humming it in your head every single morning, every single evening.
Mike, I think your mic is the wrong mic. I think you're picking up
at supper time, when Donald Trump's on a bagel, I can have Donald Trump anytime. That's better lyrics than whatever the fuck I just heard.
There we go.
Jesus, bro. that song, it's one. Look, I've unfortunately had to bear witness to the fucking Tom McDonald's and all that shit and the Fville foreigns of my day. But bro, like, I don't know how you make that song and you have the enthusiasm of a guy who just took way too much NyQuil, bro. Just like, hey, you like Donald Trump. Yeah. And the EDM, the DJ's going like fucking hard in the background. Like, what the fuck?
Zed, I wish you were here a couple of weeks ago when I went through all of my favorite right-wing rap songs. Linda Paulson, Anthony Constantino. Maybe we'll have you react later on if we have time, because I would, as a musical expert, I would love to hear your take, because I feel like you would like Linda Paulson. You would love Linda Paulson. She's so talented. She's 84 years old now, but she's the best rapper on the right.
The worst thing is there are actual right wing rappers. As somebody who's battled for most of his life, like there are actual right wing rappers who are like actually skillful, and all the ones that got famous are like objectively terrible. Like it's one thing like where like you're like a rapper and you're coming up and you're like, oh, all mainstream music is stupid, and then you learn actually this is what they're doing. Like objectively, like the shit that's coming out, like
who's one you could drop, like what an actual competent right wing rapper.
An actual competent right-wing rapper, I think. I mean, not off the top of my head anymore.
Does it count?
I think a lot of them have shifted. I mean, because I mean, yeah, that's Snoop technically. But I think most rappers are just like independent, so they don't like fucking like. I think technically Immortal Technique is on that shit now, which is unfortunate.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Oh, he's the biggest lefty ever. No way. No, oh, that'll depress.
To be honest, here's another one. Like Kanye West before he went crazy was a very good rap, like very an incredible producer, right? So he was great. The other thing is there's people who I know who like there are people who I have stories about who have like not made their opinions public and aren't really in the public eye anymore. So I don't want to fucking just like out people and start a beef with somebody. But there are well-known rappers in like Atlanta and shit like that who used to hang around Kanye's crew. Who I have a friend who engineered for Yandhi when it was called Yandhi. And he told me about a very well-known underground rapper, super fucking, a lot of his shit's really progressive, a lot of shit's really smart, but then, like, he was like, man, like, people don't, like, and then he just started spouting conspiracies at my friend, and my friend was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here, dude. So there's a lot of that shit there, but it's just kind of bubbling under the surface. Drake is kind of, like, shifting into that gear. After he got his ass beat, and now he's trying to chase the kick streamers and everything like that. So
I mean, when your career starts to decline, you can become right-wing lifter and get a little bit of a second wind. But
I will say this: 5AO Foreign, I think his music is obviously for purposeful reasons. I think his music is dog shit, but he's actually like doing the game that most like pop artists and artists in rap do, which is like trying to understand the soundscape of what's going on now and cut against it. Tom McDonald is just like a full like grift, and like
he's
Dax is worse.
He's a wrestler.
He is a Canadian,
dude. It's wild, man. Like, yeah, and it's just like one of those things. Like, it's weird, man. There's like 6 degrees of separation in music when you like get like, because there's so many people doing it that when you get to like some sort of competent level, everyone suddenly knows everybody else, and so like it's one of those things where you're like, where you kind of get what the business model. Like, are you trying to do music? Or are you trying to have like a fan club of this kind of thing and just pander to that fan club for a while, you know? And it's just some sort of version of that. And there's a lot of people in the right-wing space who have just done that, and it is a successful business model for them. And so it works. I think also, here's another one. I'm just thinking of it as time goes on. Joyner Lucas he's not right-wing, but he's definitely like kind of teetering on the line of like, you know, like conservative kind of more.
He comes
more
off
like,
to me as an enlightened centrist.
Yeah, one of those. Like if you're talking about people in like the Joe Rogans of the like probably more left of Joe Rogan, right? But like the like if you're talking about like male podcast chuds, but as rappers, because again, like stand-up comedy, those people who went into that and people going to rap and stand-up comedy have a huge overlap because they're both like observational arts. There's a lot of people who are in that kind of middle lane who have feelings about, like, you know, they may not necessarily support Donald Trump, but they don't like the way Democrats are. They have some feeling about, like, you know, trans rights and gay rights, which is really shitty that they feel that way. Boozy Badass is one of those people. I think he's a fucking idiot.
Oh, it's actually it's pronounced Bussy Badass.
Bussy Badass.
Yeah. No, I'm serious. That's how he pronounces it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. That's how he pronounces it.
That's how he pronounces it.
It's Bussy Badass. Yeah.
Maybe I'm behind on shit.
Since
I
like the
always pronounce it
2000s,
Boozy.
he's always pronounced it as Bussy Badass.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Are you fucking
positive.
with me or really?
No, I'm serious. If you
I'm gonna
listen
come
to him
off like
say
a
it.
fucking idiot, bro.
Yes.
What the fuck? Are you serious? Oh my god.
It's Bussy, yeah.
My whole life, you can tell I didn't listen to his shit. My whole life, I was never a fan. I was never a fan. I think Lord Jamal is a little bit like that. I think like you know what's crazy? You know who's a famous like groundbreaker for like recognizing black artists and calling out like white supremacy in rap prior to the fucking Obama era?
Ooh.
Fucking Eminem. Eminem went to the Grammys and was like won a Grammy for rap in his second year and was like super fucking upset. And so he listed off like dozens of black artists who never got fucking black rappers who never got a Grammy, but suddenly he's getting nominated for it. And he was very open about it and about how they fucking play a popularity contest and everything like that, you know. But he has his other issues and shit like that too. So rap is a complicated field with a lot of problematic shit in it.
Art is complicated? What?
Well, art is complicated and problematic. It is. Cardi B also, somebody mentioned Cardi B. Cardi B has good politics. Cardi B has good politics, but she also has had bad politics in the past as well. You know,
she's a normie
Nicki
leftist.
Minaj. Yeah, Nicki Minaj was a very good rapper until, you know, their tragic brain accident. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I real quick. We are in the middle of another election. We got a really big win this week. A couple of big wins with Abdul Al-Sayed, obviously, not to bury the lead. But for those who do not know right now, there is an election underway in the 9th District of Tennessee featuring Justin Pearson. I'm not sure if you all remember him. He was the Tennessee state lawmaker who was ousted by Republicans a couple of years ago. I can't remember the reason why. I think they led a protest for a particular piece of legislation, and then they used that as a justification to oust them. They came back, and now he's running for Congress officially, and I have the results pulled up right now, and guess what? We might have another win under our belts.
Holy shit! Well, no, it's only 9% reporting.
It's just 9%. So you know that lead can vanish. It's just a couple thousand, but really good showing. A lot of these other candidates, I looked them up. There's not a lot of information about them. Not really a social media profile. So I'm not sure if they're good. I can't speak to them. All I know is that Justin is really, really good. He supports Medicare for all. He wants to cut off the weapons to Israel. Very standard, progressive, as far as I know. I haven't seen any red flags. Seems like a really good organizer, good fighter. So if he is able to maintain this lead, which we'll kind of check back on throughout the night, we have another victory under our belts. So, I don't know if I can. No, I don't want to do that.
So we can sharing it
there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm trying to make it so that way we can kind of. It doesn't need to be that big.
Oh, this is nice.
I live streamed that
There you go.
election on the Michigan election. That
Did
shit
you?
was so fucking stressful, dude.
Oh, I
And
can't.
it was
I
like-
can't do it.
Yeah, I was because I was like, you know what, like I need to stream more. Fuck it, let's just. And I told my girlfriend, like, listen, I'm just gonna stream on Tuesday. Just take the night off. I'm gonna do it. And then like I got on, and again, like we've had like wins where we've known within like 20 minutes what's going on, right? But like, yeah, it was like because I think so much about that race is so important to talk about, because it's not just the result that came out or with it or the money that was spent. Like the results throughout the night and the way the night went kind of showed a lot of like how bad the money in politics is and where people stand, but obviously how like poisonous that process was for everything, dude. Because you would see Al-Sayed jump up to like crazy numbers, and I would see the NBC chat go fucking nuts, like, oh, Israel's not in your dreams anymore, you know, so dem social, and then people just sprouting off what needs to happen. And then as soon as it would get close, because of all the shit talk, Stephen supporters would immediately just start slandering, getting really aggressive, right? And it just kept that aggressive pace throughout the night. And, you know, Like, I feel like the consultants dude, Twitter made this such a fucked up race, because obviously you have the optics of like genocide versus, you know, an embargo or a ban on arms to Israel, right? You already have that there. You have centrists like coalescing around like Haley Stevens and shit like that. That's one thing, but I think the entirety of how Twitter discourse, because all of the fucking all news media just kind of exists and uses Twitter as like a WeWork. It's so bad, dude. It was so dishonest. People like Neera Tanden, people like fucking Magdi Jacobs, like all of these crazy accounts flooding this platform. And then also the ops they did on TikTok. You saw those TikTok. You've seen those TikToks that popped up of like, oh, I'm a suburban mom, that started like months ago and shit like that. Right. Everybody can catch it, and it's just like, it's so blatantly dishonest.
Haley Stevens is growing on me. All of a sudden, like 100 people tweet in unison. It's very
a little enthusiasm, a little
yeah, bro.
Yeah,
but I feel like that's such a and look, I'm not gonna say, and I try to be honest about stuff. I'm not gonna act like, you know, like we on the left don't have our own like bubble. We obviously have a bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously the polls were not, it was not a 14+ race, right?
Yeah.
You know, and anybody
who's closer to a 3. To be fair.
Yeah, closer to a 3. But even
for a while, people have been saying polling is pretty like archaic in those regions, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
This was a case where it wasn't phone polling; it was online polling, wasn't it? Like this was a case where
it was internal polling. That was the biggest issue. Was like what happened was Stevens. It was a huge. It was both campaign. Like Al Sayed's getting hammered because he responded with like 5 or 6 of them, which was really fucking stupid of him to do, by the way. But like, Stevens, what she did was she released right after McMurrow dropped and she became the sole kind of the runoff with him. She touted a Glenn Gariff poll and then one other poll, one that had her like within spitting distance and one that had her up 8. And the Glenn Gariff poll very specifically was a poll that had a huge house effect towards her, like the whole cycle. Like, even when it was a 3-point race, like, it was stupidly towards her. And so, like, you had that. And then so El Sayed is like, okay, well, I guess we're doing the polling game, which is a stupid thing to do. Anybody who like, any election expert will tell you, don't ever try to play the poll game of like, I have this poll and I have this poll. So he released all of his internals, and the internal polls are notoriously bad. They are notoriously overestimating you. And so you have to weight them. But he released them, and obviously, like, he was trying to, and obviously you had all these people being, oh, Haley Stevens has no path to victory. And that made, if we would have been a point off, dude, it would have been a very toxic environment, right, that we're walking into, and versus the environment now where the reasonable people are trying to come together and the Twitter bots are still trying to play fucking politics online.
There's also a theory that, and there's, as far as I know, a little bit of data to back this up, that since Michigan is an open primary state, and since Mike Rogers basically had the GOP nomination on lockdown, that some Republicans crossed the aisle to vote for Stevens, possibly to elevate her as a sort of Pied Piper because they felt like she'd be easier to beat. I don't know if there is like a sufficient enough evidence. It's one theory. But that is something that I think is also a little bit compelling, because just like strategically speaking, if I know that my guy's going to win, then I might want to cross the aisle and vote for the weaker candidate myself. Because if you could do that, I mean, you have one vote, right? So why not use it elsewhere? So that's one possibility as well. But here's the thing about polling. As you said, it is, especially internal polling, not necessarily the most reliable. And really, you have to look at polls in the aggregate. If you look at the aggregate polls with Abdul Sayed, it showed he had like a 10-point lead. People were projecting like a double-digit win. But even if you see that, like whenever you see a poll for a leftist, just subtract 10 points. That's the way that you have to operate mentally. Because not like literally, that doesn't mean they're going to lose, but you just have to pretend as if you always are the underdog. It was
like the Salon campaign, like you're 15 points behind always.
Exactly.
Right? That's exactly. What you do, because that's what you're up against. I can't I don't know what the number is yet, but wasn't it like, $45 million worth of spending? Then I heard $60 million, $70 million.
It was over 60.
Okay, so it was still 9-1 no matter what, right? A 9-1 spend means everyone,
which is enormous.
Gen X. Yeah, which is enormous, and it's Gen X and above. That's their ads. That's the radio. That's TV. That's like, so their brains are all poisoned at that point.
And I think people need to also understand a couple hard lessons from this thing, and that like that not all like. And again, I'm not trying to. You got to give it to the centrists, but I'm just trying to be realistic about who your enemies are versus who are your friends, right? Or who are just people who are just who are the ideologues and who are the grifters, right? Nate Silver is an infamous centrist contrarian, right? He is the infamous guy who shit talks Bernie and is constantly contrarian about. Oh my God, Rebecca! I have not seen you in years. How are you?
I'm good. Let me get my real mic. I'll be right there.
Okay.
You have the best shirt ever. I love that movie.
She always has good shirts.
Yeah, she has the best shirts. I just have this weird Levi shirt. But like I was saying, like every single time, like we've talked about Nate Silver. He has his whole like the river and this like all. He's an enlightened centrist, right? But Nate Silver is just a contrarian against narratives. Here, when this happened, he didn't fucking try to spin the shit that people on X was being. He was very clear, like, look, progressives, he beat a 9-1 odd race. He called it like it is. And it's crazy that we have to give credit there, but so many people are not fucking calling out what's going on. It was beating that is a monumental thing, and it is a monumental proof, like progressive, like these issues work, right? The other thing that I mentioned this on my stream and my stress-filled like tenseness of that, right? Bro, like we've talked about it on the Grand Platinum episode. We talked about it like every other time, but I feel like there's a lot of the left that talks at black people and does not listen to black people, right? They're like we don't like engage black people in a way that is meaningful, and we still treat them like monoliths. And it is crazy to me because obviously I feel like a lot of the policies for Al Sayed are much better for African Americans, but I'm an Indian Pakistani guy who raps. That doesn't make me black, right? And so having to have that conversation and actually listen and engage with that community in a better way than we have needs to be a thing, right? So that the argument that like, oh, the leftists are just a bunch of white elitist people just falls flat on its face, right? Because the result, he underperformed with black voters, right? And it wasn't just like older black voters, right? He did way better amongst younger ones, but like, you know, those numbers, we should not be like ignoring. I don't know. I feel like there's still more work to be done with engaging with the black community in a way that I feel like the left just has not done in a way that is.
I mean, to be fair, is that it's been a weakness for the left for a long time. Bernie 2016, Bernie 2020. There were some improvements in 2020, but it still is. Part of the problem is that like Bernie was from a very white state of Vermont, so he didn't have any inroads in the community. And when he talked about black issues, he sounded like he did not know what he was talking about. It was like a deer in headlights. So it's been a long time problem. But yeah, I think that you're right. There needs to be, like, I'm not taking anything away from Abdul El-Sayed. What he pulled off was absolutely monumental. But like, even when we win, I think we should try to learn lessons because going forward, it's only going to get more difficult for the left. And I made a video that comes out tomorrow talking about how now that we have wins in battleground states like Michigan and potentially Wisconsin if Francesca Hong wins, the third way wing of the Democratic Party, they are trying to sabotage these races specifically because if the left can get across the finish line in these races, what does that mean for 2028? It means that this argument that they're going to use against AOC or Ro Khanna that, oh, these ideas are too extreme to win in battleground states, that argument gets taken away from them. So if they can snuff out this baby in the crib, then they could help a moderate, like, maintain a lead, a sizable lead in 2028. But if El-Sayed ends up beating Rogers, if Francesca Hong wins the nominee and she ends up becoming the governor in Wisconsin, and in 2028, like, what does that mean? It means that there's going to be a lot of momentum for the left going forward. So we're about to see some, like, rat fuckery and shenanigans and subterfuge like we've never seen before. And my entire video tomorrow is about that because, like, they're not just going to let us steamroll them and be like, well, shucks, we'll have to get better and run some better candidates. Like, they're going to engage in a lot of really dirty tricks to make sure that we don't win. So anytime we win, we need to look at the weaknesses, even if we had a strong performance, and try to improve there. And I think that you're right about engaging particular communities, engaging communities in rural areas, and also not taking television ads for granted. I think that's something that the left needs to refocus on. Yes, TV isn't the way that most people get their information anymore, but it's still significant. And a lot of these older voters in the Democratic Party, they are going to get your message disproportionately through the television. So you've got to invest in advertising. Part of it, like one trend that's pretty consistent with leftist candidates is that it's always a demographic difference. Younger people skew towards the left, including younger Black voters and younger Latino voters, and older people skew towards the center. And part of that is because of the differences in where they get their information. So if these leftist candidates are not reaching out to people in these traditional spaces like TV, I think that's a little bit of a missed opportunity. Now, I can't really speak to El Sayed's game when it comes to, TV advertisements and radio advertisements. I know his ground game was very good, but, just little things that we could tweak to be stronger, because, every single election should be a learning opportunity. And just real quick, I want to give you all an update about the Pearson race. Pearson's lead is growing with 15%, or not growing, but he's sustaining his lead with 15% of precincts in. And
we also
really
have some
encouraging.
Good news. Apparently, as of now, Mitch McConnell is legally dead.
Really?
So, just based on the amount of time that he has not been heard from, this is the length of time that you would be medically dead if you were in a coma this long. So,
oh, wow.
You said dead? You said he dead?
Well, I'm just saying mathematically he should be dead. So technically,
I mean, he should.
But didn't he come from the rehab? That's the last breaking news that I saw earlier today.
Oh no, was he out?
That's what they said. They said he, they reported that he came out of rehab.
Wait, but there's no footage.
And he's going to his house to recover with family and friends, and that was the last time.
Did you look like he was being puppeteered by like 3 people, or
why is there no footage of it?
I don't know. I was working at the time, so it was breaking news. I didn't go really into.
Okay. There's no video of it. It's just Mitch McConnell says he's been discharged from the rehab center and will continue recovery at home. Okay, well then why can't we see you? What the fuck? You're like one of the you're one of the most famous people in the country, dude. Yeah. What do you fucking think you're?
Hey, Ariana.
Is there another? Yeah. Hi, Ariana.
By the way, some breaking news here for everybody with regard to the Tennessee election. So Andy Ogles, fascist Republican, is currently losing with 36% of precincts reporting to Charlie Hatcher.
Go.
I don't know anything about Charlie. Let me do a quick little search. I don't know if he's the more sane Republican.
Yeah.
If he's less psychotic, I guess is the best way. Let me see.
How's Justin Pearson doing? Is that his name?
Let me show you. He's doing very, very good so far.
He's leading right now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, 40 points up, 15% in.
Good.
Yeah, looking good for Justin Pearson so far. I'll leave that up on the screen for now. Let me check on this Charlie Hatcher. It would be so funny if this fascist lost.
Bro, Andy Ogles is so fucking that guy. I like people were freaking out at the beginning of the year, or the beginning of 2025, because he has a history of just every year he'll release a super performative bill, and Andy Ogles introduces bill to stab Muslim people or some shit like that. He'll do something crazy and then just be we need to do it to try to gin up votes. And it's just so beautiful to me. Just a chef's kiss that he's getting his ass kicked in a fucking primary after his strategy. He's just doubled in on this strategy over the last year. I'm going to deport Mamdani. Yeah, get your ass beat, bro.
Inshallah. Although, we don't know much about Charlie Hatcher. I went to his website. I know enough based on this to say I hope he beats Andy Ogles. All we really know is that he's a farmer, and he just says that he's a 5th-generation Tennessee dairy farmer He's an author, a Christian, and a family man, and he thinks that Trump would have been a fantastic farmer.
This is
Let's do
Tennessee,
it.
right?
Wait. I'm pretty sure. Okay, if this is his fucking caption, he probably has some funny ass advertisements for his campaign. Can we
Let
look?
me press play. There's a video here. Do we want to watch this?
It has to be like these motherfuckers have the
On
funniest campaign videos on earth.
On Ballotopedia, it says it's Tennessee's 5th, right?
Tennessee's 5th, yes.
Yeah, Dr. Charlie Hatcher has over 20 years in veterinary practice and a decade in as Tennessee's state veterinarian. He has held national leadership roles, including past president of American Association of Bovine Practice. He's a farmer guy.
Okay, well, this ad is 3 minutes and 45 seconds for some reason. We don't have to watch all of it, but I would like to know
There's
who
some
this
sort
guy
of
is.
feedback coming in. Do you guys hear that?
I do hear that. Let me see if I can. I don't know where that's coming from.
Feedback on the
It's
Leftist
probably
Audio
mine.
podcast.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's better
Let me
now.
press play on this video. I'm morbidly curious.
You need something done that takes from dawn to long past dusk? Hire a farmer. You need someone you can trust just by the look in their eye.
The video got smaller
Look
when I
in the eye
enlarged it.
of a farmer. Someone who can stretch a dollar far as the eye can see.
I already
Who
like
knows
this.
ups and downs.
It's actually pretty good.
Stay steady throughout.
I'm a farmer.
Yep. Find you a farmer. Some of the best live right here in Tennessee. Farmers like Charlie Hatcher. What a life. 5th generation conservative Tennessee dairy farmer. Started up 8 businesses from scratch to feed his family. Most of whom still live and work on that same farm, along with Charlie's grandkids. Their
Very
church, right down the road. Maybe you've heard of Hatcher Family Dairy's milk. That's Charlie and his son. The Hatcher Family Dairy TV show. Charlie and his crew.
TV show.
There's a
Tennessee's
TV show?
super successful agriculture commissioner for almost 7 years. Charlie Hatcher, former member of the UT Board of Trustees. Charlie. Oh, and did I mention he's a doctor, livestock veterinarian, and his daughter Jennifer has followed in his footsteps. So this doctor, farm.
Can I just pause it really quick to point out that we're almost 2 minutes in and he hasn't like demonized an immigrant or a trans person yet?
Yeah,
I'm sure he
actually
hates them.
really good.
He talked about
No,
himself.
like,
Yeah.
His success.
It's very Morning in America 80s coded.
Very,
You notice that? Very like
They got
Bush
a
Senior.
TV show, so he's a television star. He's a doctor, a veterinarian. His granddaughter, or his daughter, excuse me, is taken
Yeah.
after him. He's 8 generations of farming,
Right.
From bootstraps type of vibe. This old truck, is given racism. So even though he hasn't mentioned
That truck
it,
is 100% painted.
It's
I don't
just
believe for a
picking up-
fucking second. Yeah.
looking for black folks, looking for people who
Yeah.
is just in the street. That's what it
Maybe
is.
we'll get to that in this ad. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop.
That's the truck from Mississippi Burning. Sorry.
This is like pre-Trump Republican. This is like
This is vintage.
This is like
It
the
is.
Republican where like they
The-
would stand up for Barack Obama if they called him Hussein. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the. I'm not saying he would do that. I'm just saying it's kind of going for that old timer conservative rather than like MAGA conservative. You know what I mean?
You're not saying he would do that, but
Right, but the messaging is
Right.
like Carter type of. You know what I mean?
He's not your racist uncle. He's your fun racist.
I feel like
uncle.
to me, from my perspective, he'd be like, I don't have any problem with you if you're gay. I don't want to see that shit around here. I'll beat your ass, but I don't have a problem with you. Like he'd be one of those people.
Yeah.
But by the way, terrible accent. I apologize to all of our southern
you
viewers.
No, that was good.
do it in
It was
front of
good. You were getting into it. I think while you were owning it a little after the first 2 seconds, and then I started to believe it a little bit.
Okay, that's a really high
Okay.
compliment. Thank you. Well, let's see where this goes, because so far, I like him more than Andy Ogles, which is a very, very low bar, mind you. But he's crushing it.
Farmer, ag commissioner, business leader, author, father, husband, grandpa. Just didn't have enough to do.
I think there's something missing in Washington. There's a lack of farmer common sense there. There's a lack of work ethic. Trump would have been a fantastic farmer. And he works like a farmer. He's getting things done in the short amount of time that he's been there. The strong work ethic and the values that we learn from the farm and the day-to-day activities and taking care of the animals and what's necessary for the farm to survive, it shapes the character of a person. I mean, we face adversities every single day. So one of my strengths is a problem solver, looking for solutions, looking for collaboration, and support the Trump administration and Speaker Johnson on their agenda.
I think our beliefs,
that was a southern twang if I've ever heard one.
Is maybe what the world needs right now.
You can tell you're not.
I feel like she's gonna say a slur at any minute.
You're not trying to be anybody. You're not. You have a history of being able to see an issue, tackle an issue, and you really don't have to burden other people because you just need the job.
He's supposed to be the fine grandson.
We can use more of that.
Charlie Hatcher has climbed many mountains, forged many streams to make our state better.
So Kowalski said in my chat, which by the way, he's been silent this whole time. I'm wondering what he's thinking. He said farming would kill Trump in 45 seconds.
Period. Somebody said Trump would never be a good farmer because he's lazy as hell. And I concur.
Yeah, that's the most absurd statement he's made. Trump doesn't want to do manual labor. Are you joking? Like,
and
physical activity.
We're how much into this video, and he still hasn't mentioned what policies, anything. He hasn't mentioned what he can do. Healthcare, nothing.
Right.
Nothing.
Hey.
Well, to be fair, I didn't expect any policies from him, but I'm still pleasantly surprised that aside from the support for fascism, Donald Trump, he's not saying anything about a particular minority group, which does, like you both were saying, it kind of is like callback.
Seconds left.
Do you guys like
That's
milk?
true.
Do you guys drink milk?
Doing good out here.
Do you guys drink milk?
No, not with this tummy.
Have you guys seen what Georgia?
He made that milk.
That guy who's running for Georgia governor as a Republican, his fucking ads are diabolical.
I see them here.
They're all over Georgia.
Them all the time when I'm trying to watch my little shows because
they're
I ain't
so
paying.
funny. Wait, what's his name again? I forgot his name.
So I get the odds. What's his name? And he is rude. Like he talks about.
No, he's really bad. Like
he's talking about rounding up immigrants. He's talking about all of the things that he says in
the Mongolian Muslims taking over Georgia.
Mongolian Muslims is crazy.
It's disgusting.
Mongolian Muslims is crazy.
Wow.
Wait, what is his name? I need to find these videos.
I've never heard of this guy. By the way, just an update on the election. Andy Ogles is closing in on him. 53% of precincts reporting so far. Still holding strong. Check in on Justin Pearson as well, 22% in. He is still around the same number. So looking pretty good.
I mean, Ogles is underperforming in a lot of these counties with 53% of the vote in.
I would love to see Andy Ogles lose this election. By the way, his daughter is running for Congress, and she said on a podcast that women should not be in leadership positions or run for Congress. And then what does she do? She announces that she's running for Congress. So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But I just, this potential political dynasty needs to be snuffed out in the crib because I don't want to see Ogles anymore. Like this dude, I can't remember if it was him or another one that posted the Attack on Titan video of AOC as like a fucking
Ogles.
Titan. Was it Ogles? Okay,
I think
yeah.
it was Ogles.
Basically, it was like showing an anime of a Titan getting assassinated, but he said this is AOC. It was really fucked up. Do we want to finish the 45 seconds just to see?
I want to hear. Let me hear. We already started.
Curious.
We're here.
Because as you said, Rebecca, 45 seconds is an eternity in an ad.
You can put some. It is, but it could be something in there.
Yeah, he could say something.
He might give us nothing, but let's see.
So far, the vibe is not.
It's just farming. It's just basically his biography. I feel like he's.
Yeah. Is this video in 720p too? It's like it's very artifacty.
All videos are in 720p for campaigns for some reason, or 480. It just depends.
This guy definitely did not pay his videographer.
Leadership. humility, intelligence, strength, and common sense any more than D.C.? Charlie Hatcher is Tennessee,
Not lamb chop.
D.C. He's sort of the ultimate outsider.
I mean, what you see with me is what you get.
You have a problem that seems insurmountable,
Clearly.
and you can't even fathom finding a cure? Hire a farmer.
I'm a political outsider, but I feel like I'm being led to do it, and I can't say no to
Pro-Trump is
that.
the first thing.
Pro-life, pro-family, pro-Trump.
I love how they had to like hire a farmer and they had to put in the chicken sound effect. They had
You
to be
hear
like,
it?
We gotta get that. We gotta get that shit in there. Yeah.
Not bad, I will say. And this is going to be a nail biter. Andy
really-
Ogles is probably squeezing his cheeks right now. Rebecca, is
he
this
had
the video
he had
of the ad?
an 80%. He had an 80% chance of
Ariana
winning
dropped that.
earlier today, and then it went down to 73. So he's in a little bit of trouble.
Okay, you know
what? This is him. Rick
This is the
Johnson,
guy.
and you will see his ads all over town, and it's just his ads are crazy, diabolical.
I've never seen this, so
Ads diabolical.
Let me put y'all on to Rick Jackson because this is a treat.
Oh my God.
Oof.
I don't care if you're Muslim or Mongolian. You don't have the right to force your culture on our country.
This fucking guy.
Conservative Rick Jackson. Too often, criminal illegals commit sick, violent crimes.
I have to watch
victimize
this
our
to get to
children
my shows,
and
y'all.
get away
Oh, no.
with murder. So here's my guarantee to them. Do that when I'm governor, and you'll end up deported or departed. Rick Jackson
What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
Any questions?
I actually do have so many questions, sir.
Whoa! What is
Yeah.
with the Teddy with the what's it like David Pumpkins fucking like ending of his thing there. Also, he has a widow's peak that would make Vegeta blush. Oh my god!
Listen, I have a widow's peak, and I love Vegeta's hairline growing up because we have the same hairline. Now, here, absolutely.
"Don't
He
shave
wants
my
to hold on. Yeah,
No.
I love me a Vegeta.
You make it
hairline.
look good,
I
though.
always love Vegeta because we got the same hairline.
Oh, you can't dislike it.
But
Vegeta's
yes,
gas.
this, he wants to hold on to an Elvis haircut. That's what it's given. He wants to hold on to that look. But out here, I mean, he's infiltrated every corner of town. They've
Oh my God.
here where I live, even though it's predominantly white and it's very conservative, there are a lot of progressive people out here who I watch will take his signs and like throw them. Like they'll be masked in the 2:00. You riding down the street, masked folks will just like hop out of a car, take the sign and throw it out, and they'll put the signs back. The signs are huge everywhere, in the corner of nowhere, in the city, everywhere. This man is literally like
The vibes are so demonic.
yes, they are. Why? Any video, any commercial,
Can I watch
any
this
ad.
Christmas one?
So wait. Okay, so that Christmas one is he AI generates himself as a kid. Anyways, whatever. So
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yes, that's like him as an AI generated kid, like telling his childhood story.
Play now.
But like,
Don't
listen.
ask questions.
No, he has this whole AI generated like video on his childhood and all of that stuff. Anyways, so we need to talk about his come up because it's actually crazy. So he used to be a healthcare executive. He used to be a healthcare executive, made a fortune.
Just like Rick Scott.
Yeah, being a healthcare executive. And then from that money, he self-funded his own campaign by the multi-million. So everything you're seeing, all of the ads, all of the people that he has working on his campaign is literally from his own self-funded millions that he has. It's not even putting a dent in his money because he has so much money, like he's a multimillionaire. But even Republican analysts themselves in Georgia, they were like, we don't know where the fuck he came from and we don't know how the fuck to get rid of him. Like he has literally dominated every single corner of Georgia. And the last time I checked his polls, he's leading the polls. So undecided is more, but he's right after undecided. That was the last time I checked his polls. But his whole story is just fucking insane because he's basically this healthcare executive with a bunch of money that just came out of nowhere and was like, I'm going to spew all this shit and I'm going to run for governor. And that's honestly truly where this country has gotten to. You know what I mean?
Let's see what this
he's behind Keisha Lance Bottoms by 7 right now.
Yeah, because Keisha Lance Bottoms has been, I'm not going to lie, a lot of people have a lot of thoughts about her. However, in this particular case, a lot of people have been coming out. So hopefully she does win. She used to be the mayor of Atlanta. And now we have Andrew. So she is the pick, even though she's had a questionable history. But right now we're focused on not having somebody like Rick Jackson in place. So
is it her or Rick Jackson? Isn't the
it's her or Rick Jackson?
Yeah. So
they're the major. Yeah.
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 with leaners right now, it's 40.
Bad or worst.
In a poll right now, she's at 50. He's at 43, and then with lean people leaning, she's at 51. He's at 44.
Okay.
That's the
so we're
poll.
hoping. Really, I'm pushing for Keisha. So
it's so annoying that it's like you get mad at Democrats because it's like, God, Keisha supported fucking Cop City, and then this demon comes along and it's like, okay, I guess she's better than literal Satan.
Bro, I got Gavin Newsom in my state, dude. I have American Psycho. California politics is literally just filled with hey, listen, we have probably one of the most liberal electorates if you don't go out to the boonies you can possibly get. Also, we elect insane people all of the time. I would love for Nithya Raman to win and everything like that, but we're probably gonna have Javier Becerra as governor, which I'm glad it's not
Nithya is
Hilton.
mayor of LA though, right? Those are two different races.
No, yeah, but I'm saying the two big races people were watching were Nithya and then the governor's race, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the governor's race, we're probably gonna have Javier versus I also thought his name was Xavier for a second. I was like, that's a great name. But we're probably gonna have Javier there, but he's a Chevron guy, which is fucking awful.
He's a downgrade from Gavin Newsom, seemingly, somehow. And even a lot of establishment Democrats were shocked that he was rising in the polls after
in some
Swalwell
ways
dropped out.
I mean, Swalwell was bad, dude. I fucking did not like Swalwell. That guy was even before the things that came out about him, he was a gross motherfucker.
He was a racist, Islamophobic piece of shit, and just an establishment toady.
Yeah, and then also even the alternative to Becerra was Steyer, which is
right. I didn't hate Steyer. I will say I didn't hate Steyer.
I didn't hate him, but I it's hard to trust him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's a billionaire.
I know it's hard to trust him, but Becerra has. The proof is that right there that he is in big money pocket.
Sure.
With Steyer, I was like, all right, at least there's a chance for this guy to go in and be good. You know what I mean? If I had to pick between the two, I would have gone with a lot of my mutuals also endorse Steyer for that reason.
I went with Steyer. I voted for Steyer, and I voted for Steyer, and I voted for Raman. I'm glad that Raman edged out Spencer Pratt. That was because in my I was very happy about that, but dude, California politics has always been like a shit show, in terms of who we have. Kevin McCarthy comes from this state, just a bunch of chuds a lot of the time who get into politics. Because keep in mind, a lot of politicians are failed actors or failed people who they just want attention. And so,
or successful actors like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was the governor of California, and Ronald Reagan.
He was, bro. That's what I'm saying. You can't if we're talking about crazy elections, we elected Arnold Schwarzenegger. We fully knew this is an insane decision we're all making, and we all made that decision, and it was bad in some ways, but it was also he also did defend the state when we needed wildfire help, was really helpful in that. But he also fucked us up in a lot of deficits too. So I don't know, man.
Yeah,
we have a weird politics in this state.
Well, let's look at this ad from Rick Jackson of him as an AI generated child.
I spent Christmas Eve alone in a children's home. When I woke up, a good
This is his
Samaritan
villain
had
origin
left
story.
me $100. Unlike career politicians, I know how some extra money can change everything. That's why I'll freeze your property taxes and slash the income tax in half.
Rick Jackson, not a career politician.
I'll get you a boatload of your money back, or I won't run again.
Yeah, right.
Gives you a boatload of your money back.
Or I won't run again.
He's bribing.
There's one that's completely AI generated of his childhood, and it's insane. Yeah,
This
I
one?
think it's Forgotten No More. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's crazy.
I want to
He
see
made
the
his
one he
own
posted.
podcast. Did you see that?
No.
He made his own podcast. The video before that is like him in a podcast chair.
Oh God. I'll check that one out too.
Yeah.
There's a
What
gold
is that
mine
baby
here.
with no arms?
My father
No,
didn't
what's
leave me
happening
when I
here?
was 9 months old. My mother was an alcoholic. I had 7 stepfathers by the time I was 12. She got
What?
drunk again, and I told my
That's
uncle,
quite the
I'm
Your
not
mama
gonna do
was
this,
a-
I'm gonna run away. When you
Now you call his
live like
mama a
I
hoe.
did, you don't have food on the table.
My
You don't forget that, and you don't forget the people that struggle.
Did he call
I'm
his
the only
mama a hoe?
candidate in this race
He
who
did, in
doesn't owe a
fact.
thing to the political establishment.
Rick Jackson's not full of crap like some of the other politicians.
I think he's the man of his word.
Georgia
Oh my
families are getting squeezed. Groceries cost more, rent costs more, healthcare costs more, and property taxes are completely out of control.
I support Mr. Jackson because I believe in what he says.
Like Trump, Rick doesn't back down.
As governor, my mission is simple. Make Georgia the most affordable state in America.
The insiders hate him, and I'm all in on that.
There's no BS about him.
I'll spend whatever it
No
takes
BS
to win
my
this
him.
race. Take away their power, give it back where it belongs to the people of Georgia, especially the hardworking men and women who have been forgotten and left in the shadows
literally
for
all
too
AI.
long,
The
just like I
hard-working
was.
men and women. We didn't.
Because
Listen,
yeah,
we
because
didn't
like
wanna
where is
hire
he gonna
any-
find a real black person? Like of course it has to be AI generated.
He
Come
had
on,
one in there.
so for
But
real.
my thing is he's saying all this stuff and they're saying like he's a hard worker. He's a man of his word, just like Trump. But Trump has been president, and under his presidency so far, a lot of things went up. So the
Right.
blame, if they want, so to speak, you wouldn't want somebody who's going to come into your state and do the same thing. Now, our governor now, Brian Kemp, is exactly who Rick Jackson. Is that his name, Rick? That's who
Jackson.
Mr. Jackson claims, to be as well. We have that already. So if that is happening under a Trump supporter that we have now, Brian Kemp, who has done a lot of terrible racist things in this state, this is what we're going to get again. And you see how he doesn't really mention the current governor and the state of Georgia now. But I want to see what he says about, is that Keisha Lance Bottoms
Looks
up
like
there?
there's
That
2
legacy
attack
post?
ads. Yeah. Do you want to watch this one first?
Yeah, I want to see what he says about her.
Story? Was that part true? Was he like a rags to riches success story? Came from poverty, made it on his
Probably
own?
not.
I'd assume not, but
yeah.
That's
So
the
on the
typical
ad
story
that he
you
has
hear.
for her that says never again, it's only 1,000, almost 2,000 views on that one. The rest are like millions of views. I wonder why.
Wow.
I don't want to switch
try
the
this one
subject,
first.
but Andy
When
Andy's
Keisha Lance
in real
Bottoms got
trouble.
elected, she said,
Is he really? Okay.
He's
well,
in real trouble.
Just real
He's
quick.
The vote is at 64. He has gone up. A couple.
Oh
a
wow,
couple-
our farmer might win. Okay.
Yeah, he extended the lead extended to like
Armstrong.
5.4.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Good news. All right. So here is the legacy ad.
when Keisha Lance Bottoms got elected, she said,
We must be good stewards of your tax dollars.
just 30 days later,
Taxpayers covered the cost of a first-class plane ticket for Mayor Bottom's husband to fly to the Super Bowl.
worse.
$11,000 in luxury chauffeured car service tabs in just her first
reaches.
5 months in office.
If Mayor Bottoms wants her legacy to be we're too greedy to care, then they're off to a great start.
Keisha Lance Bottoms, she's out for herself, not Georgia.
That is so like that. Give us more. Like,
Okay. Let's see. This is the one that bombed seemingly.
yeah, the
Got
one that bombed.
2K.
Oh, 1.8K.
Democrat Keisha Lance Bottoms. She wants to build on her time as it lands on mayor.
A short tenure, but one filled with challenges and pitfalls.
I eliminated cash bail bond. We ended our relationship with ICE. That leads us to where we are today.
clueless, and out of touch.
The theatrics of appearing to be tough on crime.
I'm in favor of us reimagining policing.
This is not a plan that I just pulled out of the sky.
Salivating at the perks of power.
You're signing a stack of contracts like this worth hundreds of millions of dollars, so it can't be tempting, not be honest brokers. I don't think you should be a broke politician.
Fined for flagrant violations.
The State Ethics Commission has fined Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms $37,000 for violating campaign finance laws.
That the State Ethics Commissioner is investigating their campaign disclosures.
I'm not quite sure where you expect us to draw the line on that.
All the way to California.
Gavin Newsom, I love what he's
doing. My God.
I think that he is
They're
brilliant.
reaching with dinosaur
We need people
arms.
to understand this moment and are going to meet this moment head on, and that is you.
Mayor Bottoms, her decision to undermine economic growth is devastating.
Hosting drag queen story time.
Oh,
Endangering
no.
girls' sports.
Decisions regarding who competes and how people compete shouldn't be happening.
So you would have vetoed it?
Yes.
If she doesn't trust Georgians,
Got a lot of irresponsible gun owners.
how can Georgians trust her for governor?
Look at what I've done.
Atlanta did face a surge in violent crime, police walkouts, and national scrutiny when you were the mayor. How stressful was that time for you?
On a scale from 1 to 10, a 10.
Yes, because that was in the middle of all that stuff happening in 2020.
Called upon, it looks
Yeah,
like to
that's
do
not
the
a
same
if you're a
thing.
mayor
The
and
danger
it's not a
isn't what might
stressful
happen,
job,
it's what
why are you
already
mayor?
has.
You
We
should be
really
working
have to
on
be
shit.
very diligent and very intentional about making sure that we don't find ourselves in this position again.
Mind you, I'm not saying that she was perfect, but this is what they're choosing, and they thought that Republicans would eat this up, and baby, they just bypassed it. They literally, because this wasn't the one, because they literally were reaching, like I said, with dinosaur arms, and here we are. I'm like, all of these people who are running, especially these people who just paid for their positions to be able to run. I hate that it's so easy for them to be able to do so, but they don't have any real substance. They're not really running on anything with strength. We're hearing a lot of the talking points from the past, but a lot like Brian Kemp is exactly what Rick Jackson is saying that he wants to be. We already have that. That's no change. We already have somebody who is Trump's do-boy here, who runs it just like what's his name over there in Florida. And so, all of these people do exactly the same exact things. This guy, he's saying that he will also rent a penthouse on Trump's ball sack. That's nothing different than what we've seen. So, like,
Right.
you know what I mean? So, but that ad, clearly they don't have anything much to go off of to really say that this is why you should vote for me. It's just more so I'm Republican, I'm pro-Trump, vote for me.
Yeah.
Same old shit. Same old shit.
I have some breaking news, everybody. We have
I'm saying it too.
We have some calls in the race of Tennessee's 9th congressional district. It has been called for Justin Pearson, folks. We just racked up another victory. Yeah. He just won.
Yeah.
Okay, I was trying to play some music to celebrate.
I heard
and I don't know
it. You
what the fuck
tried.
this is.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. We did it, everybody.
Oh yeah, that Envato.
You know what? Fuck it.
Oh no.
This is what we need.
Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Everywhere I go, they love Donald, Donald Trump.
Okay, so he's probably going to be speaking soon. I won't torture you all with that, or I won't torture Zed with that, because he's the only person who hates it.
Yeah,
Well,
but Ogles is in real trouble though. Seriously, like I don't know.
I'm looking at this race. 70%.
Yeah,
he might lose. Is he a Nazi?
He's down.
He's a Nazi. He does.
Yeah,
Nazi
he's
a
bad,
Nazi.
dude.
Yeah, he's basically a Nazi for all intents and purposes.
Right.
Yeah.
He's down 5. I think I don't know what else is left in, like, from what I'm seeing, like the projected vote count out for Ogles has, like, I think I don't know if there's enough votes left for him to kind of jump on that. Yeah, dude, look at the results by county. Hatcher is up 8, 3, 20, 23. All of the counties with vote left. Right, the counties with the percentage of vote. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, dude, like the counties with the most percentage of vote left, or that are in, yeah, like it's Hatcher by like 12 to 20. It's kind of a whooping.
We might get a call soon here. I mean, it's close, right? But this is not going in Ogle's direction.
Ooh, and he increased it because his lead was 5 up when you see that representative primary Hatcher plus 6. It was 5 before. Now it's 6.
Wow.
So he went up. Yeah,
we might get a farmer to Congress. Kowalski is probably really excited. This is his moment right now.
Yeah.
Farmers are getting representation in Congress. I love that.
Hell yeah.
So let me see. There should be a live stream from Justin Pearson. I would imagine he's going to speak to people at his campaign headquarters. It's been called everywhere. Vote Hub, CNN. So this is a very solid district.
It's official.
Is it?
Did he lose?
Armstrong.
I'm not seeing it yet.
No, okay, gotcha.
I'm seeing it's called everywhere for Justin Pearson though. NBC,
for
New York
Pearson,
Times.
okay.
Yeah, Pearson is a lock for sure. And he's going to Congress. This is a blue district. So that's a really solid progressive.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Is going to be in Congress, which is really, really encouraging to see. I'm very happy about this.
Wait, was Justin Pearson didn't take any APAC money, right?
As far as I know, no. On his website, he does say he does not support sending money to human rights
It's been called
abusers.
Ogles lost.
No. Who called it?
It's been called Vote Hub.
No. Oh my God.
He's out.
Wow.
Zachary Dunny, represent any Ogles member of the
Charlie
House
Hatcher
Caucus
won.
and Trump endorsed incumbent, is upset in the Republican primary in Tennessee 05 to Charlie Hatcher, who was backed by several prominent establishment-aligned
He gave
Tennessee
the people
Republicans.
nothing, and they said, "Give us nothing."
Yeah,
We
but here's the
received
thing.
nothing.
You want to? But what's interesting about it? You know who Ogles was endorsed by? Trump.
Really?
Donald
Yep.
Trump.
Ogles was endorsed by Trump, and Tennessee Republicans endorsed Hatcher instead, and Hatcher won.
Very encouraging
Interesting.
results. Very encouraging results. I will say, America, I'm not willing to change my opinion of you, but this does bode well for
God, thank God
my
Victor is
perception
not
of you.
here, or else we would have a 3-hour debate on what patriotism is, because I will not change my mind about America either. But we're going places. Slowly.
You know, things are
Nationalism sucks,
looking
but
a little up.
if you love the people of a country, I think that's always worth it. And if
I
you
don't know if I
represent
love Americans. To be real honest
Yeah, I
with
will
you,
say I don't like Americans especially,
know if
but
I
I'm
don't
hoping
consider
for
I don't
us to do
consider
better.
I would hope for us to do better, but I think I don't like I don't know what to say to that. I'm just thinking of I like this. No, there's a lot of people there who I don't like either.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody's like, "Oh, you're being too hard on Americans," okay, well, come and meet my uncle. Come and meet some of my siblings. Okay, then you'll change your fucking mind on Americans. So
I just think there's so much. It's interesting to me. I think that the interesting thing of the through line for all of these races is how propaganda is kind of failing.
Right.
With the most money it's ever had. That's crazy to me. These results are very close because of the amount of money being spent, which is already obscene, but it's a
Millions.
failure of the amount of money. You would think that they would probably spend more money for after the $60 million that they lost. They probably will spend more money against Al Sayed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's not a small drop in the bucket for these guys. That's a lot of money and resources to direct to this race to lose like that. And to have your candidate then go on stage the next day, hug Al Sayed, and then be like, hey, let's go win this thing. All of your consultancy, all of your, And it's a huge loss for AIPAC and what that means for like I don't even think I think that's a really stupid thing for the third. That's like the third way not reading the room. They put out an announcement that we're going to spend $15 million against socialists. Like, did you not see? But did you not observe why you lost? Like, one of the biggest reasons you lost was like people are very upset with the amount of money that was spent on this race. You're going to spend more? You fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, they don't care. One thing I will say is this Justin Pearson, not to change the subject, but the Justin Pearson win comes at the perfect time because one of the 3 victories we had on Tuesday may have just been canceled out because I'm not sure if you all saw this, but William Lawrence, who ran another race in Michigan, he's a progressive guy. He is the co-founder of the Sunrise Movement. He kind of did a bit of a pivot already. He had an interview on CNN where he talked about how he left the DSA, and after saying he's not going to support Hakeem Jeffries as speaker, he's already saying he's going to vote for Hakeem Jeffries as speaker.
Okay, so can I say something about that? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Yes.
I was talking to someone who worked on the Hill for 10 years. And I was talking about this shift amongst DSA progressives, and I'm like, why? It's kind. I call it like the AOC shift, right? Like, why did they go from gun ho, like this is who I am, to I'll vote for Hakeem Jeffries when the time comes, right? And the way she explained it to me is that if they don't essentially respect or show support for people like Hakeem Jeffries, they will be completely ousted from everything in Congress. So when we're talking about them being able to run committees, them being able to do their job, them being able to cross collaborate, and then they end up not surviving. So I feel like
you're right. And
more time.
Just to be clear, I fully expect him and every other socialist to get in and fall in line and vote for Jeffries. The problem with this particular move, and he's also doing it, by the way, because he wants money from the Democratic apparatus in the general. But the reason why this one in particular is annoying is because he was one of the people that was very gung-ho against Jeffries, and he hasn't even talked to Jeffries yet. Jeffries hasn't called him. He hasn't called Jeffries. So he's throwing away his leverage when he could say, hey, you want my vote? I'd like this particular committee assignment. I'd like to maybe get a vote on Bill X, Y, and Z. So he's just giving up his leverage without even offering nothing. So it looks like a coward move. And with regard to him pivoting away from the DSA, I understand why he would do this. Logically speaking, it's a battleground district. Trump won this district last time. So on paper, it sounds like it makes sense. The problem is that you're not going to convince any Republican to come over and vote for you. They're still going to call you a socialist. And now you are going to lose the organizational power that the DSA has. And the only people you're going to piss off are DSA members. So to me, it looks like a dishonest, opportunistic move. And I hope that that's not the case. I hope that
did he full on leave it, or did he just say that he'd left it in an interview?
He said that he let his membership lapse. I could pull up the clip that way because I don't want to straw man him. And
that's an interesting. Like, I think also you have to keep in mind that the way people play around this kind of shit is like, I mean, it's politics. I mean, like people. Yeah.
Sorry. What is the majority of his district? What's the race?
I'm not sure. I know it's a
voting block.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I just know that Trump won in the last election.
I think there needs to be a lot of nuance when we talk about the state of Michigan specifically. Just because, and I think Rebecca can speak to this better, but I just Abdul al-Sayed's race was way too close. It was way too close. Mm-hmm. And one of the voting blocks that he lost or he did not do well in, from my understanding, is the black vote. And there's a lot of trust that needs to be built, not amongst just DSA members, DSA candidates and people that align themselves with DSA, but also just him being a part of the uncommitted movement. From my understanding, to a lot of black voters was like, a betrayal, even though he did endorse Kamala Harris, even though a lot of what the woman he ran against, I don't know why I'm blanking on her name, a lot of the shit she said about him was completely false. He endorsed Kamala Harris. but he has a lot of work to do with the Black community, 100%. And so I think when we're talking about Michigan and we're looking at the ways that these candidates are starting to move, we also have to keep in mind the complexities that the state of Michigan has as well, because not only is it historically a swing state, Doel still won. I'll give him that. It's 100% something that we should celebrate, but it's definitely still balls to the wall, because we risk a lot of people sitting out of this race if they don't feel represented, if they don't feel heard, right? Humans are complex. So I feel like when we talk about Michigan, we just have to have a lot of nuance, because it's not like a New York City, right? It's
no, that's fair. That's fair. And I'll play.
I mean, we were talking about
see
this. I'm 1-1 with you, Ariana. We were talking about this earlier, where I'd mentioned the left has a huge issue with engaging black the Black community, and we just treat them like monoliths all the time, and they are not. And it's frustrating the amount that we don't have that conversation.
I mean, it's uncomfortable to have that conversation for a lot of people who are on the left, because if you mention the said complexities, it calls them out, because it almost holds a mirror to them about things that they do that are aligned with conservative behaviors. It's like whatever the misrepresentation comes with, almost being like Black issues aren't important unless they are popular, right? The popular,
or they're filtered through a socialist lens, or filtered through like a white leftist lens.
100%. And if you call out the white leftists, it gets. I've been in this game long enough to see how it's become. When it all started, a lot of Black folks who were just getting in politics, especially around the time, I always call it the resistance time, because it cracks me up. Everybody was resistant. But, back in 2016, when that was the whole thing, we all thought, okay, they're opening the doors. They're allowing more conversations for the Black people to lead a lot of these things. So me and Ben in particular took a lot of the issues and found where they were missing the Black conversation. And we at the time were working for very progressive, predominantly white folks who only wanted us to talk about the issues just white. And we had to come to them in the meetings and be like, hey, you're missing the space, how this particular thing is affecting Black folks. We get and we're the ones sitting here talking about immigrant issues. And when we talk about the immigrant issues, especially at that time, we were talking about DACA, right? The Dreamers Act and stuff like that. I'm like, we're mentioning the Mexicans. We're talking about all that stuff. But we also have to mention what is happening in the Black community and how Black immigrants are being forgotten in these conversations. And how right now the Haitian immigrants, because at that time they were being, attacked as well. And I'm like, we got to be able to involve that. They pulled me, these progressives, and he hates, he be watching. I'm not going to say his name, but he hates when I mention this, because he'll throw something out there through the channels to be like, she need to keep my name out her mouth. And I will, because I don't really care to say it. But me and Ben have gotten to meetings where Ben almost had to throw hands, sorry, Ben, on him in the middle of the meetings, because we're sitting there telling them, they literally would say, and I'll never forget this. Whoever watches me over the years, you guys know I've told this story. When I brought it up about how they were coming about telling the stories and missing out our points, or having us talk about leaders or people who were running in their campaigns, and they hated when we would point out they're missing these conversations. They're missing, adding how this affects Black communities. Baby, they put us in the meeting and they told me verbatim, his wife said this to me. She said, we kind of think that when we see you and when we hear you presenting the Black, stories and things, it just gives BET. Baby.
Oh my God. No, they didn't.
She said it.
What
and
the
at that time,
fuck?
At that time, they wanted me to break my newsy style, because I spoke and, I covered the stories in a very journalistic way. I had the newsy voice. They told me to come a little more whatever, and I never did. However, when we got into that meeting, I began to cover a lot of Black stories in my newsy way, how I knew to do. But they sat me in that meeting. Mind you, we helped their channel go viral. Me and Ben were getting millions of views all the time, and they sat us down. Ben was shaking the table. I will never forget it in that meeting. But these were the people that wanted us to cover the surface level things, and we had to tell them. But those are white issues. Do you guys see how this is affecting? We can talk about that, but we can also talk about how this is affecting Black folks. And we're talking about policing, right? You guys just want to talk about at the surface level. Who right now is the ones that are being, killed and targeted?
Yeah.
We got to talk about these numbers. We got to talk about the demographics. We got to talk about those things, baby. They hated it. And I see online now the same thing. When I do certain videos, especially over the years, so this next branch, from 2020 to now, when I would say, okay, I remember I did the story recently, or was it last year, when I talked about that white lady wanting a damn bouncy house at the people's stuff, right? At the protest. Baby, them white ladies was upset that I said that. They were in the comments like, so that's what you want to worry about? I'm like, no, it's your white peers that are going to these events or these things that are supposed to be for the protections of Black folks, but they're showing up and asking for bounty houses for their children. Or when it is time for them, when we're asking them, especially when I used to be on, on Rising at the Hill, whatever, and I'll be on there and there'll be people saying, I totally understand what's going on right now. I will say stuff like, well, what is it that you understand? Do you understand how this policy or this thing is affecting the Black community? Because you're saying that you understand, baby. They'll be like, well, I'm not racist. I never said you were racist. Speaking about these issues, if we're talking about policy, it's insane.
I love how the binary quote. The binary choice is either you're racist or you understand suddenly all of racial politics. You can't be at all like you can't all admit that you have blind spots and are not a Black person. So you can't fucking understand that. It's crazy to me, dude.
Yeah. And it's and they don't want to have these conversations. They don't want the Black people. They want to also make us a monolith. I don't like that either. This idea that we can't be immigrants as well, so we can't have the immigrant issue. We can't be a part of that conversation, or we can't have the conversation of with healthcare when we are when we're talking about Black women in health. Oh, when I say my former bosses. When I talked about the issues of Black women in healthcare, baby, they were so upset. Any of these matters, they don't want to have the conversation. When I see the left, and that's why sometimes I'm not afraid to call out the left and how they are moving, but this is not anything new. They've been moving like this for a very long time. Like they're the ones that get online again. The blue bracelet crew. Ain't nobody mentioned their name, but they got online and thought to put it upon themselves to say, I voted for Kamala. You see, I'm wearing this blue bracelet and I want to protect me. And I want to, and that is like so problematic. And then you have the people who, like when Marjorie Taylor Greene sat down and wanted to tell her story on Netflix, right? When she did her whole thing, and a lot of the leftist people said, you know what, but hear her out though. The line for them was the bar for them was so low and it was in hell that they were just like, guys, come on.
And she's on Cameo now, by the way.
Right.
Oh, how much?
They're like, she's calling out Trump, so that should be enough. And that's where the left goes. Like, I hate it. We have to, they're afraid to really, like, they'll go ahead and say, let's listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene instead of let's listen to, Jasmine Crockett. Let's hear, instead of that, right? That's what they'll do. And I don't like it, but that's where
the Jasmine Crockett thing too. I'm sorry to interrupt, I feel like an asshole interrupting too.
No, baby, go ahead.
Very ironic. No, but it's that's such an interesting point too, because look, I have huge issues with how Jasmine Crockett ran her race, and I have huge issues with her as a candidate, right? But there are so many. But I dared in a video to just say but you can't act like she's wrong that there are people who have internal racism who weaponize that in even if you're choosing Tallarico because you feel he's a better candidate or he's better on these issues or you feel like she's too establishment, you have to understand that there's maybe some racial tension playing into that. And I got swung on by people oh, you're just playing into the same establishment politics. They want to turn it you're not getting it, dude. You're even just because people want to have such an enemy or a scarecrow to swing at so hard, right?
And they'll choose the Black person to be
exactly
that.
All of the time.
Yeah. And 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 that's why I'm like, you know, I had these conversations. You know, the wife of my former bosses at the media company, she was Iranian. And I love her, right? We were close, we were great. But when it came to those type of things, I'm like, lady, now, you know, I sat here and we had conversations and I told you how, you know, what they say about black folks. And I told you how they feel about brown folks. We know damn well that they put every brown folk in a group and they're going to automatically call them terrorists. That's because what America has put and labeled. And we had those conversations. I'm like, so you sit here and you allow us to minimize those conversations. Those need to be had. We need to talk about those things. But it's just, she was so enthralled into that leftist, like that white leftist way. And when me and Ben thought, oh, this is a great time for us to, you know, work together and have these conversations, but it really was so comfortable for them to just have it in that one box where it just was surface and mostly majority, if not all the time, white centered. So a lot of the people who also used to follow them, who saw Ben and I leading these conversations, they would be in the comments like, yeah, but you're making it about race. Okay, you sound like the other side. So what is it? You don't want us to call this out? You don't want us to talk about this? We need to talk about it as a whole. We need to make it more nuanced. We need to talk about the people who are running. I remember I forget that Camilla, Georgia, there was a mayor who they didn't even give the keys to the city. He had to go in, walk in through the back. And I forget his name now, but we broke a story for him where it went viral and he was able to then get the keys, right? My former bosses were upset that we did a profile piece on that, right? And I'm like, but in his town, all the white people were so upset that he became mayor that even the police and everybody like shut him out of his position. And I was like, oh no, we got to talk about this. Like, we got to make this a whole thing. And they were mad that we did that. We covered that piece and we changed that man's life, right? This mayor of Camilla, Georgia. And so, but you know, that's why I'm like, it's important for us to keep pushing it, but white folks, and even, I'm not going to even white political commentators get uncomfortable when they're pushed to have these conversations.
How dare you, Rebecca? Are you saying that I'm racist?
Absolutely. But it gets uncomfortable for them to have to lean in on that side a little bit, because it's like, you know, when people be like, well, hey, no, this is what it really is. They're like, how can you tell me? We're like, because we're black, so we can tell you, and we can work together on this stuff.
Bro,
it's good for us to be able to
and
work
I
together.
had to talk to the last time we were on. We had that huge blow up happen about Graham Plattner.
No.
About
Sorry,
like,
I wasn't on. Not that deep again. Not that deep again.
I don't want to do it again. I don't want to do it
We're
again.
not bringing it up, but I wasn't on, and I.
Oh, it feels good to be on the right side of history, doesn't it? Though
it was Scotch bonnet up in here. Like, it gave what's going on, but you know, again, those are moments where we can see
the same conversation that you're telling, though. It's like there's the white leftist perspective, and then there's that intersectional perspective, and that's kind of what I wanted to bring into this conversation without speaking for black folks. Like, yes, Abdul Sayed's win was huge. As a Muslim girl who was told to hide her identity, I was elated, right? We have had, that might be the first Muslim Arab man in American Senate, right? Which is insane. But at the same time, we still need to have a conversation about how divided the leftist movement is and how folks feel left out, right? And I think the Graham Plattner conversation that we had on this podcast was a great example of how some of us do feel left out at times. I think that the Abdul Al-Sayed vote is a great example of how folks can feel left out sometimes. And I just think that, you know, these conversations need to be had, right? Like, we can celebrate certain things and also acknowledge other things and bring that intersectionality into the conversation in this podcast, because a lot of the criticism of DSA, I'm a paying member of DSA. I have been for years. Okay. I still think that I should be able to criticize and say, okay, but sometimes DSA does miss that intersectionality, right? And that's a part, like, whenever a new movement starts, the pendulum swings, right? We're all kind of figuring out together. We're all trying to see what works, what doesn't. And it's like, and sometimes when that pendulum swings, voices get left out. You know what I mean? And so I kind of, that's kind of why I wanted to bring up that, like, I love the conversation around Abdul Al-Sayed, but like, there does need to be a conversation around how his race is not the same as Zoran's because the demographic is not the same at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that part of the problem is that, like, to kind of go back to what Rebecca said as well about these conversations, is that I think there's this idea with white leftists that they don't necessarily have to address racism directly, because if they skirt around that with class reductionism and they just give people socialism, then everybody's economic anxiety will die down and the racism will also start to go away too. But the problem is that that is not how it's going to work. You have to directly address racism to get to socialism, because the thing about this country and the history of racism is that there are so many white people who will cut off their nose happily despite their faces, meaning that if somebody comes along and says, hey, I will give you Medicare for all, I will give everyone free healthcare, they will reject that if they know that black people and people of color get it too. And that is something that you have to address. You have to, which is why Rebecca made a great point about like talking about healthcare specifically, like the disparities between black and white people in healthcare, because you're not saying that you can't have these conversations about healthcare, which appeals to everyone universally, yes, but you still have to bring in race and attack the anti-blackness and racism, because if you don't, if you kind of just like try to push it to the side, it's going to grow and fester like a fucking cancer. So you've got to tackle it head on, because it like, and it's in your best interest too. I think that part of the problem, aside from it just being like uncomfortable to talk about race if you're a white person, is that you feel like there is a way to just like get around that, right? To subvert it, to skip a step and just like defeat the racist beast by just giving white people a bunch of social programs. But you actually do have to tackle it, because that is the thing that is inhibiting class solidarity. You can't really get class solidarity without addressing the racism issue. And so, like, this is why I've always been against, like, the class reductionists on the left who don't want to talk about race, because they feel like, oh, it's divisive. It makes people feel bad, when in actuality, it's the racism that makes people feel bad. It makes people feel otherized. And I just feel like if you don't actually be brave and go straight into it and address it, you are going to make yourself that much weaker. The goal is to bring people together, but you can't skip this step to get to class solidarity. You have to actually address the racism, because that's specifically how they prevent us from having solidarity. What is the first thing Republicans always do? It's this immigrant that's taking your job. It's black people doing X. It's trans people doing Y. And if you don't actually address that specifically, and like the root that's causing these types of attacks to land with white people, then it's only a matter of time before the movement gets disrupted, because you're not attacking the actual root cause, which is the animosity based on race or somebody's, ethnicity and whatnot. So you can't like skirt around it. You've got to address it head on. Otherwise, we're not going to win long term.
Otherwise, we're going to have more of Nancy Pelosi, putting on the kente cloth with friends, and that's where I do also think that sometimes I've found myself doing that when I first started working for those people that won't be named, but where I was kind of sitting around in the room or in different conversations or covering the stories as if, just very like in partnership with that kind of BS, making them comfortable to do that. And that's kind of what I think the Black Caucus did in that time too, where it's like, we got to start challenging them. That's when I said, this is uncomfortable, because they're just kind of like putting a Band-Aid on it, or we're just kind of like inviting them to the cookout, which I won't go to no more, but we're inviting them to the cookout, and that's it, because they said one little black thing, or they rapped the black lyric. That's what it, is similar to. I'm like, I can't, we gotta start calling them out.
The endorsement, I was like, oh, this, I can't believe he did that. I can't believe they did that.
But the issue too, and I think you guys bring up a good point. It's just like, there's a lot of people who treat anti-racism as like an aesthetic. It is an aesthetic that you have that is supposed to signal like, and that's all that has to be. It's not like a meaningful, like people feel like they don't need to address it. Like meaningful, like you said, Mike, because these social programs will deal with it. But anti-racism is just like, I checked off the box, right? It's like when you tell somebody something in a movie, I've checked off the box. I don't have to show you anything. I just told you, and you should know it's there, right? You were dealing with like the fact that that's such an egotistical perspective to have, right? To pretend like, oh, okay, well, just because I've said these things about Gaza, these things about the Black community and incarceration, like I'm done with all of my work.
Yes.
It is a constant process. Yeah. We've like 400 years of like just tribalism and shit. And suddenly, just because you read like 3 books, you've gotten it. No, man. Like I have blind spots like that I have to address, and
Same.
like and unless people understand that we are all compromised and all working against it, then you're not really doing the work. You're just wanting the rewards without the process involved.
Mm-hmm. And you're so right about that. So, me and Ole have had this conversation so many times, when the conversation of Gaza started. And Ben is the one that, when I first got into politics, like over a decade ago, that sat me down and schooled me on that conversation in itself, right? On what's happening there in a bigger scope than just peace in the Middle East, right? Just war and just more than that, what's actually going on. So I was able to have those conversations more deeper and understand over the years. However, again, we see a lot of the politics from the past 10 years have moved from actually being a part of the cause to now you just being a political commentator or a TikToker or whatever, and joining in on let me get my camera and show up to this particular event where people are actually getting shot up or whatever, and just say, right, you'll see them a part of it for that moment while it's trendy and while it is like trending on in the algorithm, and it'll get you the numbers. But after it's all done, that stuff is still happening, right? ICE is still out there picking up folks, right? I was just in Florida and in my mama's church, then people ain't coming no more because they're scared they're going to get picked up. They're not going to that area that I said that they filled up and started working at. I went to that area again. They are not there. They're not coming out because ICE has been swarming that area. So ICE is still outside. ICE is still attacking folks. People, in Gaza are still going through what they're going through. Like the conversations have slowed down because it's no longer popular to discuss, right? Where are you guys when, where are you guys on the issue when it's no longer trending? Because the issue is still there. You know what I mean? They just move on to the next thing and what's more popular and make a little video about it. For the ones that make these, funny videos about serious issues, I don't like it, right? I don't like how they say, like, for instance, the Nolan Wells issue, right? The murder of Nolan Wells, how people have been like, how are you a beauty content person who has decided that you mentioning Nolan Wells is going to get you more numbers? So now you're covering that as content. I don't like it. And that's what we're seeing right now with political issues and political commentators and stuff like that. There's this gray area. It's just kind of like, let me talk about it right now, but tomorrow that will no longer be my issue, right? I'm not saying that you need to talk about it every day, because as political commentators, as people in the news and the media, there are so many issues and we just try to, talk about them. But say you had to get on right now on a, say one of these shows called you to comment on it. These are people who you can tell that they don't have any understanding of it or any care of it, because where are you on the issue now? Like when they call you to have the conversation, or if you're in the middle of the conversation, what do you know about this issue now? You were so serious about Gaza and reposting them babies dying and all those things. But today, right, a year later, where are you on that issue now? Right. I've seen people, and they're colleagues of mine, but I with them, we debate. Why are you outside of the DNC, with the protesters, but then inside as well, support? I just didn't get that. Where's your messaging? And then, I just like stick to your whatever it's going to be. Talk about it. Stick to it. People are afraid to stand on whatever side of it they're on. Also, and I'm like, hey, it's getting all mixy. You guys aren't really for the cause. You guys are there for pictures and moments to say that you were there. But if, people are following you because, or started following you because they're like, like for you, Ariana, you're really big on what's happening in the Middle East. You're there talking about what happens in Iran and Gaza. People know that when they go on your page, they'll hear that. They know that they're following you because you are going to be somebody who sticks to that. That's your niche. That's your whole story. And that's great. But other people who have been doing the same thing that you were doing last year ain't got nothing to say about that because they don't give a damn. They don't care. They don't care. What happened in
It's
2020?
important for 5 minutes to get your
What happened in 2020 when black folks was getting shot down and we were talking, about defunding the police and all those things. Defunding the police isn't talked about anymore. It's not, and they're still killing black folks. They still doing it.
It's now denounced, and people are like, "Oh, well, we only said defund the police because it was an emotional response. It wasn't an actual feasible policy."
That's what they're saying now, and they're saying that.
They don't even
it's
use
so
the verbiage defund the police. It's like reallocate funds now or something like that. Like that. I haven't even heard a politician say defund the police in a pretty long time. And you know what's very interesting? I'm not friends with this person anymore, but this person is getting a PhD in sociology, studying specifically policing and in black communities. And I was talking to him, and we were talking about the same exact thing, because what's very interesting is that Zoran Mamdani is effectively not defunding the police necessarily, but what he has done is that he has created a lot of caps for like a lot of these police officers and firefighters to not be able to work as much overtime as they used to do under Eric Adams. I know a firefighter, he was like, I made $200K just with OT. And I was like, all right, that's fucking crazy. Like, why are we doing OT if there's other people that can work your fucking job, right? But what's interesting is that what he is doing, right? He's taking funds from different places and he's funding the people, right? That could be, planting trees, opening up, discounted grocery stores, locking in funding for libraries and schooling, funding schools more so that there's more teachers in every single school and classrooms are smaller, having free universal pre-K. This is all the same ideology of defund the police, right? Because the idea of defunding the police was taking money from, police and that kind of law enforcement and funneling it into the community. But you'll notice that his campaign will never use the wording defund the police, which is fascinating to me. Like, we have completely, like, that word defund the police is almost taboo now, in my opinion. Like,
but that's how politics has always worked like that. It's politics in general. And like, there's a lot of strategies you'll see from people like during the civil rights movement where they would say, a lot of the NOI would have this strategy where they'll say something outlandish or like really intense because they want people to focus on them, and then they get the actual issue out, right? And that was very effective in fighting a lot of the propaganda that was going on at the time against the civil rights movement, right? Against people who were campaigning against Montgomery bus boycott, like those instances work well, and it's a common tactic for activism. I think it's very funny, like, especially with the defund the police stuff and everything that you're saying, is how the language around those issues changes. But I think especially in this time, the way we've just like everybody notices the language change, so everybody is attacking language in such a way to try to limit what language is used so the issue just dies out, right? It's this complete optics play where we don't really talk about the merits of defund the police or the merits of arms embargo on Israel or the merits of any of these issues that we're talking about. We're all focused on the semantics of how they go. I just saw in the comment section, right, where somebody just recited to the conversation we just had, tagging all of us, going, identity politics shouldn't be the dividing line. Class should be the dividing line.
I saw that.
Completely missing the point that we just had.
So okay,
completely missing what we just said.
Wait,
you have to do both.
Up.
You can't.
I'm so glad you brought this up. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. Really quick. My childhood best friend is a black woman who works in politics, and that exact conversation came up where it's like she was telling me, she was like, I feel like DSA does not hear, I don't want to misuse her wording, right? But basically what she told me was that a lot of black folks feel unheard because people will say, well, class is the real divide. But it's like, okay, a poor black person versus a poor white person, who has an easier way within our society to not be poor anymore? Let's be so for real. You know what I mean? So it's
it depends on region too.
It depends on region. It all depends on zip code and what your family has and what family you were born into, right? Like if you were born into a poor family, you're a person of color, you're a black person, you grew up in a poor zip code, your statistics are fucked from the womb. right? Like we're not your statistics on this education you're gonna get, the type of reading, how well you'll be able to read, your literacy, your odds of graduating high school, your odds of going and getting a higher degree. Those are all completely neutered when you are born in a poor zip code and you live in a poor family. There's so much statistics backing this, right? So it's like this conversation. I'm so glad that you called that out, because a lot of white leftists love to remind us that, oh, well, class is the real issue. Class is the real issue. This is exactly why Bernie did not win the popular vote when he ran for presidency, because a lot of black voters felt like he was not hearing them. Like it was all class. It was never any acknowledgement that there's much more. There's a lot of intersectionalities within class, right?
Different struggles.
White people feel uncomfortable in this conversation. And it's like, well, it's not my fault that certain people's ancestors created the system. Okay. I'm just trying
I don't.
But I also
like,
think
what do you want me to do?
You have a good point too, Ariana. Like I think it's also like it's not supposed to be. We all talk about this like actually this is the real issue or this is the real issue. They are all the real issue. It is you don't have to like pick. It's not like Pokemon where you pick one and you have to deal with it the whole game, right?
Relax.
All of these are intersecting at the same time, right? In different ways. And I know it's bad that we have this uncertainty and we have to kind of go through this nuance where we have to suss out where somebody is being fucked over, like how the intersectionality of income or the intersections of income, race, class, zip code, country, belief system, looks, like all of those things intersect at the same time. But like if you want to have a better society, you have to do that. That's the work. The easy way out is being like, oh, it's just race, it's just class, it's just income. That flattens the curve in a way where you get problematic candidates and you get people abusing identity politics, right? And at the same time, people of certain identities in those politics not being heard.
And I think that when you say class and you put that above race, you're basically saying, I don't want to talk about race. I don't want to talk about any issues that are not directly going to affect me personally. And it looks like you're self-centered. It looks like you're opportunistic. And that's very difficult to build a coalition with you, because you are broadcasting to anyone else from a disadvantaged group that you're not going to be able to work with them unless your priorities come first. When in actuality, if you go back to like the Black Panther Party, Fred Hampton, it wasn't a, hey, let's pretend like racism isn't real. It was, hey, listen, I have your back, you have my back. These are the issues that affect my community. These issues affect your community. Let's both advocate for each other. Like there's a give and a take. It's not just, hey, shut the fuck up about race. I want Medicare for all, okay? No, it's more of a what's affecting you and what is affecting me. Like there's different needs for each community.
Yeah.
And being able to speak to everybody's priorities and try to foster some sort of solidarity and like reciprocity. That's the way you foster class solidarity. You don't foster class solidarity by saying, shut the fuck up about race. That's just not going to work. You cannot be a class reductionist. That is toxic to any movement, because all you do by being a class reductionist is you bring in like white people who aren't necessarily wealthy or anything like that, but they're at least comfortable with regard to their race. Like, I'm not saying that, like, with regard to white privilege, oh, white people can't be poor. Of course white people can be poor. Nobody's saying that. But the difference between a poor white person and a poor black person is that a poor white person isn't not going to get a job because of their name on an application. I mean, we just saw in a Michigan race, a Trump-endorsed candidate did not win his election. He lost to a Republican who was not endorsed by Donald Trump, who dropped out a month ago because he was black and his name was Amir Hassan. Like, that is not going to be the experience of any white person. So it's just like acknowledging these things and also saying, hey, as a white person, this particular thing in my community affects us. Our fucking pipes are fucked up. We have, like, you know, a lot of issues accessing healthcare in rural areas. Like, trying to communicate with each other. That's how you foster class solidarity, not pretending like racism has been solved.
Yeah. And you know, they think that because they've said, like, I went to a protest, that's enough. Or, you know, it's to me, it's, you know, equivalent to my friend black, right? You know, it's, and that's not enough for us to make any changes. And I think that's why seeing how it's been going. I was a part of that time where I thought that that would be enough, right? If we just get together and we have conversations. But when I realized we not on the same page, y'all not really trying to move the needle because you got comfortable. But when it started to require more of you, where we had to educate you more, and we got tired of doing that, we're like, now we're doing the work for you. And when you're in the room, you're leading the conversations. TYT, right? You're leading these conversations, but you're not understanding the actual stories. I remember when you wanted our voices, but you didn't really want to really understand the stories, right? You wanted us to come on and speak for the Black issue, but that wasn't something that you cared to really understand. And you're seeing that more and more, but now you're seeing it where, again, it's just an aesthetic. It's become just an aesthetic. And I think that it has to be, and when it's called out, and for example, I'm not trying to bring back the story, okay? But like for the Platinum Conversation, right? Not only here, but on Olay's video where you guys were a part of that. But in the comment section, a lot of people, you had that division, and mostly from the white left who got on there and were saying, well, I voted for him because, or I was supporting him or endorsing him because this, and that's not why, and and we're like, hey, we're having two different conversations. You're not seeing for what we're saying.
It's not an attack on you, dude.
That's what they were saying. It was an attack on you and why you endorsed. No, nobody called you out by your name. Nobody put your social security out there, friend. You got in the comment section and called yourself out, and it's not that we're trying to attack you. And it became less about what the problem was, and more so they felt like it was an indictment against them and their decision for endorsing. And I think that's the problem with the left, especially the Caucasian ones. Like, you know what I'm saying? I love y'all, mean it, but there is a difference in how we need to really fight this fight. Also, and it's not only white folks. Like, again, I almost fell victim to that coming into politics, where it was like, let me stay on this side of it so that I don't either lose my job, as you were saying, Ariana, with the people who are working in politics. There has to be a safe space for them to maintain their positions. But then when you start actually realizing that it may not be helping, especially for the ones who have the option to move a little more free, you're going to have to risk moments like me and Ben up in the people office ready to throw down. Okay. I still got the text message where the white man told Ben, oh, come meet me at the office. Ben was like, what's up? It was crazy. Right. But this is what you got to do in these moments where we're like, we got to fight for our stories to be told properly,
Ben's
or
a real
for us
one,
to be
dude.
represented, or for, we got to make sure that we're doing this right, because it's going to be very surface level. It's been going on for years, and we're at a place where if it requires too much for the white leftists, right? If it requires them to get their hands a little dirty, to go beyond the easy parts of the conversation, or just go beyond bringing the expert in the room. When we're not in the room, you got to have done the work enough to be able, like you guys do, to have those conversations when your Black friend is not in the room, because you understand what it means for these Black issues to be missed in conversations, or for Black representations to be misrepresented. So that's what, I think, now there's just this really comfortable space, and then when you push the white leftists a little to the edge, hey, or you correct them, baby, they're just like, now how dare you say that to me? Like, that's the offense happening.
Do you know my resume? Do you know my and I think it's I don't know, you just kind of nailed it. I don't know what I'm gonna add to that. I echo all of it. I think it's somebody also said, would Asians count? Yeah, Asians, all of us count, dude.
Yeah.
It's not
everybody, the marginalized crew, all in all. But
bro, and it's even and it's different. It's not like this. It's not a binary how bad oppression isn't like an Olympic sport. Okay, we have different things that we all experience in our communities. There's differences between what Muslim men and Muslim women have to go through in terms of oppression, right? There's differences of what Black women and Black men have to go. It's all different. I remember it was literally less than a week ago where somebody was talking about how slavery operated in Arab countries, right? And and the Arab slave trade and stuff. And I was I remember people getting so defensive about it, not understanding dude, just because we're oppressed here in some way doesn't mean that we have a history that goes through shit, right? Korean the whole world was built off of warlords and blood and crazy shit.
Japan has a really bad history, and a lot of people forget about that because it's so cool now. But
Korea too, dude. Korea's
it's
the
all about the
longest
power
unbroken
dynamics. It's all about the power. That's what it always comes down to. The power and the distribution of resources. Yeah, every single time. And one thing, aside from it just being uncomfortable, I think white people also, like white leftists in particular, get a little bit frustrated if they perceive there to be like a hyperfixation on race, because they feel like it's delaying the process towards socialism and class solidarity, when in actuality it's a necessary step. Yeah. Because again, like you can't just skip the step. You have to go through
means you're
1,
farther
2, 3, 4,
along.
5, 6. Yeah, exactly.
It's a checkpoint. It's not a
precisely. Yeah, you're not going to get from point A to point Z without going through all the other letters first. You have to address this. It's not a delay. It is a necessary step.
They can't
in this
spell. They can't read. They can't spell. They just hear and they want to just jump. It's just ever since No Child Left Behind, the kids was left behind. They just
people don't even know. People don't even know about No Child Left Behind these days, dude. Like
they don't know politics for real. It's an aesthetic. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know anything. It's an aesthetic. It's an aesthetic to make this nice point and then be the white person that went viral that made this nice point, but don't know anything. Like I said, when we are not in the room, like when the people who actually have been talking about politics, or have these journalism degrees, or have been the talking heads all this time, are not in the room. These folks just come in, and then when you are actually asking them about issues and how we got here, they're not able to do so because it's not important to them. It's just an aesthetic. It was just a popularized topic, and that's it. And that's the problem because, and I'll say this too, the left, right? The people in power have aligned themselves and leaned on working with those people who don't really care. I remember watching, I'm not going to say her name, this girl saying, all of the people who work in politics, and media being upset that they called me to show up to this political event. I want to say it's called Threads Up. I forget what it's called, but to this political
Trending
event.
Up.
Yes, that's what it is. Trending up. And they were like, to this political event, my voice is necessary. So then I went to go see how her voice is. And I'm like, who is she? I went to go to her page to go see, and baby, not nothing. No knowledge, no care, nothing. And more so just opinions and nothing that really can help the issues that we have going on, because you're really going to have to be privy to what's going on before you can, say that you are an expert in this matter or being able to lead in that way. It's problematic when you just want to make it a moment that's viral or looks cute or something, you could do a little hip thrust to today. It has to become more. We have to go beyond. I know it was cute in 2020. We was all trying to do a little dance, we was all trying to do the things. People was getting shot outside with rubber bullets, and y'all was out there trying to do TikTok dances in the middle. We can't do that no more. Like we cannot, it has to be more. And that goes for the leadership as well, right? You're running a campaign. We got to be stronger. We got to be more serious. These issues that are happening all over the place, how people are being, marginalized, how this administration are using buzzwords, for certain groups of people. All of these things matter. How we need to make sure that we are putting the people who actually want to do the work, who are doing the work, at the forefront. But that doesn't matter today. It's just about getting the clicks, the views, the numbers, getting people to vote, and then sitting on it. We got to move forward.
And the discomfort from activism should be the sign that you're doing, it's supposed to be uncomfortable when you're fighting this shit.
Absolutely.
Right? Like saying the easy thing is like the easiest thing. It's not like that's not saying talk on shit you don't know about, but there's a lot of uncomfortable truths that we've had to especially on the left for the last 6 months. There are a lot of uncomfortable truths. It's very easy for us to come on this podcast and go fucking El Sayed won. Fuck it. We got it, guys. Another dub. It's over. It's over. Everything's gonna change. No, dude.
You gotta hold them accountable. Put their feet to the fire.
Specifically, people who don't know politics, I'm telling the same fucking thing happened in 2008. Barack Obama beat Hillary Clinton. The same consultants who propped up Haley Stevens propped up Hillary Clinton with the same attacks, And Obama had a much more progressive record at the time, right? And he beat them. And everyone was like, we're done. And so in order to get things passed over his presidency, he allied more and more with centrists. And those centrists right now are the ones attacking the progressive movement, right? And they're using a reanimated corpse of the strategy he used to beat Clintonism and beat the DLC, which was the precursor to the Third Way. They're reanimating that corpse and using it to fight against all of these progressive reforms. It's not a surprise that he endorsed Mamdani when Schumer wouldn't, and that there's rumors that Biden is upset with him, right? I'm not like trying to glaze for Barack Obama.
Endorsed Syed?
Obama went and he did a campaign event with Mamdani at the time. At the time when Schumer and Jeffries were deliberately staying away from it. He spoke out, he called him, he did all this stuff very publicly, right? Because he is at odds with he's the most popular politician in the country, but he's at odds with some of their decisions very clearly, right? So like there's a lot of shit that goes on with like progressivism that happens, and obviously you have to make concessions with like, okay, well, we're going to support Hakeem Jeffries for speakers, this and that, but like in general, like understanding that, you know, this is a journey. It doesn't have to be a stressful journey where you hate yourself the whole time, but you can get comfortable with the discomfort of activism and actually gain wins and notch things. Like, we should be comfortable with the kind of like work it takes to win a campaign like this against $60 million, because it will not be the last campaign where people flood money into something. Let's say socialists win for the next 2 years and we get a AOC as president and we're like, oh, democratic socialism is in. They will reanimate that corpse and try to flood money into it to make it this aesthetic and not the real thing that it is. And then when this comes around again and you have to fight money, you need to have a playbook to where people are like, yeah, I'm comfortable with coming out and grinding against these big money interests so we can actually get progressive change in before they take it away. You know, and I think that's such an important lesson to learn when it comes to identity politics and all of these things, because if you don't and you just treat it as an aesthetic, we're in deep trouble, you know, like once the polls are closed, you know?
Sorry,
well, on that note, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ariana. I was going to close this out.
Sorry.
But you go ahead.
Oh, okay. I put a private. Okay, so Daily Wire just put out this trailer for this movie about the threats of Islam because no one in Hollywood wanted to take it.
No.
So I feel like that's something we should watch and react to.
Oh, is that similar to the nobody wanted to make Lady
Is that the one with fucking Jonathan?
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. It's just all over my TL, and I'm like, why don't we react to it together?
I also have an announcement after we watch this. Some good news.
Okay.
Regarding the election.
Your country is beneath contempt. We who love and serve Allah fought back against the Americans and the Zionists from the scourge of secularism and the lands of unbelief.
I'm guessing that was a gay person.
Anyone here listen to Captain Saunders?
Jonathan,
the retired Delta Force soldier with a new book out.
He's the polar opposite of those brain-dead protesters.
Given the current climate, should Clay Saunders even be allowed on campus?
Mr. Saunders is a close personal friend of Chancellor Friedman. This is a decision I cannot fight.
There are three ways Islam will conquer the West. Through immigration, through the wombs of our women.
Wombs of our women?
This is a Grand Platinum
by using our
biopic.
nation's freedoms against us. Are you paying attention?
What?
Listen carefully. The great Satan, America, will fall.
God,
You're infidels.
this is so in your
Are
face.
you
The bodies
kidding
of
me
women
right
are
now,
not
you guys?
pure, and the men's souls are unclean.
What makes them so dangerous?
That is the whitest Arab person I have ever seen in my life.
Very Aryan race.
Hello, folks. Welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions. I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, and politics sometimes, especially over here on this space. And today, it's a very special day because I am interviewing someone I found very interesting, and that is Socialist Adri. Socialist Adri, welcome to the show. I know you from Twitter, where you are every day, without fail, posting clips from Hassan's stream as Hassan Piker is streaming, and he goes for like 8 hours a day. My first question is, are you employed? Because he should be paying you if he's not.
No, but people think that I am. Like, it is so bizarre. People think that I am Hassan. People think I'm an Iranian bot because certain people have been saying on their kick streams that there's no way, like, people have positive things to say about Hassan in real time. So, like, I get all these. I am not getting paid by Hassan. I'm not employed by Hassan. I do get paid by Twitter, though.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Hey, get that bag from Elon. Like, I'm on Twitch. You know, if I can make that money on Twitch like Hassan is, you know, get that bag from Bezos, man. Use their tools against them. So you're not getting paid. And that's not a surprise to me. There are mods. That's kind of what I'm fascinated by, is like, I'm very new to streaming and being on the internet and stuff. And I appreciate when I have one person watching me when I'm streaming. I am so thankful that one person is there, because I remember what it's like talking to no one. And the fact that some people will volunteer, hey, can I be a mod for you? And I'll clean up the chat and make sure no trolls are in here. Hey, I can clip your videos for you. What, like, is it just because you're that big a fan and you're just like, I love this dude, and I'm mad about seeing his words taking out of context, and I'm going to be the one here's the context.
It genuinely all started because I did not want to study for my exams in April. Like, I did not want to study, so I was like, okay, there's a Michigan rally going on, like, let me clip it. And a lot of, like, my like, at the time I only had like 150 followers. They were like retweeting the clips that I was posting, and then like certain people like got a hold of it. Like, I remember at one point Cal Kalinske, like, I guess not when you quote tweet it, but like when you post a video, you know, when you like it's not when you quote tweet
when you like go into a video and then you retweet it or quote tweet it, and then it's like, oh, it's embedded in your tweet.
I saw that Cal Kalinske did that, and then there was like Drop Site News like getting a hold of my clips, and then I kind of realized, like, oh my god, like, this is like great, because the narrative that they were spinning about, like, around the time and currently about like what was going on there, and like about like just everything with regard to what happened there was like, it was very polarized, like very polarizing, and it ended up being very polarized. And I kind of got in at the right time to do what I do. And yeah, because I live in Canada, like, I'm able to, like, I guess, do this thing and then like still have like time to do like other stuff that I do that are very personal to me.
Is it because it's the time difference? Gives you a lot of free time to, I mean, that's 8 hours of streaming. That's a lot. It's a full-time job.
It's funny because like people like to point out like, oh, like, how come you don't clip for Mike? How come you don't clip for Maple? And I'm like, because Mike is in the morning, and that's when like I have my classes, and like that's
Mike
when
from
I'm
PA?
like, yes, yeah.
Okay.
People are like,
I don't know who's Maple.
Maple Takes. He's like the Canadian Hassan on Twitch.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta look him up. Again, I'm not too into this world. I mean, I'm more in it than I thought I was. You know, when you watch like YouTube videos for a while, and then you're like, why do I know where this person lives and where he used to live and the relationship status? You just like bleed in information, and like I know more about the Hassan universe than I think I probably should.
Yeah. Oh god.
So I'm sorry. You were saying that it just it works out time wise that you're able to.
perfect timing. And yeah, like Maple streams at night. That's when I'm kind of like recuperating from clipping Hassan's stream. So the time that he streams just works the best for me right now, because like apparently he's going to Belgium soon. That might be very interesting for me.
All right. So, and I'm almost like, don't break your back over this guy that, you're not making, I guess you're making money from Twitter, but I assume you have another, like a regular gig, a regular job.
Actually,
or you're in school, you said.
Yeah, like I'm in school, like I'm a student. Because of certain circumstances, living here in Canada, in Ontario specifically, in Toronto, there are just certain things that work out for me where I'm able to do what I do and like not have to worry about student loans, like not really have to worry about like, certain things like rent, and like I get like it's called like Siwalek here, so it's like low it's like income, it's not even income geared actually, no, it's like called $10 a day daycare. It's something that they're implementing here in Canada, and it's not at $10 a day yet. It's currently at like my son's, it's about like $18 a day. Like, so childcare costs are very low here.
Wow.
And
I mean, let's bring some of that here, please.
Yeah, and like dental's covered for us, like prescriptions, like there's not, I'm not going to say I have a lot of free time. I'm just saying that like I do have time to, I guess, find different hobbies that, kind of end up working out for me, evidently.
And I mean, the reason I ask is again, like I find it so generous of people who decide like, I'm going to make a clips channel so that, maybe it pops off and I get some money, but like, there's, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 main Hassan clips channels on YouTube. And I'm sure there are 100 that don't have the followers that those couple have. And it's also, I guess nice of Hassan to be like, yeah, go for it. Make a channel with my clips so I can make some money. What? Is he not?
Yeah. No, well, I thought so. Yesterday was a disaster. Okay, maybe not a disaster.
What happened yesterday?
Okay. Like, I tend to, when I post his clips, I tend to give my opinion in the replies of like the tweet instead of the main tweet. But because it was about something that I like kind of like experienced personally, it was about apparently, the Black Boy Max situation. A lot of people have been saying, well, all Black people are homophobic, all Caribbean people are homophobic. And I literally made a nuanced statement in the tweet saying they're not homophobic and bigoted. Like, Black people are not homophobic and bigoted.
Right.
And a lot of, not even white Twitter, Black Twitter was like on like his ass mostly, and obviously my ass, but like I guess they took it as he said that, but it was more so me saying that. Like,
so hold on. Is this the okay, so look, again, I'm Black Boy Max is a streamer or rapper or both?
I know him as a streamer, I think.
Okay, so there's a thing called Streamer University happening. This is for any audience who doesn't know what's going on. There's a thing called Streamer University that is put on by Kai Cenat, who is one of the biggest streamers in the world. He says, come to this university. We're going to have other streamers be teachers. Everyone's filming everything at all times, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so not wannabe, but up and coming streamers come to this university, get some clout and bigger people with bigger numbers to give your channel with smaller numbers some bigger numbers too, right? Essentially. And then this Black Boy Max guy got insulted.
Oh God, not
by
the
another
tweet.
guy. Is this the tweet?
Yes. And
now, wait, you have nothing to apologize for, in my opinion. You said a mod in Hassan's community points out that homophobic behavior that OJ Suave, I guess is the guy who insulted Black Boy, exhibited towards Black Boy Max is not indicative of Caribbean people and the Black community as a whole. Black people are not bigoted or homophobic. This is a common misconception. And then you say, I hate that this even has to be said, but it's something people genuinely believe. That's not controversial at all. I don't know why people are getting on your ass for this.
I guess it's more so well, the reason why Hassan like did what he did was because he himself did not say that, but he also believes that. It's just that he himself did not say it. But
So
what I said wasn't wrong, I don't think.
no. Well, you said it's perfectly fine. People absolutely. First of all, I'm half black, half white, half Christian, half Jewish. I say it like that because I want to make a point. I've been saying that my whole life.
Yeah.
I want to make a separation of the religions because I don't think anybody can be born into a religion. That's just my thing. Black people get a lot of scrutiny that other communities don't, right? We don't hear about, the problem of homophobia in the white community or in the Irish community or the Italian community or so Black people get extra scrutiny for everything because we're not meant to exist in this country as anything other than property. I just found out this year where my ancestors were owned. Like it's kind of fucked up to like find out of, this is where your name comes from. This is why you have certain genetic features. And it's like, neat to know, I guess. That's why I never sent in my ancestry bullshit on. I don't want to hand you over my DNA, random website. But I don't trust that shit at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, my aunt does a lot of like genealogy stuff, so she found that out. Anyways, so what exactly happened? He talked about this tweet on the stream?
Yeah, someone sent it to him. I guess like someone sent him the tweet of someone quote tweeting me.
Okay.
And then he was all like, oh, like you know, like you don't have to like tweet like everything or whatever, like because sometimes like it does like feed into like the hate, which is something that like, you know, it does happen, but like I do feel like it's tenfold. It's something I've mentioned before. I think because I am so visibly who I am, like because I do post photos like of myself, because of all of the, like I do feel like because I am so visibly who I am and doing what I do get more hate than other people who don't show their faces.
Sure.
There are other clipping accounts, like not like the way I clip, obviously, like in real time, like doing it like that, but like they clip and like they thirst after him, like they do all of these things, but they don't get the amount of hate that I do.
Well,
and
yes, you're a Black woman.
Yeah.
And they've got like his face as a profile picture or like, you know, an anime profile picture or whatever. They're anonymous and you're putting yourself out there. And again, I'm not super familiar with his entire backstory, but I know he's got a lot of haters and they are some of the most unhinged people on the internet. So they will attack whoever I mean, just knowing about like the lawsuits going on from H3 and like, I'm not going to sue you. I'm going to sue everybody around you. Anyone who's ever interacted with you. It's like the Joker, like great. Like if you've ever, or rather Superman from last year. Did you see that movie?
I did not, but I did hear about the politics.
It's fantastic. Oh yeah. The politics were great. But yeah, Lex Luthor is like, I'm going to hunt down anyone you've ever like shaken the hand of or who has smiled at you. I'm going to hunt them down and, you know, off them until you give me what I want. And that is what, you know, his enemies are going. And it's so fascinating to me. There's one specific kick streamer who you might not want to mention the name of, and that's fine. Who learning recently of like, they used to be friends years ago, or at least acquaintances, and then they split, and the other guy's career has mostly been about harassing or trying to take down Hassan. Eerily simulates the split of the Democratic Party and like the centrists versus the progressives, and you're like, is this really just fucking streamer beef amplified across the country?
And also indicative of like the trajectory of their careers as well. Like obviously there's one person is more polarized for being like bad and like evil, kind of like how socialism and communism is considered bad and evil, but it's still polarizing. You're still talking about it. You still want to seek it out, which is why it's, I guess, popular and like growing in popularity even more. And then like the older side that's kind of still like holding on to like their little like base, and it's just not, they're unable to like see, like, I don't even know. It's just so frustrating because like it is literally like that. It is literally like the old Democratic Party, like still trying to like hold on, like the establishment and still trying to hold on. But then like there's this new polarizing thing that they're trying to shoot down that everyone keeps, you know,
that their audience keeps leaving for.
Yeah.
And you know, I was talking about this the other day on a stream that, you know, sometimes people just outgrow you, like outgrow things in general. For example, I don't know how old you are. I'm not going to ask, but I'm
going to be 30.
Okay. Well, I'm older than you. And like, I have nostalgia for Nickelodeon cartoons and, you know, Eureka's Castle and Cartoon Network and stuff like that. And it dawns on me that people 10 years more younger than me are nostalgic for apps like Vine or Tumblr, or they're nostalgic for certain creators from 15 years ago or something. And sometimes those creators are able to grow and change with their audience. And sometimes they're not. And sometimes they get frustrated and they go, why? I'm doing the same thing I did. Why aren't I getting the same amount of subscribers or interactions or whatever it is? This is something that you see with child stars a lot of the time, like Justin Bieber, JoJo Siwa, you know, is going through it.
Yeah.
Like I'm showing up, I'm saying the lines, I'm doing the same thing I've always done. Why is my audience not as big? Why am I getting criticized more? I don't understand. You also see this just with celebrities in general. You know, Miley Cyrus very famously tried to like adultify herself, and like I'm not trying to play to the Disney Channel audience anymore because I know they're growing up. So I know they're not going to be interested in Hannah Montana, but they might be interested in what I got to say about partying and drugs and sex and whatever it is. And you also don't want to be like, I got to pigeonhole myself into just being entertainment for kids forever, because again, they're going to grow up and not care anymore. So all that to say, I think some of those haters are frustrated that the audience is growing up, they don't care anymore. And again, doesn't have to be a reason. Even sometimes people just get bored of a certain thing. There's channels I watched religiously and I'm just like, I don't watch it anymore because I'm not up to date. And I think they're taking that frustration out on Hassan, who only seems to be growing in popularity. Of course, when here in New York, Cuomo mentioned him at the debate, that was a huge moment. I'm sure Pete Google searching for him. And then
I did not want to say anything, but like I was like, you have to be in New York. I was like, there's something New York about you. I know people always make fun of my accent because they're like, oh, I hear like you say about a lot, like about, but like
Yes, I am a native New Yorker, born and raised. Where else is a black man gonna meet a Jewish woman from Brooklyn?
I mean, well, maybe Toronto, actually.
You know,
New York.
But New York is the only city. Okay, every other. I went to Boston briefly for like college, and it felt like a town to me. That's just me and my New York supremacy. I'm sorry, it leaks out, but I think. The reason I wanted to speak to you is because I think it's very interesting the kind of communities that these internet folks can foster. Again, how old am I? Internet folks. But you know, I remember a little while ago seeing Oleyemi Olurin. Love her. She left Leftist Mafia because she didn't like live streaming. She didn't like the chats, and that's, you know, perfectly understandable. There's a lot of, I get barely any people watching, and sometimes there's going to be a person in the chat who's just like, the N-word, the N-word, N-word.
Oh my God,
Yeah. So she did an interview after that when she launched her channel, Illuminati, and her 7 other channels with iDubbbz. And iDubbbz, I came to you to give you context. I started watching YouTube like consistently in like 2018. So, and it was like for video game stuff. And then through that, I'm like, what's this Gamergate thing that happened 4 years ago? And then who are all these characters like Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro and all? So that's where I'm coming from in like retrospect. And finding out who iDubbbz was and being like, oh man, you used to make this kind of stuff, which is very like we're trying to do Jackass or like South Park kind of humor, but we're teenagers on YouTube, so we're not good at it, and we don't know how to like do it with nuance and subtlety. Not that South Park is very subtle, but it was interesting seeing iDubbbz go. I recognized that I had cultivated an audience that I didn't like, and so I wanted to change that. And I think that's something that's very important is trying to cultivate a good community, especially online when we're all siloed into these fucking digital phones spaces. And sometimes that is the community that you can build. And it could, tools of oppression can be used for liberation.
Yeah. And it's funny that you bring up iDubbbz because I remember when he apologized for that, and then like Charlie made like a video saying why did he apologize or something. Like
Charlie being voice critical.
Yes.
Yeah.
He had one of I don't know what compelled him to say something like that, because like I do think I brought this up in my interview with Steven, the guy who made the documentary.
Yeah.
But it didn't actually end up making the final cut. I don't always think that the community is a reflection of the content creator.
For sure.
And the reason why I say that is because, like, I guess obviously using Hassan as an example, I do find that he's okay on most issues, but I do think that, like, specifically when it comes to Black issues, his own audience is very not... His predominantly white audience can be a bit, they can be a bit ignorant, but that doesn't mean that he himself is like that.
Right.
And it is just interesting, like with the iDubbbz thing, like people telling him that he should not have like apologized for his, like how his behavior could have made his own community act towards, like people of color and stuff. And that was wild to see. Like that was crazy. Like, people actually saying he shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, as someone who's a fan of Star Wars, comic books, video games, I am very used to being in fandoms where they are known for being toxic and evil as fuck. And I'm like, yeah, I know Star Wars. Like, yes, The Last Jedi was not a good movie, but you don't need to like, but yeah, speaking on iDubbbz and the people suggesting he not apologize, I understand where that comes from, and tying it back to Hassan's streamer beefs having broader effects on the goddamn socio-political environment of the country. It still gives me a migraine to say those words out loud that someone on Twitch could affect politics. You know what I mean?
Kind of wild, yeah. Like,
but it makes me think of like Joe Rogan and the comedians. You know what I mean? Like that is the same dynamic. It's the same fucking dynamic. Joe Rogan was not, I mean, again, I'm older than you, but Joe Rogan was never a like superstar. Oh my God, one of the greatest to ever do it. He was on motherfucking Fear Factor, bro. Before that, he was on News Radio. News Radio.
I didn't know that.
News Radio was a sitcom in the 90s that nobody fucking watched. It starred much funnier people than him. Dave Foley from Kids in the Hall and Phil Hartman, famously from SNL, who tragically died, was killed by his wife. But that was like Joe Rogan was a middling comedian. He was like fine enough to get a gig in the 90s when every network is going, okay, Seinfeld is a big hit. Everybody go find a stand-up comedian to build a show around, or at least who could be in one of these shows that we're making. That's where he got that start. And then from there, Fear Factor was the second host of The Man Show. Do you remember? Do you know what The Man Show is?
The Man Show.
Oh.
Is that the one where like it was like a bunch of men like doing like alpha stuff?
Oh, sweetie. I'm sorry to call you sweetie. I apologize. But
no, it's okay.
But this is The Man Show. The Man Show was hosted by Jimmy Kimmel and Adam Carolla.
Oh, the one where he did blackface.
The one where he did blackface.
Yes.
The one where every single episode ended with girls jumping on a trampoline in bikinis.
Got it.
This is
seems like
on
something that would be on Spike or something.
This was on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Initially. And I mean, yes, it is very. God, I hated this show when it came out because it was so close to the airing of South Park, and I love South Park. But The Man Show ran for a little while. I guess 5 years only. Wow, IMDb. Let's go into The Man Show for a second. I'm sorry, I get distracted.
No, it's good. Yeah, I love this.
So,
I love this. I don't love this.
But so 6 seasons, and season 3. All right, at some point, maybe it was season 4. I don't know. At some point, Joe Rogan or Jimmy Kimmel gets the job at the late night show on ABC, right? And that's ABC's first late night show. Yeah. So it's an experiment. Let's get this host. Hey, he's doing this show on Comedy Central. Get him over here. Adam Carolla doesn't get that gig. Adam Carolla is actually, in the early days of Jimmy Kimmel's show, nobody knew what it was. Celebrities didn't know what it was, so they wouldn't come on as guests. So he would have on like fellow comedians and whoever he could get, Adam Carolla being one of them a lot, until he didn't need Carolla anymore. And I think that's why maybe Carolla went down the right-wing direction.
Yeah.
But anyways, when he left, Joe Rogan and Doug Stanhope were the next hosts of The Man Show. So that's where I actually was first introduced to Joe Rogan. Doug Stanhope, great comedian, much funnier than Joe Rogan. It is, again, I give all that backstory and a little slight distraction into The Man Show's history, because why the fuck is Joe Rogan having the president on, or like any of these people? Why is his opinion matter? Why is he the biggest fucking podcast? And I think it's just because he was early. That's all. He was early to the format. And a lot of these big YouTubers and Twitch streamers, they were just early and kept doing it consistently. So it is wild. And I know, some of the history of the beefs between comedians and all that, because I listen to too many podcasts, and how that can affect candidates, and like, oh, you're aligning with this, and Joe Rogan's fans are all attacking you. Why? Because of this podcast that happened like 3 years ago. It's the same thing, but like hyper juiced up with streamers, where something in the news happens and I'm like, what the fuck is this going on? And it's like, oh, because this one, I'm in New York. There's was it Kai Cenat or Aiden Ross or somebody did like, hey, we're gonna do a meetup in Union Square, and then all of a sudden there's 1,000 people in Union Square having a riot for no fucking reason. They're like, wait a minute, it's dangerous.
Yeah.
But like that's the negative side of this coin. But the positive side is you get people like Hassan, you get people like Mike from PA, you get people like Ole Emi or FD Signifier going out and like putting their audience and saying, hey, audience who just watches me, here's a direction to go. Go phone bank. Go join DSA, which I just joined recently. Like I didn't know there was a dues waiver. So now I can be a member, while I still do not have enough money to be doing anything. I think, Jon Stewart gets a lot of shit for kind of sitting back and being like, I'm just a comedian. I really don't want to involve myself that much. and kind of giving Rogan that excuse, that line of I'm just a comedian. I'm not involving myself, even though I'm having these people on my fucking show and tacitly adoring them. John Oliver took it another step where he would kind of go into depth on something on Last Week Tonight and then kind of direct his audience kind of to do something about it. But I think someone engaged like Hassan or anyone is, the chat is always going, they're live, they're interacting. You know, when John Oliver's doing his show, he's not interacting with the people watching him at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's this kind of new form, not that new format, but it's this new dynamic we're seeing if really affect the way people are voting and people are engaging and getting organized. And I don't know, I think it's pretty great.
I do find, like, he said a few days ago that I think it was while he was watching the documentary about himself, like he said that a reporter told him that there's like a behind the scenes like aspect to his streams when he's going to like these political rallies and all of that. And because a lot of it is like coming out like as it's happening, partially through me, but also through Fox News and other people who are watching him in real time, like there is like this aspect of him being like on, whether you hate him or love him or whatever, he is like on the front lines. Like doing the thing, like he is like actually about it. And like when he is about it, like he still gets a lot of hate for being about it, like for actually showing up. And like,
I mean, you know, we could talk a little bit about that. I mean, this is I'm not gonna play the whole clip, it's 14 minutes that you clipped out of him talking about no, this is him talking about the Cuba situation, like, because you're saying he's about it, he's going to Cuba.
Yeah.
Why do you hide your eyes? You did what?
I don't know. Like, I get like so insecure when my tweets are pulled up because like I really did blow up really fast. So like, and I have like reporters like in my DMs sometimes who are trying to get like a better understanding of what I'm putting out in real time. I'm not gonna name names, but like there was one reporter who was trying to get a better understanding of Hassan's take on Troy Jackson in Maine, and it kept shifting every single day. So like it got to the point where they reached out to me in my like DMs, like, so what is his stance? Oh my god, like what is it? And like it's
look, going from, first of all, I know I talk too much, so I apologize already.
Oh no, good, no.
But because I just realized I went on a whole fucking rant about the Man Show.
Oh no, it's your show.
But you're the guest, and it's about you. So yeah, I can imagine going from 150 subscribers, and then to what are you at now? 13,000 in a couple weeks is pretty terrifying. You know, I talk to my fiance all the time, like, you know, I wish I would blow up. I can make money from streaming. She's like, go at a slower pace. Because imagine if you did go live and you had 300 people watching you or 30,000 people watching you. You would probably have a panic attack. And I'm like, you know what? You're right, honey. Like maybe going slow and steady is probably a better idea. Now, like, how does that feel? That's a good question. How does that feel to like blow up that big?
It feels okay. I do think there's like before I got monetized, it was more so like, I don't know how to explain it, but like I do feel like there's been a shift. Because before, the people who were like following me were just like people who were fans of Hassan, but now it's literally people who have no idea who he is or people who just hate him, who are like suddenly like stop, like, you know, like they're kind of like, okay, maybe he's not that bad now. Like I do feel very like overwhelmed when people like follow me one day because he's talking about New York City DSA. But then if he's like not doing that, like if it's just Sunday Fun Day and it's just a bunch of like him reacting to himself or whatever, or like watching a bunch of like, I guess
playing
it's more
a game.
So,
if he does that anymore. I don't know.
well,
that's when I was. I hands on the cards on the table. I don't really watch Hassan that much. I watch clips. I watch a lot of the clips that you post now that I follow you. But like even before, you blew up and like you were the one to follow. I would just see clips here and there. Maybe there's a clip on YouTube that I'm like, that looks interesting. I'll see what he has to say about that. But the watching him live, sometimes I'll pop in again. If there's breaking news, I know Hassan's probably live talking about it. So that's good. When Biden got elected, like that day, I'm like, oh shit, like who's live right now? Let me. Oh, he's live. I also happen to be tripping that day, so that was an interesting day where I was like psychedelically feeling the entire world partying,
watching a man scream,
and I'm watching him like flip between Spain and France and New York and Memphis and just everyone party. You could feel the vibrations of the world. It was amazing. That's where I'm like, I think I like this guy.
Yeah.
And then I tried watching him, not sober, and I'm like, oh, you're like getting every now and then a chatter will piss you off and you'll just like go on a 20-minute diatribe. All right, let me switch the channel. And that's so to be fair, I like what he's doing, and that's where I'm like, might not even be my taste. You know what I mean? But I mean, I'm not saying he's not, but like other streamers and creators, whatever, like they might not be my taste and it might not be my entertainment, but I'm glad that he's doing it for other people. Let 1,000 flowers bloom, as Sam Cedar says all the time.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam.
Sam Cedar. Yeah, like, and that's another thing I always get. Like, if you are really who you say you are and you are really like a socialist, like how come you don't like do this for like Sam or like Mike and like all of these other, it's one of the most annoying like critiques I get. It is
get somebody else. There's millions of followers, fans of all of these different people. One of them here, let it be a clarion call. One of you take it up. Take it up. If you have the free time to watch Mike from PA every fucking day and clip out every segment he does, go for it. Do it for a Majority Report. There are ones who do it for Majority Report. No context Majority Report. Yeah. Their own Twitter account, Majority FM, does it. Like that's a crazy critique. And I'm sure it's been weird having like reporters hop into your DMs and just be like, hey, can you give us an exclusive, or trying to find cracks in the armor, much like the not too dissimilar from the like streamer rival streamers who don't like him, who maybe are sending people into your DMs and going like, I'm a reporter or I'm a friendly person, hey, can you give me some insight? And they're gonna go take it to this demon over there. Like, I appreciate you trusting me and saying that, like, hey, I'll give this guy a shot.
No, like you
like, how'd you make that discernment?
I guess more so, like, well, for one thing, you followed me for a while and you have not called me the N-word or like.
Dude, I don't even say it. I don't even say it like in the friendly way on air ever, because my father was called that growing up. And like, dude, he heard me say that from a rap song when I was a little kid. Only time he smacked me in the back of the head and was like, never say that word. Never say that word. So I'm like,
my mom is that way. My mom doesn't curse at all. I think I've only ever heard her say like a curse word maybe once. So, but then like I say the N-word all the time.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh my God, like I feel bad because like I just be saying it and like I get worried that my son is going to repeat it. And it's my son's birthday today too.
Oh shit! Happy birthday!
Yeah,
happy birthday to baby Adri's son. So yeah, and speaking on the reporters thing, like I have seen on the news that like you're credited sometimes when they're playing a Hassan clip. Like, this is from this Twitter account. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes they'll just put Twitter, but sometimes it'll, they put the handle because, again, that's the original like poster.
I can tell sometimes when that happens because I'll get a bunch of MAGA like Republicans like following me all of the time.
Right. It's usually one of the right wingers. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just wanted to we don't have to watch the entire clip again. I'm not even have to watch the clip at all. But he clipped out him talking about the State Department coming after him, going to Cuba. Saw a lot of controversy about when that happened. I talked a little bit about it on the Space ContraPoints, being like, "Oh, I pray that the influencers come back safe," and kind of just discounting this as a photo op, another thing a streamer will do for clout, because streamers don't have that good of a reputation. I don't know if you know about like Joey Salads and whatever, or
God, that era. I unfortunately
you know what I mean?
That.
Like, I'll do anything if it gets me trending. I'll do anything if it gets me to go viral. I think the I Show Speed is maybe like the other side of that, where he's very silly and whatnot, but he still has a positive message, a positive vibe that he's putting out there. So again, tools of oppression can possibly sometimes be used for good. So he's criticizing Neera Tanden here for being excited that the State Department is investigating him. And you got Neera Tanden here just criticizing Bernie Sanders for criticizing Haley Stevens in Michigan.
Oh God.
Again, it's so weird seeing these like old school politicos and politicians even kind of beefing and battling as proxies for like Hassan and the kick streamer. It's so crazy.
It is wild, and he's also not wrong about the fact that like anyone who is to the left of the Trump administration will be like, he's just like the biggest like target, and then once he falls, everyone else goes. So it's just like, it is so wild. And there was also something he said that I kind of actually want to change my opinion on. He said that there was something he brought up about he said someone brought up, I think 2 streams ago, about him about Black socialists being overshadowed by white progressives. And he said he didn't agree with that because, and the example he used was, well, I mean, look at what happened with Brad Lander. Like, they immediately started saying like he's not a real like Jewish person, like he's not Jewish, like because he's like, and I'm like, you know what? I see it from that aspect, especially after this morning, after I saw that they're essentially doing that to Bernie now, because I think they're just catching on that Bernie is platforming a lot of anti-Israel candidates. And now they're saying, well, he's like the most anti-Semitic Jewish person I've ever met. And I'm like, Bernie is a liberal, but Bernie is still, he's still a Zionist. So like, I don't really know.
Well, because he's not Zionist enough. He's promoting these candidates who are anti-Zionist. He's not, making out with Jake Tapper every day. He's not. He's not. He's not doing what they want him to do, and that is threatening. He's threatening them. He's threatening their bosses. He's threatening the owners of CNN, the owners of NBC. Bernie is part of a movement, and he may just have been the most visible in 2016 when he ran, but that movement did not begin with him being mayor of Burlington. It did not begin with Bernie Sanders being born. It was a much older fight. Again, being part of DSA now, I'm listening to these meetings. I was just on a meeting with Cori Bush and Chris Rabb on Sunday, and they were it was all about the history of Black liberation and Black progressivism. I don't know, the fight, the struggle, as Superman would call it, the never-ending battle against fucking evil. That is, again, slaves. We were slaves, and they are fighting to be seen as people. So every fight, especially in this country, to be seen as people, to be seen as equals, begins with Black people.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
you know, they're kind of that whole meeting was about like reframing this of like, no, this is not like the Bernie Sanders movement. Like, sure, we're happy to have him. We're happy to have all the white leftists, but this is our thing, and we should be centered, especially after the whole Graham Plattner debacle and whatnot. You know, a lot of people getting heat for that. I took my lumps. I was very like, oh shit, he's speaking in like plain language. He's got the Ron
I got heat
Swanson
for that
vibe.
too. I got heat for it as well because like I was thinking that like, you know, it'd be good for him to go on to Hassan's stream because you are so polarizing that you have all of these allegations, and it wasn't even the allegations at that point. It was just the fact he had the tattoos.
Yeah.
And he was still, you know, doing so well in the polls after, like he surged after the like I was like, okay, Hassan, have him on. Like, put him, like, there has to be a reason why, like, he is still surging even after he had, like, these, oh God, the tattoos. His shirtless apology tour was traumatizing for me.
That was weird. In retrospect, that was very weird. No, but, like, that's a good point because I think that could have been, you know, a feeling of the voters like, hey, we're being attacked from the outside now. Like there's a tension on this and they're trying to take down our guy. So like, let's support him even harder. And to make a weird parallel correlation, I think Jasmine Crockett's getting a lot of heat right now for not supporting James Tallarico. Not saying that she's like, hey, you should go vote for him. I'm supporting down ballot candidates. I'm doing this. I'm too busy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And a lot of people are reading into it like, just say it. Just say the words. And I think for her, I'm the devil. Look, I call myself a devil's advocate. That's what I do. I think from her perspective, that's like, hey, I'm getting a lot of white people telling me to like say something and like bow down to a white man in Texas. Yeah. So fuck you. I'm just not going to do that. And while that may be overall detrimental to the Democrats at large, the project of turning Texas blue, whatever it is. It might be a selfish thing of her, but it also might be a, hey, just like give her a little space. Give her a little space.
Yeah, but then like yesterday she posted something about me getting ready for my Netflix documentary.
Then you do that and you go like, what the fuck? All right.
Because there are times where I'm just like, to be honest, I don't know. Actually, no. Like, I do not like Jasmine Crockett. Black liberal Zionists are the bane of my existence. I have never been called anything worse in my life than from a black liberal on Twitter. They call me the worst things. Like, I have never. Like it gets so awful.
It is baffling. That it revealed that she's not even taking AIPAC money, so she's really doing it for just the love of Israel, I guess.
Insane.
And again, not just playing devil's advocate, not defending her. Didn't like her. I got into politics. Started watching the news in 2012. So much I would watch Fox News and MSNBC back to back. Never CNN because CNN sucks. Just back to back. It was hilarious. It was like reality show about reality. That's what it felt like because these anchors are dissing each other like fucking rappers. Like someone will say something in the morning on MSNBC, they'll respond to it at midday on Fox, and then someone on MSNBC in the evening will respond back to that. It was fucking hilarious. I would read Breitbart and Huffington Post and Daily Caller and Vox. And like I was a sick puppy for politics news. But then I would start watching C-SPAN, and I'm a filmmaker. I recognize raw footage when I see it. This is raw footage of the government operating. It's normal business. You're watching the Senate floor. It's normal business. And then all of a sudden, someone's like giving a captivating speech like they're fucking auditioning for Hamlet. You're like, what the fuck is this? And then later in the day, you'll see them on MSNBC or Fox, whichever party they're affiliated with. And that clip will be the clip that intros them. And I'm like, oh, you're recording a fucking promo. You're recording footage for later when you're on like Rachel Maddow or Hannity or whoever it is. This is disgusting that you're using our fucking public institutions like just as a career ladder. And so, like, when Jasmine Crockett was doing like all her dunks in those committee hearings, I was like, I've seen this before. I remember Cory Booker being like, I am Spartacus when during the Kavanaugh hearings. And Kamala Harris also tried to get a soundbite out of the Kavanaugh hearings too. Like, it is, again, it is weird and gross that we are in a world where middling comedians on a podcast can influence politics. Fucking Twitch streamers who play video games can influence politics, but this is where we are. So these are the levers in front of us. Let's use them. That's what I say.
Yeah, like I guess it's more so like I do feel like because it's something where like every politician you just mentioned has so much clout to do exactly what they do with speaking out about the things that they apparently care about. But they don't do that for Palestine.
Yeah.
Like that's the problem I have. Because like for Cory Booker's like filibuster.
Oh yeah.
Like where is that? Like, oh my God, and him, oh my God, his his goodbye message to Lindsey Graham. Things like that. I'm just
yeah.
like one step forward, 3,500 steps back. Like I just
Cory Booker did that for Cory Booker. Like Cory Booker did the filibuster so that he could say, I'm the black man who filibustered longer than the longest filibuster, which was a racist. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. It reminds me.
Well, I mean, he's RuPaul's cousin, so that makes sense.
Is he really? I did not know that.
They look exactly alike. They are cousins.
Wow, how don't you say that?
You will. I'm gonna say like you will never unsee it now. Like it's crazy.
That's really funny. That's really funny. So yeah, like again, I'm lamenting this because I'm an old man, and I lament that. Like God, this stuff shouldn't matter. Like I remember in high school, someone said something mean about someone else on Facebook. And we had an assembly, and the principal made that girl get up in front. Whoa, I got a notification that that the principal made that girl stand up in front of the assembly and apologize, and then resign from being like class treasurer or something. And I remember thinking, this is on fate. Like, first of all, hey, principal, why do you know what these people are saying on Facebook? Why are you following us on Facebook? That's weird. That's suspicious. But also, why the fuck does this matter? It's on the fucking internet. Like, just turn it off. Don't go on the website. Now, 20 years and people, offing themselves because of bullying and cyberbullying later, and seeing the good that can come from that. Like the organizing, Occupy Wall Street, the DSA recruitment, and winning a fucking mayoral election this past year. The tools of oppression from these fucking tech oligarchs can be used against them.
Yep.
And I think this clip kind of proves it. And I want to get your response after this. This is Newsmax.
Oh my God. Literally one little sneak in there, but I'm not going to say who it is, but good lineup.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has been mentioned as a possible presidential candidate, and fellow squad member Rashida Tlaib looking to hang on to her House seat in Michigan, Oliver Larkin pushing for a House seat in Florida, and Brittany Kubicek running for a House seat in Rhode Island. Alexandria.
So, I mean, they are terrified of the progressive movement. They always have been. They've been teasing them and making fun of them. Oh, Occupy Wall Street is so disorganized. They don't know what they want. I remember years ago on Fox, I think it was, they showed like the opening minutes of a DSA meeting where people were going, point of order, I was misgendered, or point of order, can we not clap because I have auditory thing? Can we snap? And that's just people being kind and courteous to each other, but they go, oh, they're so weak and stupid and lame. We need Pete Hegseth as Secretary of War, where he will make everyone take testosterone or whatever the fuck. So from I guess my question to you is, do you think, because a lot of this, is we're talking, framing this around like Hassan and streamers and things, but if Hassan went away, if he was like, I quit, I'm done, I want to do something else, or whatever, do you think this lasts beyond him, or do you think it hinges around him? Because Israel would love, and Republicans and the centrists would love if it just hinged around him, but I don't think it does, and I want to get your take.
I'm going to be honest, I knew it didn't before what's happening in Maine, and I especially know because Maine is like the best example of none of this hinging on Hassan.
Yeah.
Hassan had no connection to the Maine primary, no connection at all. I have people in my replies who still support Graham Plattner, who still think he was slighted. But then there are also people who are like just very upset that they thought that, okay, well, he's out now. Like everything I've ever wanted, like I want left populism, everything I've ever wanted is like gone. Everything like an actual Mainer, like the vast majority of Mainers want is gone. The dreams are gone, the hopes are gone. But it's not like most people. I don't think nothing hinges on. I don't think a lot of it hinges on Hassan, but I think they want it to appear that way. Yeah. So it's almost like how do I explain it? Like, I think that they think if they take him down, then that will make everyone think that the whole movement is dead, which it's not. But it's also doing the opposite, where people are still checking him out and they will now rally behind him. But he has never been like the pillar holding the entire movement up. Yeah. And I don't think that it's good to continue propping him up that way either. Yeah. I think it's harmful because it also erases a lot of like Black voices.
Yeah, again, like we were saying, this did not begin with Hassan. This did not begin with Bernie Sanders. This began with like motherfuckers being brought from Africa as slaves. Yeah. At least, if not before that, when indigenous people were fighting for their fucking land, when Columbus and them were fucking rolling over the goddamn country. I really enjoyed our conversation.
I'm sorry if I yapped so much.
No, please. I'm sorry if I yapped. I'm always worried that I'm interrupting.
I hope I articulated my points well. Because
we're not done. We're gonna keep going for a little bit. But I just wanted to say just a preemptive thank you so much for speaking with me. This is a fantastic conversation. I think really what they're really scared of is this man right here. Mayor Mamdani, my mayor, who I got to see at.
Well, he's my mayor too, but.
Well, he's everyone's mayor.
I wish.
I got to see him at the AOC Bernie rally like the week or so before the election. It was the first political rally I ever went to. I was mobilized. You got me to care. You got me to come out. And now he's just tearing it up every day. Love it.
Now there are few pleasures quite as simple.
Oh wow. Hi guys. I honestly I was engrossed in the previous hour with Alex, and I didn't realize he wasn't live. I was waiting for him to bring me in at any moment. But no, here we are. Thanks for joining in. This is the Lumicast. I have been away for the last 2 weeks.
because of family stuff, and I haven't been able to record, and work stuff. I haven't been able to record or do anything that I wanted to do, and I was kind of looking forward to talking to another human being. That was very weird. That was very like dead internet theory all come to life. So I checked the chat and it said, oh, I'll see you next week or whatever from Alex. And I was like, oh, he's actually not live. Damn. Okay, cool. So I'm sure that we've gotten our fill of, Franny Hong discourse as it sits. It's 7 Eastern Central Time. So most of y'all Eastern. So I say 7. Did I say 7 Eastern? That's stupid. 7 p.m. East Central Time. So it's 8 for the majority of our viewers, I'm sure. But I have, I guess, some takes that I haven't really heard spread around. One, I want to get us in, and stop me if you've seen this one already. I really wanted to dive into this. What is going on with polling? Like, I don't understand how polling could be this off. That's like my main kind of thing right now. It's just like, okay, forget Francesca Hong. And I don't want to be like, forget her because we're coping and being like, I heard a lot of stuff being like, oh, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. I guess before we get into like why polling is so off and why that's so weird right now, I've heard people be like, oh, this doesn't matter. I even heard Mike from PA. God bless him. I really am like a Mike from PA fan. But I heard him say that, oh, this doesn't matter that much, whatever. And even I heard Hassan, I was watching the returns, and they're like, oh, it's fine. This was just, extra icing on the cake if we could get her across the line. And this is like a lagniappe, which was what we call it in Louisiana. It just means a little extra. But I'm like, no. You can't really look. You can't look at these races where it's like you have the new American left, whatever that means to you. I don't want to get into a semantics argument of just like left populism versus social democrats versus democratic socialists. And it's just, save that for a Mike from PA stream. Like, that's just too deep in the weeds for what I want to get across. But I mean, whatever Fox News is calling the left at that moment, let's just, whatever MSNBC, CNN, CNBC, and Fox is calling the left, let's just go with that. So it doesn't matter if you're slightly to the left of Chairman Mao or you are just your average Bernie voter, you're the left. Each one of these elections, and I don't want to discourage people from running anywhere, like I have any kind of pull like that, but if I did have pull like that, I don't want to discourage any left-leaning person for running from anything from dog catcher in your local village all the way up to president of the United States. I don't want to discourage you, but I need people to understand, like, every election has stakes. Every election and I don't mean just the stakes of like win, lose, and if you win, you can bring material benefit to your constituency. I mean, it actually has stakes. And what I mean by that is simply I have one sentence to describe what I'm trying to say is I was having it out with somebody and they were like, oh, it's fine. Look at all these, look at all these wins that the left had last night and this and that. And, we've got Mondamian, Abdul Al-Sayed, a bunch of different great and these are all great things, but you have to understand what we're up against. Like, this is like a guerrilla warfare action. Any kind of slip, any kind of, misfire, any kind of gift. And that's what, Francesca Hong was given in this race, a gift that is, I don't want to be too hard on her, but I just want to get this. I want to get this idea across. It's like any kind of just like fall in your lap kind of gift and you fumble the bag like she did. For whatever reason, she fumbled the bag. Smarter people than me can come up with that. But for whatever reason that she fumbled the bag, it's just going to be amplified a million times over. So what I mean is you have to be, if you're going to be
leftist and you're going to run for something, and especially if you're going to get national media attention, you have to be damn near perfect. Because when Abdul wins, right, when he wins by a percentage point and underperforms the polls, it's seen as he got lucky. He slipped through somehow. When Franny loses by a percentage point, it's seen as somehow left momentum has been crushed, and somehow it's a win for the GOP and the Republican Party. Somehow it's a mandate for the Republicans to that's how it's reported. It's a mandate at a minimum for, centrist shit lib Democrats. That's how it's reported. And there's nothing we can do about that, but you just need to be aware of that every time there is a clash like this that gets the attention of the national news media. Your wins will be downplayed, and that's fine. We're not looking for, for flowers and applause. We're looking for material change in people's lives. Your wins will be downplayed, but your losses will be accentuated. Nothing you can do about that. The only anecdote for that, if you're a sports guy, is just win. Just winning solves everything. Winning heals all wounds. Winning shuts all scoreboard. Winning ends all conversation. They can try, just like Abdul. That news cycle of he underperformed the polls lasted not even 24 hours. Not even 24 hours. And then it was, it's on to how's he going to beat Mike Rogers, right? But this news, you could see these people like MSNBC, CNN, like these liberals doing a victory lap that Franny came up short. It's just, it is what it is. These are the conditions that you're up against. Know what you're up against. When you go into these races, that you have to be damn near perfect. That's just is what it is. And I'll tell you something else before. I'm going to play a Breaking Points video where they break down the polling, which I haven't watched because I've really had, this is my, going back to a sports analogy. I heard a coach say one time that after every big win, you've got 24 hours to celebrate. And after every big loss, you've got 24 hours to feel bad for yourself. I'm still in the 24 hours of feeling bad. I'm not going to sit here and cope and be like, I'm not hurt or stunned by this. Like I am. And it is what it is. So, but I haven't watched. Everybody who's been online today has probably, you have more insight right now than I do about the current state of the postmortem of this race, because I've just stayed away. I just didn't. My heart was hurt, and I just didn't want to deal with it. But now it's time to get up. That 24 hours is getting close to passing. So it's time to get up and get back in the fight and do what we do. But my rant, though, I have a rant that I have noticed online. I have been getting in fights online with people today. Right, not shit libs or liberals or Democrats or whatever, centrists. But a lot of people online who are GOP voters have really surprised me because, I mean, they're dumb. They're chuds. They're NPCs. They're brain dead. And I finally, insults back and forth with a bunch of them. And I finally look, we're deep into this, Twitter thread right now, right? No one's reading this but you and I. Let's just drop the pretense, stop trying to own each other and let's just really have a conversation if you want to do that. And, that doesn't, it makes me feel better. I'm sure this person on the other end it doesn't do anything for me, but it makes me feel better. And I thought, and I gathered my thoughts and I wrote to them. I go, look, I can't even say his name right now. Francesco Hong went down to, let's see, Wisconsin primary. Sorry. Mainstream Democrats. Oh, the Washington Post. Wow. How mainstream Democrats pulled off a upset against the socialists. That's pretty fair framing. But okay. So David Crowley wins that race, right? So now he is the Democratic nominee. and I'm talking to these right wingers, and I'm saying, okay, you now are experiencing the worst of all scenarios. This was the worst possible outcome for you. I don't understand why you're taking a victory lap against quote unquote socialism here, because Crowley's going to win the general. This is a wave year, obviously. You can't deny that. Donald Trump is an anchor on the Republican Party. The turnout for this Democratic primary was record-setting. So there's nobody you're going to be able to run that's going to be able to beat Crowley. There's no Hong voter that's going to vote for, Tom Tiffany. You're not going to get that crossover, and you don't have enough votes of just Tom Tiffany supporters to bring that across the line, right? I mean, let's look at projected winner, right? I'm looking at NBC News right now. Let me see if I can bring this up so everybody can see it. Share screen. Add to stage. Okay. Tom Tiffany got 46,830 votes. And the other guy got 22 something. Now you can say that, a lot of people stayed home because it was Tom Tiffany's to lose or whatever. But still, if you can't activate your voters, you can't activate your voters. It is what it is. Crowley, 315,308. Francesca Hong, 311,000. And then the third place lady, Roy Scott, 59K. That is almost 60. I mean, you're talking 20,000 votes. I don't know where Tom Tiffany's going to find an extra 20,000 votes. It ain't going to be from Francesca Hong voters. And I don't think it's going to be from Kelda voters. It's just not going to find it. So Crowley's going to win. And I'm explaining to this right winger I'm in a conversation with. Crowley's going to win. So that's worst case scenario for you. Because now you don't get a Tom Tiffany who's going to, sell your, there you go. A Tom Tiffany who's going to, sell your birthright as a Wisconsinite, whatever they call it. He's going to screw you over. He's data centers are going to go burr right next to your house. It's going to make your life unlivable. Cost of gas is still going to be crazy. The cost of living in Wisconsin is still going to be crazy. All the problems you're going to have right now, you're still going to have under Tom Tiffany, and they're going to be accentuated. And they're probably going to be accentuated, right? But at least you get to own the libs. But you're not going to be able to do that. Now, if you would have crossed over and voted for Francesca Hong, two things happen. She was an easier opponent. Let's be 100% real. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. I'm a big Franny Hong fan. She was an easier opponent for Tom Tiffany to beat in the general. She's the underdog in that race if she wins. So one, you've got an easier opponent to get your GOP nominated candidate across the finish line. But two, let's say she does win, and now she's the governor of Minnesota. If you're a right winger in Minnesota, yeah, you're gonna get the culture war, social signaling that you don't like. Trans women are women. Immigrants aren't subhuman people to be hunted by ICE and murdered in the streets. All that kind of stuff. Maybe we shouldn't lower the age of consent to 12 or whatever right wing stuff y'all are into over there. You're not going to get that from her, but you would have got a material benefit in your life. Prices would have went down. Data centers wouldn't have went up. You would have been better off. It's just the package that she comes in you wouldn't have liked. Now, when Crowley wins, you get the worst of both worlds. You get all the culture war stuff you hate. You know, trans women are women, Black Lives Matter, immigrants are people too, not animals to be hunted for sport. Plus, you get a centrist Democrat who ain't going to do shit for you. You're getting Joe Biden now for president. I mean, for governor. So congratulations, everybody, all right-wingers in Wisconsin who are taking a victory lap now that Francesca Hong lost. You're going to be worse off. Wisconsin lost. And I personally, you know, Robert Johnson Lumacast sitting here in New Orleans, Louisiana, I have no swing or sway over the Michigan election. I mean, I keep thinking of Michigan. I keep thinking of Abdul over the Wisconsin elections. But if I lived in Wisconsin, obviously I'd be voting for Crowley. I will take a punch in the gut before I take a kick in the dick every day, 8 days a week. Of course, I'm not saying anybody who, if you are a Hong voter, go out and vote for Crowley. You don't have to do it enthusiastically, but now you're voting defensively against Tom Tiffany. If you're a Tom Tiffany voter, you ain't got no hope. You ain't got no hope. And I'm not saying hope. Again, going back to what I was saying earlier, you don't have hope that Tom Tiffany's going to win because he ain't. You don't have any hope on owning the lips, and you don't have any hope on getting any kind of material benefits from your governor. So data centers go brr. Congrats on that. But I am just crazy captivated about this polling. Let's take a look. Who hit me off in the private? Oh, okay. That's fine. Let's take a look. That was the private. I checked the private chat and it said that, oh yeah, Alex wasn't going to be in this week. I'm the only person who's allowed to bail on streams. Nobody else. All other This Space hosts are contractually obligated to be here at their appointed time. I'm the only pinch hitter who can come in and out as they please. That's in my This Space contract. All right. And thank you, producer. But let's take a look and check it out. I should have had that ready to go. Make sure we got audio. Maybe. I bet we don't. Usually it asks me if we have audio. Usually it does. Somebody in chat, just let me know if we don't have audio. I'm playing it now. Oh, wrong video anyway. Don't care about that. This hurts to watch. I don't think this has happened. As somebody who has followed elections, I mean, honestly, being a little kid on the carpet, playing with Matchbox toys, watching Dukakis against Bush Sr., which Dukakis should have won. That was my first. That was my would if Kitty Dukakis was raped and murdered, would you not want to support the death penalty? That was my first exposure to media fuckery. That what a question to ask him. But yeah, I've never seen anything like this to where somebody actually suspends their campaign. Because like in every other thing, you just say you're suspending your campaign in case something crazy comes out about your opponent. but who actually like dropped out, suspended their campaign, got back in, and won. I've never seen it. I've never seen anybody really come back in except for Ross Perot in the early 90s, in the early to mid 90s. I've never seen that to my memory. I'm sure it's happened over and over again, but it's like I didn't really start following, like other states' elections that aren't federal to maybe like 20 years ago. God, he's so annoying. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. I hate this Bible shit. There's just no reason for it, but whatever. That's my own thing. No audio in the video. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna close it and come back. I'm glad because he was being super annoying anyway. All right, let's go back. Let's try this again. My bad, you guys. All right, we're gonna make this happen. Aha, it should be. Share screen. Share system audio. Got it. Bada bing. Thank you. Good looking out. All right, you want to hear him be annoying again? Sure.
Had her not just in double digits, but easy double digits. Obviously, that race, similar to what we saw in Michigan, turned out to be much, much closer. So polling missed, and we can get into some of the reasons that we might have seen a polling miss. Here was Francesca Hong's opponent, David Crowley, who is now the Democratic nominee to be Wisconsin governor, talking about why he decided to resurrect his campaign, got back into the race, ends up winning. This is how he explained it.
That's what I was talking about. I hate when politicians start talking about religion. Like the idea that God told you to jump. This is a whole nother thing. I told you I have not pre-watched this, but this makes me hate him. The idea that God told you to jump back into the race to provide people the status quo, the thing that they're suffering with right now, instead of like materially affecting their lives. I don't know what DMT trip you're on and what God was talking to you. I'd get a refund on that, bro, because I don't know who you're talking to.
Said no, we're not doing it. I get a phone call Wednesday night. And they said, well, just sleep on it. Yeah. And so actually, me and my wife prayed, and my wife, she said, during the prayer, she said, God, I don't like subtleties, so make it very obvious. And she actually asked to see like a red bird and like was very specific, right? And so Thursday come around and we're still getting phone calls, and now my wife is actually answering my phone and saying, we're done. We're not doing this. Okay. Because if she's not there, I am absolutely not.
Yeah, we know how that works.
And so Friday, but Thursday I was uneasy. I didn't go to bed until like 3:00 Friday morning. And so I go to bed, Friday morning comes, my wife goes to work, takes the girls to day camp and everything. And I'm getting all these phone calls, but I am knocked out sleep, because I had a late night. And so my wife,
because you Milwaukee County executives can just sleep in on a Friday.
Man, that's the first time I done slept in a long time. I will tell you that. But my wife she does outreach. She actually works for an organization called Community Advocates, helping people find rapid rehousing, find homes, working with the homelessness. And so she was actually setting up her outreach table. And as she's setting up her outreach table, what does she see? She sees the red bird.
Yes, I am oiling my beard. This guy's talking about seeing red birds, and people are hurting in your state, dog. Like people are hurting, and you talking about vision quests and all this foolishness. That's why I could never make it in politics.
She had prayed. It's not even thinking about it. Not even 2 minutes later, she gets a phone call that is informing her about the lieutenant governor dropping out.
Okay, so Crowley also, Ryan's laughing. Crowley has been talking about venture capital on the campaign trail and the like, and the race really consolidated into a two-person contest toward the final days, especially because Francesca Hong, who had gotten millions of dollars in Republican spending, interestingly enough, Republicans were kind of trying to boost Francesca Hong on this narrative that they were running ads saying she was too liberal for Wisconsin, thinking it would be like reverse psychology and Democratic voters would then support Hong, which was showing up in the polling. But obviously, as people started digging into her social media history, they found things like her anti-Thanksgiving tweet, which she went on CNN to kind of defend recently. Let's take a look at A3.
You talked about your past positions that he keeps highlighting and, obviously likely would continue to do so before November should you win. One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. The post has been deleted. Republicans have been highlighting it. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. You know, I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant for 7, 8 years, that bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think there I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve. And the position that I'm running for
at least with her losing, at least we can talk frankly about this now. That was dog shit. That was such a dog shit thing. Like, I can only imagine, like, if I was to run for dog catcher of anything, I would have the amount of crazy tweets and stuff, just these streams alone, right? No, stop explaining. If you're explaining, you're losing. Abdul Al-Sayed is the bar now. Like that's how you run this. When they ask you, when this smiling goon here on CNN is asking you the most dumb, innate questions that don't affect anybody's bottom line, you don't sit here and go on and try to Bill Clinton third way thread the needle. You go on offense. You do what Abdul does. You say something to the effect of, look, you go, no, but here's like, do you still think that Thanksgiving should be canceled? No. And here's the thing. If you vote for my opponent, you won't even be able to afford Thanksgiving. You want to afford Thanksgiving, you vote for me because these are my policies, X, Y, and Z. My opponent has no policies except the status quo, which is going on right now, which your life is suffering from. When you went to the store to try to get your Thanksgiving meal together, I know it costs more than it did last year, right? Grocery prices are through the roof. Here's my plan for that. But we're not going to sit here and we're not going to talk about a tweet I said a decade ago or whatever, which of course we're not canceling Thanksgiving. That's crazy. That's how you do that. That's it. And it's like that she even sat here with this mealy mouth. I don't want to piss off my base who's going, your base is going to vote for you anyway. Like people like us, if you're watching this space right now in the year of our Lord 2026, we're locked in. There's nothing besides a grand platinum type thing that she's going to say or do to not get those votes. The votes that she needs are not trying to sit. The votes that she needed to go after instead of trying to thread the needle here. Stop being so weak. Stop defending your positions. You attack your opponent's positions. Stop this. Abdul Sayed, he is running right now a masterclass of this. He is the bar. I don't care what he will be studied in political science classes after he wins his Senate race. I'm telling you that right now.
Right now, and I think my background as a chef will actually help me become a better governor that's able to bring more people to the table.
Francesca Hong, thank you for joining us. We hope to have you back on, depending on how things go next week in your primary.
Woke one was crazy. That tweet, worst answer. But that maybe got the electability bug back into Democratic, the infamous electability bug back.
That didn't lose her the election. That did not lose her the election. That stupid Thanksgiving thing. So like, get that out of your mind. But it didn't help her either. And just the way that she's just, again, Brad, just let's be real so we can learn from this. The way she gave these Xanaxed out answers did her no favors. And I'm not saying you got to be me, you got to be Mike from PA, you got to be turned up to 12, but you at least got to be, again, I can't praise Abdul Al-Sayed enough. You got to be turned up to at least 9. And when you're attacking, you have a smile and a smirk that goes along with that. You got to have, as Pinkerbell says right now, you got to have the Riz. You got to have the sauce. It is what it is. You got to go hard. You got to drink You got to drink a Red Bull before you show up here because you already know how they're going to come at you. You cannot. Democrats. What do people think about what do people who normally are swing voters, who are quote unquote independents, let's say Obama voters, right? Because I've said this before on previous streams. I go back to Obama. These states, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, they were won by Obama. Now, Obama is generationally has the riz, but the thing he was able to do was to attack his opponents. He was able to, with a gleam in his eye, without getting nasty, he was able to, with a laugh and a joke and a wink and a nod, attack Hillary Clinton, attack John McCain, attack Mitt Romney. Mitt, I don't know if you know this. We got a thing called submarines. They actually go under the water. We don't need as many battleships anymore. You would know that if you were ever president of the United States, like me, the commander in chief. I remember that. Everybody laughed. Mitt Romney looked like a fool. And that's what you do. You attack. At no point did she attack Crowley. At no point. So that's why if she would have won this, and I swear I'm not coping. If she would have won this, I don't think she could have pulled out a general election win. I would have supported her all the way. I would have never said anything nasty about her. But it is what it is. You have Barack Obama, Donald Trump. I've said this before on this program, and I will look anybody in the eye. If you want to emulate somebody in American politics, emulate Donald Trump and you emulate Barack Obama. Donald Trump isn't afraid to go after anybody. He'll call your wife ugly. This is America. We like pro football. We like wrestling. We like that foolishness. Barack Obama can do that, but he can make it so it's not nasty, so it attracts reasonable mom and pop Democrat voters. Because you can't go as hard as the Republican can. You can't call a man a terrorist. You can't call a man's wife ugly and stuff like that. You can't say a man wasn't born here. The Republican Party, their voters, 90% of them too far gone monsters, right? Well, 30%. Let's just say 30% of the electorate, which is left with Donald Trump, too far gone monsters, can't relate to him, whatever. The rest of those voters can be won. But you can't, as a Democrat, go as hard, and that's why I'm saying you have to be more like Obama. Doel said, again, I've said his name 50 times in the stream, is doing just that. He's threading that needle, how to attack without being vicious. Francisca had none of that.
Back into Democratic voters' minds, and people started.
And I know. So the next thing I just thought in my head of just like, well, you can't do that if you're a woman, because then you're seen as shrill, you're seen as a harpy, you're seen as a Lady Macbeth. Those are dead. That's dead. The people who think that in their mind are already sexist, and they weren't going to be with you no matter what. They're just one more thing to overcome. This is what it is. Again, Donald Trump has cracked that wide open. You've got to go for these people's hearts. Look at how many times can we get a Abdul Al-Sayed counter of how many times I said his name? Abdul Al-Sayed came for, what's her face's heart. Think of her name right now. Whatever. Whatever her name is. I can't even think about it. He came for her soul, and then the very next day, a lot of things came into play. She came to him. Obama made the boss call. Now media is wrapping their arms around, Abdul, and now everything's hunky-dory. Everything could be mended. People love a contentious primary. You're not going to scare off voters. Like, as long as you don't cross certain personal lines, you're not going to scare off voters in the Democratic Party anyway. So go at your opponent. It is all out there. Fair game. And one of my other pet theories, like before I go too much of a tangent, I think Ted Cruz would be president right now. And just to prove, not to prove, but to go into more of like the Republican voter mindset. when Donald Trump called Ted Cruz's wife ugly, Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz, his political career died in that next debate where he confronted him about it, and Donald Trump did it again, and then didn't apologize. And then after the primary was over, Ted Cruz bent the knee. His political career is dead because nobody's here for that kind of weakness. I'm telling you, we'd have President Ted Cruz right now if he on the debate stage where they met back up and he said, you call my wife ugly, I want an apology. Donald Trump says no. Ted Cruz says, I'll give you one more chance to apologize, Donald. If you don't, I'm telling you right now, I'm going upside your head. Donald Trump doesn't apologize again. Ted Cruz takes the mic off, walks over, and just starts beating him until he pulls him off. Ted Cruz goes to jail. He's seen as some kind of a hero who stands up for his family. He wins. He wins that primary. Republican voters vote for him, and he becomes President Cruz. Maybe Hillary beats him. Who knows? But he would have definitely won that primary. This is the guy. If you've got to have killer instinct in this thing. You've got to have an idea of what your voters want. You got to have an idea of who is my target voter. If you're a Republican, more than likely monsters, right? They're racist, sexist, homophobic monsters. If you're running in the year 2026, which a lot of mainstream Democrats, the majority of the mainstream Democratic Party can't keep up with, they don't understand their voter. It's a brick. They're the inverse of the first term Trump voter. They're brick throwers. Their votes are Molotov cocktails. They want a fighter. They want change. You've got to come out and be that change and be aggressive. Francisca Hong was not that. And that's why she went down to a candidate who dropped out and came back in the race.
Consolidating around Crowley, who seems to have pulled it off, although Francesca Hong did not spend a lot of money on traditional TV ads and was able to get within a hair of Crowley, despite being a DSA candidate, actually probably because of being a DSA candidate with a fairly radical agenda in this political climate. So we're going to get into all of that. Just want to mention a couple of other quick election results. A4, we can put Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, managed to win that primary pretty handily, 32.7 to 24. Craig in Minnesota in just a bit, but we want to focus on Wisconsin. And to do that, we're joined by Brian Reisinger. Brian is a former GOP consultant and aide. He has a great book that I really recommend if you're interested in family farming. It's called Land Rich, Cash Poor, My Family's Hope and the Untold History of the Disappearing American Farmer. He is a working farmer as well. Brian, thanks so much for being here.
Good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and so I mentioned a former consultant, but you're looking very closely at these numbers. You know the state of Wisconsin like the back of your hand because you've been involved in many of these races and you care particularly about rural voters. But you also look at what that means for suburban numbers. Democrats have made inroads in the infamous WOW counties. I shouldn't say infamous as somebody who's literally from one of the WOW counties. I guess infamous depending on where you're from. But anyway, all this to say, Brian, what is your quick reaction to Francesca Hong coming just so close, despite the polling showing a double-digit lead?
The first thing is just it's incredible to see the gap between someone's polling support and someone's actual voting support at the ballot box. And that casts a lot of polling into question. And as someone who works at a firm also where we've got some bipartisan polling.
Yes, bro. What is going on? Tell us, because are polls just irrelevant?
Coming up, it's something that we think about deeply. How do you make sure that you're actually tapping into what you need to be tapping into? So I think there's going to be some polling questions in Wisconsin politics.
No, you can't pick her. You can't fix her. You can't. Her hairstylist needs to fix her. Whatever that thing is, that mop that's going on. But if you catch her off breaking points, you catch her on her her serious show, oh, she's a different animal over there. This little I'm a well-meaning economic right winger, little act she's putting on. That's not her. That's not her at all.
But the other thing is, it just shows the degree to which some of this support that Hong had really wasn't real. It was people who would answer poll questions. That's not the fault of the pollsters. It was people who would answer poll questions. It was people who would signal on social media, but it wasn't necessarily people who would turn out completely. She had a really strong base in Dane County, the major liberal base for the state. But the numbers were not as high as you might have expected them to be, and they weren't high enough to overcome her deficits in other parts of the state. So there was a lot of this support that you saw in the polls that was sort of talk and not action on the behalf of supporters. Unfortunately for Hong, that's the way that it shook out. And so I think that was one of the biggest things, is there's a little bit of a mirage there around just how much support she actually had when it came down to the ballot box.
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, she still won.
Yeah, like, what's the methodology? I mean, that's a real question, because, like, with it, between this and, you know, Abdul Al-Sayed, like, what's the methodology here? Because something has to be off. I mean, honestly, we can go back to, forget these races, we can go back to 2016, you know, Hillary, Donald Trump, where the methodology is just so wrong. I mean, but that was less of a shock to me, because anybody who's like a real geek for this, like, you could just feel it in your bones. You didn't need to see a poll. You could just see people's faces at the store and know how they were, you know, they were voting for Trump. But, like, this was way different, because, I mean, I don't live in Wisconsin, so it's all the information I have to go on. So it's like, is the methodology just bad, or like what is going, like, this whole thing, we need to get rid of it, or it needs to be rehashed, or is it a problem with people not answering their phones? I mean, I don't answer cell phone. My cell phone's my only phone. I don't answer that. I'm not getting polled ever, in, you know, but I also live in Louisiana, so we're not getting polled for anything ever, you know.
Found up
it is
almost at 40%. You know, they both Crowley and her close to, you know, 38, 39, 40%. And I think it's very difficult to poll these multiple candidate races because voters are so strategic. It is the polling itself, ironically, that then undermines the polling. And because we don't have ranked choice voting in Wisconsin, a voter has to go in and say, okay, I might prefer this candidate, but I oppose this candidate more than I prefer this candidate. Therefore, I need to vote for this other candidate. And they're making those decisions.
I've done that
by looking at the polling.
Open primaries too, by the way.
And also an open.
I've done that. I did that. My greatest shame in 2000. What was Obama's first term? 2009. So my greatest shame is the 2 votes. There's 2 votes in my life I regret. One is voting for 08. One is voting for sports betting to be legalized in Louisiana. Like, you know, DraftKings, just sports betting in general, because I was like, hey, I'd like to put, you know, instead of driving over to Mississippi, which is like 40 minutes away, to go put $20 on a Saints game, I'd much rather just go up the street and do it. And I just didn't realize how terrible sports betting would ruin people's lives, how much it would ruin the sports that we love. And it's awful. Like, sports betting is absolutely terrible. So there's that vote. And I think even more consequential, I'm more embarrassed about, is I voted in 08 in Ohio, in Cincinnati, Ohio. I voted for Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama in the Democratic primary, even though Obama won that primary race in Ohio. I voted for Hillary Clinton, and I definitely supported Barack Obama more than Hillary Clinton, for sure. 100% hated Hillary Clinton, but I didn't think a black man named Barack Hussein Obama could be president of the United States. So I voted for Hillary. Those are the 2 votes I regret. So I could absolutely see people doing this, strategically voting for Crowley over Hong, which is kind of crazy. Which is kind of crazy when you think about it. It's like, you're gonna vote for this. Like, are we voting? Like, what is your? I'd love to talk to that voter and know what their thought process is, because it's like, it's like the woman socialist over like the black man centrist. Like we're really pulling at hairs here if we're trying to vote strategically. So I would love to just like know what's on that voter's mind. But to that theoretical voter's credit, the polls did show that Hong was the weaker candidate in the general against Tiffany
primary. And so they're looking at the polling and they're seeing with some voters, they're seeing that Francesca Hong is up. They don't necessarily like Crowley, but they're.
To Jeff's point here, 08 Lumen would have voted for Haley Stevens. No. And here's why. That's a state race. So maybe I'm making my own case of why that voter doesn't make any sense. Now I know he's being funny, but I'm taking the question seriously. Because I really want to understand if this theory is true of the tactical voter, because it's a state race. Like unless you really thought that Crowley's such a better candidate, like you're telling me I really got to find this voter. I really got to find this voter and talk to him, because it doesn't make any sense for me. Because you're telling me if you're a rural Wisconsin swing voter, right? I need to understand what the difference is between like the black man Democratic centrist and the Asian woman Democratic DSA candidate, like the Democratic Socialists. Like, again, like that's really drawing at straws. Like you're really just like cutting it close there, to where my thought process was, okay, Barack Obama wins Ohio. Okay, he wins Ohio. No problem. Great. Like Ohio's a lot of unions. We're ready to go blue. We're ready for a big change. We're ready to turn the page on the Bush era. Is Wisconsin though? Is Michigan? I mean, Barack Obama's theory of change was obviously correct, but that was my thinking. It's like he could win here, but can he win the other states? Florida, my hometown, my hometown of Florida, definitely would vote for Barack Obama, but the rest of Florida is a pit. So it's like, wouldn't it be easier to get Hillary Clinton across the line? That's my thinking, to where I just wouldn't have had the same thought process in this race. Let's see. I look at Hong in Wisconsin, very positively, built a campaign from the ground up and almost won. And the establishment had to consolidate to beat her, similar to 2020 Bernie. Yeah, but it just doesn't matter. Like at this point, here's the thing about that. Like we can't do moral victories anymore. A loss is a loss. A failure is a failure, because we're just at the point now where if we got a President Bernie Sanders, right? Let's say we had a President Bernie Sanders at this point, and capitalism was kind of chugging along, but he was like nibbling around the edges, and our society was just like kind of in an okay place. And then we could be like, oh yeah, like this is a total win. Like this is a total like moral victory, for Francesca Hong. But we're at a place where like, I truly believe this. We're almost out of runway. I'm not going to get to it, but the other story I was going to talk about was, I don't know if y'all saw this. Sailors try to jump overboard at the USS Lincoln as morale collapses, because they've been on a float out in the Med for like more than a year. They're on like a half a cup of rice and a tortilla for their daily meals. They're out of basic essentials like toothpaste, soap, and deodorant, and these dudes are like getting ready to kill themselves, these sailors. And we're about to have like mutiny on an American vessel in the year of our Lord 2026. Like we're falling like Rome. I don't know that we have enough runway to turn this around because I kind of got into it with my wife last night, where she kind of had the same thing. It's like, oh, this is great. Not this is great, but just like kind of the same thing that Jeff is saying here. But I'm like, we don't have time for this. We don't have time. Like the revolution ain't coming. You and I ain't the vanguard of the revolution. It's like the idea of like, oh, you're being too electoral and you're putting, and Jeff knows me more than anybody here. It's like, I don't even put a lot of stake in electoral politics, but I don't see anything else. Like, the revolution's not coming. We're not storming the Bastille. The United States is not about to like fall apart and there's going to be a rising of the proletariat. No, it's just going to keep chugging along until one day it doesn't. And I'm afraid, like, without drastic change, we are almost out of runway here. And I don't see anything else except electoralism, a thing I don't even put a lot of stock into, but I feel like it's the only thing with any chance of movement right now. So it's like, I can't sit here and I can't say like, well, good for her. Like, she almost pulled it off. Like, no, we don't have time. We don't have time. That's my theory of change at this point. Like, we're almost out of runway. So I can't put a lot of stock in that. Where's my thingy at?
Flushing socks and T-shirts down the toilets, clogging them up. So the jailed Ford carrier group had to retreat from our war effort. That left the USS Lincoln, which cost us something like $10 or $20 billion to produce, which cost us, I think, around $8 million.
Sorry, guys. Back to the
seeing that Crowley is the closest competitor. So they're moving away from who they actually prefer, who they told the pollster they prefer, and they're moving to Crowley because they oppose Fran Hong. And that's just a very difficult thing to poll. Now, into that, this is my theory on what happened in the last couple weeks of the race, but I'm curious for your reaction, and also I'll make an exception, read the comments on this one, because I'm curious for what the kind of the public feels about this one. I think the race focused way too much on culture stuff in the last couple of weeks. Even AOC, virally talking about, woke one is great, woke one was crazy. Like, the kind of national conversation, the state conversation just became about culture war stuff, when democratic socialists have shown that they are most effective when they're talking about making your life better. Abdul al-Sayed, when he's getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket and passing Medicare for all, like, you don't have to live in Michigan to know, like, that's what he plans on doing. Anybody who's following politics casually.
Damn, it's almost like somebody said that. Somebody said that on this very show, 54 minutes ago. Started their theory of change with that. And now I'm getting backed up by, ultra pride.
Tell you what Mamdani wanted to do as mayor. He was going to make the buses fast and free. He's going to do free childcare. He's going to freeze the rent. He's going to build these grocery stores. Like, and nowhere in that do you hear discussion about culture fights or.
And if you do, it got instantly shut down. Mandami, I'm not running to be the mayor of Israel. I'm running to be the mayor of New York. Stop asking me this. Abdul Sayed, whatever foolishness, directs it right back to his opponents. That's how it's done.
Thanksgiving.
Not his foolishness.
And that isn't because Mamdani didn't have tweets that could have been brought up. And in fact, he did. He had tons of them, and people would constantly bring them up. But he would say, that was then. That's not what I'm focused on now. What I'm focused on now, I'm going to make the buses fast and free. I'm going to, he'd do his thing. Abdul, the same thing. In that answer, she didn't kind of pivot towards the economy. She didn't say, no, of course I'm not going to cancel Thanksgiving. She instead gave a kind of politician-y answer where she's like, what?
Next week, I'm not going to do the show. I'm just going to bring up a random Ryan Grimm clip, and I'm just going to play it. And because that's what I would have said anyway, right? Bam. God, I love being right.
Well, it almost felt worse because it felt a little rehearsed, like she had thought about what she was going to say. It's one thing if you're off the cuff and you give a bad answer. It's almost worse if you've thought about it ahead of time and still have a bad answer. And to say, I'm a chef and I bring people in community and I love bringing, I love cooking meals for people, but it's very painful for people. I think a lot of voters, even if they're like, yes, we get it. Like it certainly, like we now understand our history. Everyone understands.
It's exhausting.
Founded in genocide. And that is definitively connected to it. Yet everybody loves Thanksgiving. It's like culturally sanctioned day drinking and football watching and eat and overeating. Like it's like a whole bunch of America's favorite things all combined into one. And so I think regular voters or Democrats looked at that and were like, okay, that's going to get used against her. Even if, I myself understand why she's saying it, I feel like now their pundit brain is kicking in. All these people are saying she's unelectable. I think they're right. She probably actually is. And so that pushed more people to crap.
I don't know about that. I don't think the average voter is thinking about it that deep. Like we in this space do think about that deep. Ryan Grimm thinks about that deep. I think this is one of those things where like he needs to touch grass and talk to real people. He hasn't had a quote unquote real job in a very long time. What I mean by a real job, somebody who's not into politics. He doesn't talk to give you an example. My last couple minutes, I'm trying to make video games. I'm like solo coding like 2 video games at once right now, right? And when I talk to like one of my coworkers, like I call them the Madden 2K Call of Duty player. Those are the guys who those are the games that they play every year. They don't even care what the quality is. They just buy them like clockwork. That's not the people I'm going after, but that is a huge swath of people that I still connect with and still can get ideas from and be like, oh, what do you like about that? What do you not? Ryan Grimm has not been in those circles for a long time. He hasn't held down a job with Joe Sixpack, and that's why he's getting too deep. I think what happens then, it's single player multiplayer. But yeah, it's a whole different thing. But I think what happens is with the Thanksgiving thing, there was so much, and excuse the pun, there was so much opportunity for her to put meat on the bone and give the voters something to vote for, and she did not do that. She should, obviously, the first thing I think of is, it doesn't matter or not where I think about Thanksgiving, which obviously everybody who wants to celebrate Thanksgiving. I celebrate Thanksgiving. What I care about is you cannot afford Thanksgiving, Wisconsin, and I'm going to change that. And if you don't vote for me, these guys you're going to be in the same rigmarole that you're in right now. That's what you do. It ain't that hard. Offense, offense, offense. Stop playing defense. Stop explaining. Attack, 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 attack. That's what you do. I got a minute left. That's my time. Lumencast on Twitch. Mostly more in the comments now than anything else. Lumencast on Facebook. Lumencast on this space. I'll have some stuff here to promote pretty soon for sure, actually. I've got a video game that's in testing right now, a little mobile game, a little fun time. As soon as that gets out of testing, I will let you guys know. You can go download it for free, have fun. Other than that, enjoy your night. And I know it's like a lot of doom and gloom, but just take this as a lesson. Like, go on offense, support candidates that are offensively trying to bring material value to your life. Stop being weak liberals. Nobody's here for that anymore. That's done. That's my time. Thanks a lot. You guys take care.
All right. Hey ho, let's go. This is Resistance Radio, where natural selection selects resistance, and we try to keep our surveillance systems just one step ahead. Today, we're closing the book on the 2026 Andes hantavirus outbreak linked to the Dutch flagged expedition cruise ship, the MV Hondius. Think of this as the director's commentary track of what happened, what we learned, and why this didn't become the next pandemic, despite checking a lot of boxes that make us epidemiologists sit up straight. So let's start with the basics. Hantaviruses, as we know, are a group of rodent-borne RNA viruses that humans mostly encounter the hard way by inhaling particles from rodent urine, droppings, and saliva. They're scattered across the globe, but clinical syndromes differ geographically. Hemorrhagic fever with renal syndrome occur in parts of Europe and Asia. Hantavirus pulmonary syndrome or cardiopulmonary syndrome happens in the Americas, which is what we saw here. The Andes virus, the star of our unfortunate cruise ship story, is endemic in South America and is one of the strains that causes severe lung diseases. Which fluid is filling the lungs, rapid progression, and all this can be associated with high fatality rates. Most hantavirus follow a comforting rule. They do not spread amongst humans. However, the Andes virus is the exception. It can transmit from person to person, but only under very specific conditions, close, prolonged contact, often in closed environments, and historically in small clusters rather than large chains. So when you hear the quote unquote novel outbreak and human-to-human hantavirus, that's not clickbait. That's actually a legitimate concern. So, okay, with all that in the context, let's talk about the outbreak. On May 2nd, 2026, the WHO was notified under the international health regulations of a cluster of severe acute respiratory illnesses on board the ship, the MV Hondius, which was sailing in the South Atlantic. At this point, we had had 2 deaths and 1 critically ill passenger with a severe pneumonia picture and negative testing for all the usual suspects. This kind of infectious disease makes teams start running through their zebra list, right? Atypical pneumonias, sepsis, vector-borne diseases, and emerging pathogens. Now, the turning point came when hantavirus cardiopulmonary syndrome was added to that differential, and samples were sent to the National Institute for Communicable Diseases in South Africa. Pan-hantavirus PCR lit up, and sequencing confirmed the strain, the Andes virus. That diagnostic pivot away from yet another viral pneumonia and toward a rodent-borne pathogen, which changed the entire framing of the event, as we know. Now, by early May, the ship had already on board 147 people, 88 passengers, and 59 crew. As the situation evolved and more countries started testing evacuated patients, the case count settled at about 13, they settled at 13 linked to the ship, 12 laboratory confirmed Andes virus infections, and 1 probable case with 3 deaths. And if you want to picture that numerically, imagine a mid-sized high school, let's say, with 500 students. 13 cases would be like the entire school having 1 infected classroom, and 3 deaths would be losing about half of the people in that room. These are small numbers in absolute terms, but brutally high severity for those that were affected. Now, the outbreak fatality ratio came to about 23%, 3 deaths out of 13 cases. And historically, hospitalized Andes cases often see case fatality rates of 30 to 50% range. So this cluster sits on the lower edge of that envelope, but still firmly in the this is a dangerous virus territory. All the known cases were among people who had been on the ship, and among those needing hospital care, most recovered. But still, 2 were hospitalized at the time the WHO issued this final update. Now, from an epidemiological perspective, the timeline is telling. The index case, we'll refer to that person as patient 1, developed symptoms on April 3rd, just 2 days after departure from Ushuaia, and had spent about 3 months traveling through regions of Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay, where the Andes virus circulates in rodents. Now, that incubation timing, days rather than weeks post-embarkation, strongly suggests an initial zoonotic exposure that happened on land before the cruise even began. Now, subsequent patients, including the partner who died in Johannesburg and the critically ill patient evacuated to South Africa, showed a tight clustering in time with symptom onset and progression compatible with both rodent exposure and limited human-to-human transmission aboard the ship. Early sequencing showed the virus sequences were almost identical, with at most a single nucleotide difference between patients. For the science geek in the audience, that kind of low diversity across spatially confined cluster screams point source introduction with short chains of secondary spread, not multiple independent spillovers, and is certainly not a rapidly new variant. So what does that mean? It probably came from one source. So let's talk about the transmission. The WHO and the European CDC both assess that human-to-human spread did occur on the ship, but remain limited and context-dependent. The hypothesized routes included direct contact with infected individuals or possibly contaminated surfaces, direct deposition of respiratory particles onto facial mucosa, and possibly some degree of airborne transmission in poorly ventilated spaces. However, the attack rate amongst passengers and crew and the absence in secondary chains once people left the ship clearly did not match the profile of a highly transmissible airborne pathogen like measles or what we saw early in the COVID-19 pandemic. If you want a mental model, think of transmissibility on the dial of 1 to 10. Measles lives at a 10, whereas the SARS-CoV-2 virus lives at around 8 to 9. The Andes virus in this context is probably somewhere between a 2 and 3, capable of spreading under very specific conditions, but not especially eager to go looking for new hosts once those conditions disappear. So let's talk about symptoms now. The response was frankly impressive. The WHO and the European CDC, the national public health agencies, and local health authorities coordinated an international investigation and contact tracing efforts across 30 countries and territories. They tracked not only just passengers and crew, but contacts on 2 different international flights, healthcare workers, airport staff, and close contacts of cases who disembarked in remote locations like Tristan de Cunha and St. Helena. By the end, 317 high-risk contacts completed 42 days of formal quarantine and monitoring, and over 330 low-risk contacts completed self-monitoring. Think of this as 2 full plane loads of people, every seat filled, asked to press the pause button on their lives for 6 weeks because a virus with a very long incubation tail might still be lurking. The incubation window for Andes is typically 2 to 4 weeks, but cases up to 42 days post-exposure have been documented, and that shaped the quarantine guidance. So what was the final result? Thankfully, there was no additional secondary cases detected amongst those hundreds of contacts. That's the quiet part of outbreak response that doesn't make the headlines, right? The absence of something happening because a lot of people did the right things consistently for a long time. Meanwhile, diagnostic labs in multiple countries validated and deployed PCR assays for the Andes virus. They shared protocols and coordinated reference materials through the WHO channels. Genomics teams compared sequences from cruise ship cases and with regional strains in Argentina and Chile to better understand origin and transmission patterns. A prospective natural history study was set up across 21 countries to track exposed individuals and learn more about viral kinetics, immune responses, and determinants of severe disease. In other words, not just containment, but knowledge building. So where does this leave us in terms of risk? For the general public in Europe, the Americas, and beyond, the WHO and the European CDC have concluded that the risk of the specific event was very low. The reasons were straightforward. 1, Andes virus does not spread easily between people. Transmission remains rare and tied to close and prolonged contact. The natural rodent reservoir for the Andes virus does not exist in Europe or the US for that matter. So there's no local animal source to sustain community transmission there. And lastly, all 13 cases were linked directly to the cruise ship. No onward community outbreaks have been detected. And at the same time, the underlying reality hasn't changed. Andes virus remains endemic in parts of South America. It causes high severity cardiopulmonary syndrome and lacks a specific antiviral or licensed vaccine. Survival still hinges on early recognition and rapid supportive care, especially intensive respiratory and hemodynamic support and good infection prevention and control. So what are the big take-home lessons from Hunta 2026? First, severity is not destiny. A virus can be very lethal at the individual level without being globally disruptive if its transmissibility is low. Andes virus reminds us that bad for the patient is not automatically bad for the planet, but also that we owe each patient and each cluster very serious attention. Second, Context is king. A confirmed maritime environment with older passengers, shared spaces, and long exposures created the perfect conditions for a small chain of transmission. Once that context vanished, once people dispersed and the quarantine began, the virus struggled to find new hosts. Third, systems work matters. International contact tracing, 42-day monitoring, shared lab protocols, and clear risk communication took a scary, rare pathogen with human-to-human potential and kept it from becoming anything more than a carefully managed incident. The absence of a disaster is still an outcome, even if it's less cinematic. And finally, genomics and global cooperation are not nice to have add-ons. They are the core to outbreak tools. The ability to say with some confidence that this is the same old Andes virus and not a new super spreader variant reshapes public perception and policy. Okay, so the World Health Organization has now declared the MV Honduras Andes hantavirus outbreak contained and over. No further related transmission is expected. The cruise is done. The quarantines are finished. The data are quietly being folded into the next generation of guidance and protocols and research. So where does this leave us? In a world where a virus carried by South American rodents can hitch a ride on human mobility, spending a few alarming weeks on a cruise ship, mobilize 33 countries' health systems, and still end as a footnote rather than a headline. That's not an argument for complacency. It's an argument for preparedness that is proportionate, that's science-driven, and is humble about what we don't know yet. So there you go. My name is Mark Allanderi. This is Resistance Radio, where we remember that not every spark becomes a wildfire, but you still build the fire breaks before the smoke shows up. Thank you for tuning in.
This is a local story ish. A few counties over, we have a lot of lakes, and we have like the Fox River. I've taken you guys to the Fox River where I grew up in West Dundee. So not too far from where I grew up, there's this thing called the chain of lakes that all kind of like you can take the river to get to the chain of lakes. So there's like a bunch of people like from all over, like pretty much anybody that's like river adjacent. They all take their fucking boats to the chain of lakes. It doesn't matter if you're like from, the city. This is where all like the rich assholes go. This weekend on Saturday, there was an incident, and just so you guys know, like this is really fucked up. I don't usually do like content warnings, but I'm going to be talking about something that is deeply disturbing. So this guy, who's been a known problem on the lake for quite some time, he was speeding through a no wake zone, going I think like they said he was like full throttled out, and he had 3 motors and I think he was topping out at over 1,100 horsepower, which on a boat, on a pontoon boat, is just, if you know anything about this shit, it's unnecessary, especially for a fucking like family lake. Like, unless you're on Lake Michigan where like you're trying to battle waves and like that's a different story, but that's ridiculous for this. So this guy's hot dogging around in a no wake zone and doesn't see that he's about to collide with another boat. And at one point, the docked boat is here. His boat goes bam, slams over, and like goes into the woods. Now, when he hit the boat, he decapitated this woman with such force that they had to go and look for her head. As I said, genuinely fucked up. Now, here's the bitch of it. Everybody, before the cops even got there, had posted some pictures of what happened. They had posted pictures of the boat, and immediately people said, I know that guy. I know that guy. That guy, actually, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. It's not even alleged anymore. Because they're just, okay, well, no, I'm going to be careful. I'm going to be careful for myself. Allegedly, Richard Stevenson. His name is Richard Stevenson. This guy, he is the son of a crane operator company that has deep ties politically to the Republican Party of Illinois. His mother was the lieutenant governor for one of our last Republican governors before George Ryan. Yeah, so these people are pretty connected. Now, here's the thing. The person that apparently he allegedly hit was also connected. So this is one of those stories where it's not just going to go away. So today at 1 p.m., I paid a lot of attention to this. He was due to meet with a judge. By 2 p.m., we got the update that the judge had denied his appeal for release and that his bond was going to be revoked because I think that she saw that he has the money to essentially like run from this, and he has been known to do this before because get this was his 4th DUI. His 3rd was still pending. So let's get some details on this a little bit. And I'm gonna publicly shame the fuck out of this asshole because he's absolute trash. He's the encapsulation of everything I hate about these rich assholes. I don't care how much, like, this is why I do have this different, like, where I try to differentiate between billionaires and millionaires, but I also do this thing where I'm just like, no, once you are a millionaire, you do actually, like, have, your brain's already broken in the same way. You do not think that laws apply to you. Because get this shit. You're going to learn the real kicker here. I'm going to let this one play.
An update tonight, police are investigating a boating crash that left a woman dead. The name of the woman still has not been released, and police may still be looking for the driver of the other boat. Lexi Suter has the story from
Yep, he ran. He literally ran from the scene.
McHenry County.
This stretch of the Fox River near
What up, Rolo?
South Fernwood Lane was closed Saturday due to a deadly boat crash. First responders arrived to the area around 2:30 in the afternoon, finding one middle-aged woman dead. The boat they were in was hit by another boat. You can see the damage specifically to the
You see that?
left side
You see that?
of it
They hit her with such force, like I said.
as it was being hauled away. Details are still limited, but police may still be looking for the driver of the boat at fault. One man was arrested overnight for
They didn't show his boat.
reckless
I'll show his boat.
homicide
We
and
have pictures of
aggravated
his boat.
DUI, but officials are not making a connection to this crash. State Senator Craig Wilcox alerting his followers on social media, posting a statement Saturday night that reads in part, "Please keep your eyes open for anyone who may be injured and appear to be a boater that is out of place. Call the police even if you have just suspicions." Lexi Suter, NBC5 News.
Lexi,
All right.
thank you.
So that was before all the information happened. Here we go.
Mere seconds before the crash, neighbors saw the boat was going about 70 miles per hour. So when they heard about the deadly accident, they weren't surprised to see this pontoon.
How do you run with a boat? Get this. Somebody that was with him called a fucking Uber and Ubered away. So I'm going to ruin this part. I'll report on this part. So one of the people that witnessed the crash was on a adjacent deck, or a adjacent pier, like right across the way there, and like this was a small like section of the river. So this guy apparently, get how fucked up this is. This person was celebrating somebody's life, and they were attending the celebration of life event where they were pouring the ashes into the river. When they were pouring the ashes into the river, that's when they witnessed the crash. This man was the one who found the woman in the state that she was in. This man was beyond traumatized. He refuses to talk to the media. He has released a statement through his family. And also, like, he doesn't want to ruin the investigation, which this one, because of how public it is, everybody's freaking the fuck out because they're just saying, no, we saw this guy. We saw this guy. So here's a video of this fucking, this hot dog who, 45 years old, fucking son of the owner of a crane company. He's the VP of marketing or some shit. So let's just Nepo baby. That's 1000% what this motherfucker is a Nepo baby.
Was at the center of the investigation.
Thought that he would never get caught.
Holy cow. Look at this tuner.
Trevor Morris says he was outside swinging his daughter when he heard this boat speed past where they were along the Fox River.
This is a no-wake zone, by the way.
Another neighbor sent us this video showing the same pontoon also zooming by. This video shot a minute before they say it collided with another boat downriver Saturday afternoon. Authorities say 4 people were involved. 2 people were on this boat with extensive damage.
Oh, and a dog was also on board one of the boats, but the dog's fine.
One died while the other was transported in...
Decapitated. She was decapitated. Start reporting on this the way that it fucking happened. I know that you don't want to disturb your audience, but you know what? Start being honest. I hate this about the media. Start showing us the gruesome bits here, because honestly, this is where we need to be informed. And honestly, I know media, you guys love you love sugarcoating stuff, because you guys know damn well that if you actually did show like the images from Gaza per se, that you would, the public might care a little bit more. You see how that works?
Condition, no word on how they are doing. The other 2 were on this pontoon. Officials say one was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The other ran away. Today, many on social media asking why this pontoon had 3 engines in the first place.
Yep. It's becoming more and more common, but in my opinion, it seems a little bit overkill.
Ben Brandano with Boat Safe Chicago says you can buy a boat with 3 motors, but it can be overpowering, especially when traveling at high speeds.
You could even see the boat really skip on that
Yeah,
flat
it's skipping.
surface of the water too.
Because do you know how shallow it is right there?
Neighbors we spoke with say the area where the crash happened is prone to accidents.
It's very narrow as far as
they are protecting by not fully reporting.
The river goes. And then the speeding around the corners here, it's kind of a blind corner as you're coming around.
Brandano says overall this was preventable, and the driver should have been more cautious, especially on a crowded summer Saturday afternoon.
You have less maneuverability at high speed, so if any of those boats in front of him were to change course, or he wasn't paying attention, didn't see, and you're gonna have, there's a
She was, let's see if they get to how over the limit he was.
Something like this.
Because let's see if they get to the point where they found him.
The Illinois Department of Natural Resources is investigating the crash. We reached out multiple times asking if there were updates and arrests made. We are still waiting to hear back. In the newsroom, Marissa Sulek, CBS News.
Fucking CBS News, go figure.
Hey there, ladies. All of this comes just 2 days after that deadly collision on the Fox River, and the man accused of causing it is expected to stand before a judge. Richard Stevenson will make his first court appearance.
Fuck this guy.
This afternoon as he now faces felony charges in this case.
You gotta show a picture of him? You gotta show a fucking picture of him. Are you going to show a picture of the man? You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna be more responsible of a fucking reporter than CBS fucking News. What is wrong with these people where they just do not know how to fucking report or just be honest? Like, what the fuck? Here he is. You see that guy? You see that guy? Almost, because of my fucking camera. That's him.
Investigators say the triple engine
Ridiculous.
pontoon
This
that
man fucking
Stevenson
allegedly killed a woman. But yeah, you know what?
was operating collided.
Let's put it this way. Say this guy was a different complexion, think the story would be treated a little differently. And I'm going there because I've seen it. I've seen the way that these fucking ghouls in Chicago talk about just the innocuous bullshit and the teeny tiny misdemeanor crimes committed by fucking black youth or any of this shit. But this is the shit. This is why they constantly fucking think that they can get away with this.
With another boat on the Fox River Saturday afternoon. One woman was killed. Another person on that woman's boat was
he's apparently losing his limb and he's in critical condition right now. There's no guarantee that he's actually going to survive. So there could be a double homicide. But this is being treated as reckless homicide with a vehicle. So guess what? Maximum, it's 3 to 25 years.
Seriously injured.
Because apparently in Illinois, boating and reckless endangerment, they just don't take seriously because apparently that might affect the rich fucks a little too much.
Who was riding with Stevenson suffered non-life-threatening injuries.
Just remember, you can't be low income with this one.
Police say Stevenson left the scene and was taken into custody.
Yeah, so here's the bit that he ran. He ran from the scene. He was tackled by the neighbor that saw him fucking leave the scene after this guy just poured his ashes, the ashes of a person that he was fucking saying goodbye to after finding this woman, in a state that would shock and probably traumatize anybody. This guy he went full badass and tackled this asshole and made him wait until the cops got there, which then the cops took him to the hospital. This all took about 2 hours, then tested his blood alcohol levels.
Early yesterday morning. This is the video that we've obtained.
I keep saying that he was over double the legal limit, but technically people are even saying that no, the cops fucked up that one. And the thing is, they are suspecting that the cops didn't act with a whole lot of urgency on this one because, this guy might have ties. Might. No, it turns out he does.
From several neighbors that shows that pontoon racing down the river at nearly 70 miles per hour just moments before the crash.
Yep.
The boat's 3-engine setup has also drawn attention, with some boating experts now questioning whether that much power is necessary on a pontoon.
Not even necessary. It's fucking dumb.
It's becoming more and more common, but in my opinion, it seems a little bit of overkill.
Now, this afternoon's court hearing could reveal what investigators believe led to the deadly collision and whether prosecutors will ask a judge to keep Stevenson in custody.
They did.
As this case moves forward. The woman who was killed has yet to be identified, and we're also still waiting to learn for an update on the condition of the second person who was on that woman's boat who was taken to the hospital with serious injuries.
The thing is, the community has already come out because they were docked at their house, so they're just like, we know who this is.
Now I'm Darius Johnson, live in the newsroom. Ladies, back to you.
Aren't pontoons inherently unstable with high power? Yep.
All right, Darius, thank you.
The other day,
also, notice how they, again, didn't give you the details that she was decapitated.
Good morning, Terrell. Well, according to our news partners with the Daily Herald, they're saying that a man is now facing DUI as well as reckless homicide charges.
Oh, good.
After this boat
I'm glad that he's going to get another DUI charge, even though he's gotten off of 2 before.
accident. 45-year-old Richard Stevenson is expected to face a judge later today. Now, the crash happened.
They know Stevenson is well connected.
Then Saturday afternoon, the McHenry Township Fire Protection District says that there were 2 people on each boat when the crash happened. One person.
Yeah, I remember that somebody found out that they were just like the niece of an alderman, and they were just like, fuck!
Died, and 2
because they knew that they weren't going to get prosecuted.
others were taken to the hospital. Fire officials say bystanders said that 2 additional people from one of the boats left before first responders arrived. The crash has left
Also, Latina Mafune and Rev, what up?
a community searching for answers.
Welcome in.
It's terrible. It's horrific. It's a tragedy. It's not just the people that were on the boat. There's so many more people that this has impacted.
Well, it was very sad from a homeowner and a boater perspective. We just want to make it as safe for boaters as possible.
Officials have not identified the person who died. Now, the Illinois Department of Natural Resources is leading the investigation.
This is real. Fox 32. Fucking Fox 32. Coming out with the actual fucking...
All right, the man accused of killing a woman after a boat crash this weekend.
Also, Fox 32.
The McKinley.
2 black anchors. I'm just pointing these things out where it is like, okay, well.
County Jail.
Yeah, Richard Stevenson is charged with reckless homicide and aggravated DUI. Brett Bagansky was in the courtroom. Brett, you found out some pretty graphic details.
Bonjour from Gainesville, Florida.
This was so unsettling when we found out that the woman who died in that boat crash got decapitated and that Stevenson at one point was going 80 miles an hour in a no-wake zone. And we also found out in court one of his passengers had warned him to slow down, but apparently Stevenson did not listen to them. We also found out by the time Stevenson got to the hospital, they ended up doing a blood draw, and his blood alcohol level was nearly 3 times the legal limit at 0.20.
Just remember, this guy is likely going to get off.
We also obtained this video that you're about to see that shows video of a pontoon speeding down the river where neighbors have told us.
I am a little bit happy
that was Stevenson behind.
There is so much public outrage, though, because realistically, no matter what, he is never going to be able to do anything close to this again.
The wheel. So Judge Cynthia Lamb denied
DEI hire? I mean, he's literally the kid of the fucking head of the company. His mom hired him and put him in the VP position.
Said he did.
His brother is the fucking co-owner of the company.
Pose a real.
And people are saying that the boat was registered to the actual, like, because again, the boat is worth about $400,000 in the condition that it's in. The colors is in the company colors, so people are theorizing that this was licensed under the corporation, which if that's the case, they're liable. And I love that for them, because this is the thing about rich people. They are fucking that arrogant to think that this could never happen, that they could never be liable for something like that, because you know what? No, we'll just get out of this.
Present threat to the public. So Stevenson is now facing 3
quality reporter
charges when McHenry County.
Again, guys, just take this for what you will. They had to go and find her head.
Assistant State's Attorney
because of him.
Brian Miller.
Because he has such tiny little balls and a tiny little pecker that he just had to go and put 3 fucking giant motors on a boat for a lake that is literally made for going about 20 miles per hour and fishing.
Argued why Stevenson should stay in jail. He called him a ticking time bomb. Miller brought up Stevenson's criminal history in Illinois. Between 97 and 2023, he said Stevenson got arrested 3 times for DUI, 4 times for misdemeanor speeding, convicted 3 times for reckless driving, once for fleeing and eluding officers. But Stevenson's lawyer, Patrick Walsh, acknowledged the horrific facts of this current case, but still wanted the judge to give him electronic monitoring or home confinement, saying he's going to show up every single time to court. He's going to follow all the court orders. But Judge Lamb denied it and said there are no pretrial conditions that will mitigate his risk to the public. So during most of the hearing, Stevenson had his head down. I did see him at least one time wipe his eyes. And we also found out that he's an executive.
Yeah, because he feels bad for himself. He doesn't have any actual guilt. He's only guilt. The only thing he feels is bad that he didn't get away.
Rental company.
He doesn't give a shit. This guy's a fucking, like, that's the other thing, is people that know this guy and have dealt with this guy on a personal basis have said that he's a fucking sociopath.
Called Stevenson Crane, which has several locations across Illinois and Indiana. But we also found out that his LinkedIn and several social media posts had also been taken down. He is going to be due back in court here from McHenry County on August 5th. We're live in Woodstock tonight. Brett Bagansky, Fox Chicago.
Okay.
Again, you gotta love how Fox Chicago comes out with the better coverage of all of this. By the way, guys, you can follow me at Pep Talks on. All right. Judge refuses to release man accused of operating boat at 80 miles per hour while intoxicated, causing crash that killed a woman near McHenry. Crane operator a crane company executive has been charged with homicide after allegedly operating a boat while intoxicated and crashing into another boat, killing a female victim on the Fox River near McHenry. As I said, allegedly, very allegedly. Yeah, this is, again, guys, the reason I brought this to your attention is because this is the, like, it's a microcosm of, like, the billionaires in our society where these, like, the petite bourgeois, if you will. That's what this is. This is the petite bourgeois doing exactly what they think they can and what they think they can get away with. Just remember, if the guy wasn't caught, like, you think he would have reported himself? When did this happen? On Saturday. That's the other thing. It happened in the middle of Saturday on a hot-ass day when it was pretty nice outside. Everybody was on that lake. Trust me. Like, growing up there, you don't not go either into the lake or, like, on, like, the, you know, like, the river portion of it. Like, there's so many people that canoe, too. Like, that's the other thing. That's why those no-wake zones even exist, is because there's a ton of people that they'll be kayaking and, like, fucking just using little paddle boats over there because that's what that's for. This guy, again, he is so like, I don't get this. He had that boat, right? And this guy, he allegedly has, like, vacation homes in Wisconsin and just, like, it makes no sense. Apparently, according to some of the people here, I don't know how true this is, so take this one with a grain of salt. This is from the community. So you have people that live, like, right there saying that they've gotten into arguments with this guy at certain bars. They've seen him at certain restaurants getting just completely tanked and then leaving. Actually, Port Edwards. I showed you guys Port Edwards in Algonquin. Apparently, they served him that day. They could be on the hook for this. That's part of the problem, too. They're trying to do, like, a little piecing together of the timeline. Trust me, man. This is going to blow up in a way that, like, the local authorities are not going to want, because you got a certain YouTuber that's on the case. I ain't letting this one go. This is just like the Trump store lady, because this actually reinvigorated my, like, whole coverage of the Trump store lady. I was still waiting for, like, one final update. I'll be honest. I've been waiting to cover her closing, but you know what? I might just have to put the documentary together, essentially, is what it is. It's a mini documentary. It's a little bit of a change up in format, but I can't stand this shit. The fact that this woman has abused our court system and gotten away with it for reasons, political connections, I want to point that out because most Republicans want to drain the swamp. They don't want this political connection bullshit. Well, it's kind of funny how Republicans are the only ones that seem to benefit from it when it comes to, like, a civilian basis. Most people are not getting off this easy. I'm telling you right now, most people can't afford to even pay off a fucking speeding ticket. So this is what's happening, where they don't show up for court and they don't have immediate fucking arrest orders. Like, the only reason that Lisa, her name is Lisa Fleischman, I think. Yeah, I think that's it. We'll just call her Lisa, the Trump store lady. She, the only reason that she got arrested this last time is because she fucked up and did it in a county that doesn't care about your fucking political connections. DuPage County don't give a fuck who you are. You ever pull that shit of, do you know who I am? They will say, no, here's your fucking court date. Hope you show up. Because if you don't, then they issue a bench warrant immediately. None of this fucking, you know, tiptoeing around it like, oh, I don't know who she knows. Oh, I don't want to make them move. This could turn into something bad. No, this is the one thing I'll say for the judges in DuPage County. They don't give a fuck. So that's why she fucking finally got caught. This is some creepy lo-fi. I like it. Last time my hubby got in trouble, it cost over $7,000 in lawyer fees. Yeah, it's the other thing. Is like these people can afford lawyers and yeah. This guy had a lawyer like on retainer already. He was one of those putzes. I mean, you heard his rap sheet. Like that's the other thing. Like this guy has been a menace on the road. He's been a menace with pretty much anything that has a fucking motor attached to it. Has he had his license revoked forever? No. Why would he? He has money. We need that. We don't want to make his life inconvenient because he might make some of our lives inconvenient. This is where it's going to get like a little rough on like local officials with stories like this. Like I said, Like, you got enough people pissed off that it caught my attention to where I spent like half my day in the comment sections of Lake and McHenry County, like, scanner here, just being like, ooh, I'm gonna learn everything I can about this guy. Found out he's from Lisle, Illinois, which Lisle ain't exactly near where he had this accident, just gonna say. But also Lisle is big money area. No, if they don't take this guy for everything he's fucking worth, even in a civil lawsuit after this, then I'm telling you guys, like, the game's rigged. But your friendly neighborhood Pep Talks is going to be paying close attention to this absolute fucking trash human being, Richard Stevenson, alleged trash human being, and alleged killer, because that's what he is. Just joined. Who is that? Oh, this is a piece of shit that was hot dogging in a boat and took a woman's life because he thinks that his playtime is, totally worth more than somebody's safety. He's a real piece of shit. And like I said, it's the political connections is what did this. Everybody who pegged who he was knew the second that it was him, that when he ran too, they all said the same thing. They're all like, oh my God, he's going to get off of this because of mommy. Oh my God, mommy's going to get him off this. Oh my God, mommy's going to get him off this. I don't know, man. This is what happens when you piss off an entire community of people, though. Right here. This might be the karma. This guy thought he was untouchable. He went to the marinas. He went to all the fucking places on the lake thinking that he was hot shit with his fucking 3-motor boat going, hey, cool. Meanwhile, everybody there hated him, thought he was an asshole. Anybody that didn't, honestly, get some fucking self-respect. Can't get a Dewey on a skateboard. Man, I used to wakeboard and safety is top priority. This guy would have, that's the thing, those no wake zones. Kids are in okay, this is why I care about this so much. Full disclosure. Me and my sister, we used to tube in the same chain of lakes. My dad used to go and rent a boat up there and we would just be waiting. What's his name? Richard Stevenson. He is the VP of Stevenson Crane, a crane rental company out of Chicago. Please, look him up. By all means, look him up. Look up his Facebook history, too, if it's not locked. The last time I checked, his Facebook was locked. Somebody, he contacted somebody and had them lock down his social media. Makes you think. I'm not even kidding, guys. I'm going to just say this. So, on Saturday, when I found out about this, I was getting back and forth with this one guy in one of these chats who was standing up for this guy in a way that only a friend would, or the person himself. Because I kept saying, I'm like, this, the way that they were defending this guy, this was insane. Like, they were saying, you don't even have the full story. Look at you, keyboard warrior, blah, blah, blah. But then they started saying, just like, you have no idea what you're talking about. Well, you don't even know how drunk he was. And, when it, at some point, he kind of did this thing where he outed, as I said, outed themselves as either a supporter or them. Because we were just like, how do you know that? And then all of his, because we asked them a question about, how they know this specific detail about the case, that they were flaunting, well, once the investigators get there, all of the posts got deleted, and I was just like, yeah, this is why screenshot exists, and I'm dumb, and I didn't screenshot it. Wait, did I? Hold on, I might have. Because I remember being, that pissed off about, man, every time that I open this, it's the first thing that I see. Let's see. Nope, that's another mysterious Epstein death. Ah, shit. I don't think I did. Damn it. Almost pulled a Lance Armstrong. Trying to... Yeah, never again. Yeah. I've been there. I've racked myself a few times. I'm actually kind of surprised that, yes, I actually have both, functioning. Where it's just like, damn, dude. I've had one on a bar that, you ever felt it in like the back of your teeth where you're just like, ha! All right. Trying to find another update on this case. I think that Fox 32 one was the newest one, though. Six hours ago, actually. Might update this.
Are now revealing what prosecutors say happened in the moment.
Oh, here we go. It is. Okay. Yeah, here's the updated one.
Good morning. New court documents are now revealing what prosecutors say happened in the moments before Saturday's deadly boat crash on the Fox River. This afternoon, Richard Stevenson is expected to make his first court appearance as he now faces felony charges in this case. Take a look. Investigators say the triple-engine pontoon.
That's literally the colors of his crane company. That's why people are speculating that it's in the company's name.
Stevenson was operating.
Which is another thing that rich people like to do. You know, for every shithead that, if you ever hear like, J.B. Pritzker took the toilets out of his house, every shithead, or, you know, rich person that can save money on a property, they're doing the same thing. Same as this shit. License it under the company. It's a company boat. It's a company car.
Collided with.
It's a tax write-off.
Another boat on the Fox River Saturday afternoon. Court documents say.
Okay, dude had 3 priors. Yeah.
Stevenson's blood alcohol concentration.
Yes, and his third one was still pending, by the way. I don't know why they keep fucking negating to say that.
Was nearly 3 times Illinois' legal limit for operating a watercraft. Prosecutors also allege he was operating the pontoon at full throttle in a posted no-wake zone when he lost control, colliding with another boat before striking timber along the west bank of the Fox River.
Wait, Pep, are the cranes painted
One
that color?
One woman was killed. Yep. Another person on that woman's boat was seriously
black and orange
injured, and a passenger on Stevenson's boat suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Video obtained by CBS News Chicago appears to show that pontoon traveling at a high rate of speed just moments before the crash. Stevenson was taken into custody early yesterday morning. These new details come from court
yesterday morning, so he made it home.
Were filed ahead of Stevenson's court appearance.
Wait. When was this actually broadcast? This morning? 6 hours ago, so wait. Yeah, no, that means yesterday. Holy shit, dude, he made it home.
Appearance that is set to take place later on this afternoon. The woman who was killed has yet to be identified, and we are also waiting for an update on the condition of the second person.
Which is very odd, again, considering that everybody else in the community has just said it because it was their house. That was their home.
Then who was on that woman's boat?
She was chilling on a boat with her dog and her fucking husband. And this hot dog motherfucker, again, thinking he's better than everybody else, no consequences,